Chapter 1 of Izzy Popenjoy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Barry O'Neill. Izzy Popenjoy by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 1. Introductory. Number 1. I would that it were possible so to tell a story that a reader should beforehand know every detail of it up to a certain point, or be so circumstanced that he might be supposed to know. In telling the little novelettes of our life, we commence our narrations with the presumption that these details are borne in mind, and though they be all forgotten, the stories come out intelligible at last. You remember Mary Walker? Oh yes, you do. That pretty girl, but such a queer temper, and how she was engaged to marry Harry Jones, and said she wouldn't at the church door, till her father threatened her with bread and water, and how they have been living ever since as happy as two turtle doves down in Devonshire, till that scoundrel Lieutenant Smith went to Bideford. Smith has been found dead at the bottom of a saw pit. Nobody sorry for him. She's in a madhouse at Exeter, and Jones has disappeared, and couldn't have had more than 30 shillings in his pocket. This is quite as much as anybody ought to want to know previous to the unravelling of the tragedy of the Joneses. But such stories as those I have to tell cannot be written after that fashion. We novelists are constantly twitted with being long, and to the gentlemen who condescend to review us, and who take up our volumes with a view to business rather than pleasure, we must be infinite in length and tedium. But the story must be made intelligible from the beginning, or the real novel readers will not like it. The plan of jumping at once into the middle has been often tried, and sometimes seductively enough for a chapter or two. But the writer still has to hark back and to begin again from the beginning, not always very comfortably after the abnormal brightness of his few opening pages. And the reader, who is then involved in some ancient family history or long local explanation, feels himself to have been defrauded. It is as though one were asked to eat boiled mutton after woodcocks, caviare, or macaroni cheese. I hold that it is better to have the boiled mutton first, if boiled mutton there must be. The story which I have to tell is something in its nature akin to that of poor Mrs. Jones, who was happy enough down in Devonshire till that wicked Lieutenant Smith came and persecuted her. Not quite so tragic, perhaps, as it is stained neither by murder nor madness. But before I can hope to interest readers in the perplexed details of the life of a not unworthy lady, I must do more than remind them that they do know, or might have known, or should have known, the antecedents of my personages. I must let them understand how it came to pass that so pretty, so pert, so gay, so good a girl as Mary Lovelace, without any great fault in her part, married a man so grim, so gaunt, so sombre, and so old as Lord George Germain. It will not suffice to say that she had done so. 120 little incidents must be dribbled into the reader's intelligence, many of them, let me hope, in such manner that he shall himself be insensible to the process. But unless I make each one of them understood and appreciated by my ingenious, open-hearted, rapid reader, by my reader who will always have his fingers impatiently ready to turn the page, he will, I know, begin to masticate the real kernel of my story, with infinite prejudices against Mary Lovelace. Mary Lovelace was born in a country parsonage, but at the age of 14, when her life was in truth beginning, was transferred by her father to the deanery of Brotherton. Dean Lovelace had been a fortunate man in life. When a poor curate, a man of very humble origin, with none of what we commonly call church interest, with nothing to recommend him but a handsome person, moderate education, and a quick intellect, he had married a lady with a considerable fortune, whose family had bought for him a living. Here he preached himself into fame. It is not at all to be implied from this that he had not deserved the fame he acquired. He had been active and resolute in his work, holding opinions which, if not peculiar, were at any rate advanced, and never being afraid of the opinions which he held. His bishop had not loved him, nor had he made himself dear to the bench of bishops generally. He had the reputation of having been in early life a sporting parson. He had written a book which had been characterized as tending to infidelity, and had more than once been invited to state dogmatically what was his own belief. He had never quite done so, but had then been made a dean. Brotherton, as all the world knows, is a most interesting little city, neither a Manchester nor a Salisbury, full of architectural excellencies, given to literature, and fond of hospitality. The Bishop of Brotherton, who did not love the Dean, was not a general favourite, being strict, ascetic, and utterly hostile to all compromises. At first there were certain hostile passages between him and the new Dean; but the Dean, who was and is urbanity itself, won the day, and soon became certainly the most popular man in Brotherton. His wife's fortune doubled his clerical income, and he lived in all respects as a dean ought to live. His wife had died very shortly after his promotion, and he had been left with one only daughter, on whom to lavish his cares and his affection. Now we must turn for a few lines to the family of Lord George Germain. Lord George was the brother of the Marquis of Brotherton, whose family residence was at Manor Cross, about 9 miles from the city. The wealth of the family of the Germains was not equal to their rank, and the circumstances of the family were not made more comfortable by the peculiarities of the present Marquis. He was an idle, self-indulgent, ill-conditioned man, who found that it suited his tastes better to live in Italy, where his means were ample, than on his own property, where he would have been comparatively a poor man. And he had a mother and 4 sisters, and a brother with whom he would hardly have known how to deal had he remained at Manor Cross. As it was, he allowed them to keep the house, while he simply took the revenue of the estate. With the Marquis I do not know that it will be necessary to trouble the reader much at present. The old Marchioness and her daughters lived always at Manor Cross, in possession of a fine old house in which they could have entertained half the county, and a magnificent park, which however was let for grazing up to the garden gates, and a modest income, unequal to the splendour which should have been displayed by the inhabitants of Manor Cross. And here also lived Lord George Germain, to whom at a very early period of his life had been entrusted the difficult task of living as the head of his family with little or no means for the purpose. When the old Marquis died, very suddenly and soon after the Dean's coming to Brotherton, the widow had her jointure, some 2,000 a year, out of the property, and the younger children had each a small settled sum. That the 4 ladies, Sarah, Alice, Susanna, and Amelia, should have £16,000 among them, did not seem to be so very much amiss to those who knew how poor was the Germain family. But what was Lord George to do with £4,000, and no means of earning a shilling? He had been at Eton, and had taken a degree at Oxford with credit, but had gone into no profession. There was a living in the family, and both father and mother had hoped that he would consent to take orders, but he had declined to do so, and there had seemed to be nothing for him but to come and live at Manor Cross. Then the old Marquis had died, and the elder brother, who had long been abroad, remained abroad. Lord George, who was the youngest of the family, and at that time about 25, remained at Manor Cross, and became not only ostensibly but in very truth the managing head of the family. He was a man whom no one could despise, and in whom few could find much to blame. In the first place, he looked his poverty in the face, and told himself that he was a very poor man. His bread he might earn by looking after his mother and sisters, and he knew no other way in which he could do so. He was a just steward, spending nothing to gratify his own whims, acknowledging on all sides that he had nothing of his own, till some began to think that he was almost proud of his poverty. Among the ladies of the family, his mother and sisters, it was of course said that George must marry money. In such a position there is nothing else that the younger son of a Marquis can do.
But Lord George was a person somewhat difficult of instruction in such a matter. His mother was greatly afraid of him. Among his sisters, Lady Sarah alone dared to say much to him, and even to her teaching on this subject he turned a very deaf ear. "Quite so, George," she said, "quite so. No man with a spark of spirit would marry a woman for her money." And she laid great stress on the word "for." "But I do not see why a lady who has money should be less fit to be loved than one who has none. Miss Barm is a most charming young woman, of excellent manners, admirably educated, if not absolutely handsome, quite of distinguished appearance, and she has £40,000. We all liked her when she was here." But there came a very black frown upon Lord George's brow, and then even Lady Sarah did not dare to speak again in favour of Miss Barm. Then there came a terrible blow. Lord George Germain was in love with his cousin, Miss De Baron. It would be long to tell, and perhaps unnecessary, how that young lady had made herself feared by the ladies of Manor Cross. Her father, a man of birth and fortune, but not perhaps with the best reputation in the world, had married a Germain of the last generation, and lived, when in the country, about 20 miles from Brotherton. He was a good deal on the turf, spent much of his time at card-playing clubs, and was generally known as a fast man. But he paid his way, had never put himself beyond the pale of society, and was, of course, a gentleman. As to Adelaide De Baron, no one doubted her dash, her wit, her grace, or her toilet. Some also gave her credit for beauty. But there were those who said that, though she would behave herself decently at Manor Cross and houses of that class, she could be loud elsewhere. Such was the lady whom Lord George loved, and it may be conceived that this passion was distressing to the ladies of Manor Cross. In the first place, Miss De Baron's fortune was doubtful and could not be large, and then she certainly was not such a wife as Lady Brotherton and her daughters desired for the one male hope of the family. But Lord George was very resolute, and for a time it seemed to them all that Miss De Baron, of whom the reader will see much if he go through with our story, was not unwilling to share the poverty of her noble lover. Of Lord George personally something must be said. He was a tall, handsome, dark-browed man, silent generally, and almost gloomy, looking as such men do, as though he were always revolving deep things in his mind, but revolving in truth things not very deep. How far the money would go, and whether it would be possible to get a new pair of carriage horses for his mother. Birth and culture had given to him a look of intellect greater than he possessed. But I would not have it thought that he traded on this or endeavoured to seem other than he was. He was simple, conscientious, absolutely truthful, full of prejudices, and weak-minded. Early in life he had been taught to entertain certain ideas as to religion by those with whom he had lived at college, and had therefore refused to become a clergyman. The bishop of the diocese had attacked him, but, though weak, he was obstinate. The dean and he had become friends, and so he had learned to think himself in advance of the world. But yet he knew himself to be a backward, slow, unappreciative man. He was one who could bear a reproach from no one else, but who never praised himself, even to himself. But we must return to his love, which is that which now concerns us. His mother and sisters altogether failed to persuade him. Week after week he went over to Baron's Court, and at last threw himself at Adelaide's feet. This was 5 years after his father's death, when he was already 30 years old. Miss De Baron, though never a favourite at Manor Cross, knew intimately the history of the family. The present Marquis was over 40, and as yet unmarried. But then Lord George was absolutely a pauper. In that way she might probably become a marchioness. But then of what use would life be to her, should she be doomed for the next 20 years to live simply as one of the ladies of Manor Cross? She consulted her father, but he seemed to be quite indifferent, merely reminding her that though he would be ready to do everything handsomely for her wedding, she would have no fortune till after his death. She consulted her glass, and told herself that, without self-praise, she must regard herself as the most beautiful woman of her own acquaintance. She consulted her heart, and found that in that direction she need not trouble herself. It would be very nice to be a marchioness, but she certainly was not in love with Lord George. He was handsome, no doubt, very handsome, but she was not sure that she cared much for men being handsome. She liked men that had some go in them, who were perhaps a little fast, and who sympathized with her own desire for amusement. She could not bring herself to fall in love with Lord George. But then the rank of a marquis is very high. She told Lord George that she must take time to consider. When a young lady takes time to consider, she has, as a rule, given way. Lord George felt it to be so, and was triumphant. The ladies at Manor Cross thought that they saw what was coming, and were despondent. The whole county declared that Lord George was about to marry Miss De Baron. The county feared that they would be very poor, and the recompense would come at last, as the present Marquis was known not to be a marrying man. Lady Sarah was mute with despair. Lady Alice declared that there was nothing for them but to make the best of it. Lady Susanna, who had high ideas of aristocratic duty, thought that Lord George was forgetting himself. Lady Amelia, who had been snubbed by Miss De Baron, shut herself up and wept. The Marchioness took to her bed. Then, exactly at the same time, two things happened, both of which were felt to be of vital importance at Manor Cross. Miss De Baron wrote a most determined refusal to her lover, and old Mr. Tallowax died. Now old Mr. Tallowax had been Dean Lovelace's father-in-law, and had never had a child but she who had been the Dean's wife. Lord George did in truth suffer dreadfully. There are men to whom such a disappointment as this causes enduring physical pain, as though they had become suddenly affected with some acute and yet lasting disease. And there are men, too, who suffer the more because they cannot conceal the pain. Such a man was Lord George. He shut himself up for months at Manor Cross, and would see no one. At first it was his intention to try again, but very shortly after the letter to himself came one from Miss De Baron to Lady Alice, declaring that she was about to be married immediately to one Mr. Houghton, and that closed the matter. Mr. Houghton's history was well known to the Manor Cross family. He was a friend of Mr. De Baron, very rich, almost old enough to be the girl's father, and a great gambler. But he had a house in Berkeley Square, kept a stud of horses in Northamptonshire, and was much thought of at Newmarket. Adelaide De Baron explained to Lady Alice that the marriage had been made up by her father, whose advice she had thought it her duty to take. The news was told to Lord George, and then it was found expedient never to mention further the name of Miss De Baron within the walls of Manor Cross. But the death of Mr. Tallowax was also very important. Of late the Dean of Brotherton had become very intimate at Manor Cross. For some years the ladies had been a little afraid of him, as they were by no means given to free opinions. But he made his way. They were decidedly high, the bishop was notoriously low. And thus, in a mild manner, without malignity on either side, Manor Cross and the palace fell out. Their own excellent young clergyman was snubbed in reference to his church postures, and Lady Sarah was offended. But the Dean's manners were perfect. He never trod on anyone's toes. He was rich, and as far as birth went, nobody. But he knew how much was due to the rank of the Germains. In all matters he obliged them, and had lately made the deanery very pleasant to Lady Alice, to whom a widowed canon at Brotherton was supposed to be partial. The interest between the deanery and Manor Cross was quite close. And now Mr. Tallowax had died, leaving the greater part of his money to the Dean's daughter. When a man suffers from disappointed love, he requires consolation. Lady Sarah boldly declared her opinion, in female conclave of course, that one pretty girl is as good to a man as another, and might be a great deal better if she were at the same time better mannered and better dowered than the other. Mary Lovelace, when her grandfather died, was only 17. Lord George was at that time over 30. But a man of 30 is still a young man, and a girl of 17 may be a young woman. If the man be not more than 15 years older than the woman, the difference of age can hardly be regarded as an obstacle. And then Mary was much loved at Manor Cross. She had been a most engaging child, was clever, well educated, very pretty, with a nice sparkling way, fond of pleasure no doubt, but not as yet instructed to be fast. And she would have at once £30,000, and in the course of time would be her father's heiress. All the ladies at Manor Cross put their heads together, as did also Mr. Canon Holdenough, who, while these things had been going on, had been accepted by Lady Alice. They fooled Lord George to the top of his bent, smoothing him down softly amidst the pangs of his love, not suggesting Mary Lovelace at first, but still in all things acting in that direction. And they so far succeeded that within 12 months of the marriage of Adelaide De Baron to Mr. Houghton, when Mary Lovelace was not yet 19 and Lord George was 33, with some few grey hairs on his handsome head, Lord George did go over to the deanery and offer himself as a husband to Mary Lovelace. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Izzy Popenjoy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Barry O'Neill. Izzy Popenjoy by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 2. Introductory, Number 2.
What ought I to do, papa? The proposition was in the first instance made to Mary through the Dean. Lloyd George had gone to the father, and the father, with many protestations of personal goodwill, had declared that in such a matter he would not attempt to bias his daughter. That the connection would be personally agreeable to myself, I need hardly say, said the Dean. For myself, I have no objection to raise, but I must leave it to Mary. I can only say that you have my permission to address her. But the first appeal to Mary was made by her father himself, and was so made in conformity with his own advice. Lord George, when he left the deanery, had thus arranged it, but had been hardly conscious that the Dean had advised such an arrangement. And it may be confessed between ourselves, between me and my readers, who in these introductory chapters may be supposed to be looking back together over past things, that the Dean was from the first determined that Lord George should be his son-in-law. What son-in-law could he find that would redound more to his personal credit, or better advance his personal comfort? As to his daughter, where could a safer husband be found? And then she might in this way become a marchioness. His own father had kept livery stables at Bath. Her other grandfather had been a candlemaker in the Borough. "What ought I to do, papa?" Mary asked, when the proposition was first made to her. She of course admired the Germains, and appreciated at perhaps more than its full value the notice she had received from them. She had thought Lord George to be the handsomest man she had ever seen. She had heard of his love for Miss De Baron, and had felt for him. She was not as yet old enough to know how dull was the house at Manor Cross, or how little of resource she might find in the companionship of such a man as Lord George. Of her own money she knew almost nothing. Not as yet had her fortune become as a carcass to the birds. And now, should she decide in Lord George's favour, would she be saved at any rate from that danger? "You must consult your own feelings, my dear," said her father. She looked up to him in blank dismay. She had as yet no feelings. "But, papa!" "Of course, my darling, there is a great deal to be said in favour of such a marriage. The man himself is excellent, in all respects excellent. I do not know that there is a young man of higher principles than Lord George in the whole county." "He is hardly a young man, papa." "Not a young man! He is 30. I hope you do not call that old. I doubt whether men in his position of life should ever marry at an earlier age. He is not rich." "Would that matter?" "No, I think not. But of that you must judge. Of course, with your fortune you would have a right to expect a richer match. But though he has not money, he has much that money gives. He lives in a large house with noble surroundings. The question is whether you can like him." "I don't know, papa." Every word she spoke she uttered hesitatingly. When she had asked whether that would matter, she had hardly known what she was saying. The thing was so important to her, and yet so entirely mysterious, and as yet unconsidered, that she could not collect her thoughts sufficiently for proper answers to her father's sensible but not too delicate inquiries. The only ideas that had really struck her were that he was grand and handsome, but very old. "If you can love him, I think you would be happy," said the Dean. "Of course you must look at it all round. He will probably live to be the Marquis of Brotherton. From all that I hear, I do not think that his brother is likely to marry. In that case you would be the Marchioness of Brotherton, and the property, though not great, would then be handsome. In the meanwhile you would be Lady George Germain, and you would live at Manor Cross. I should stipulate on your behalf that you should have a house of your own in town for, at any rate, a portion of the year. Manor Cross is a fine place, but you would find it dull if you were to remain there always. A married woman, too, should always have some home of her own." "You want me to do it, papa?" "Certainly not. I want you to please yourself. If I find that you please yourself by accepting this man, I myself shall be better pleased than if you please yourself by rejecting him. But you shall never know that by my manner. I shall not put you in bread and water, and lock you up in a garret, either if you accept him or if you reject him." The Dean smiled as he said this, as all the world at Brotherton knew that he had never in his life even scolded his daughter. "And you, papa?" "I shall come and see you, and you will come and see me. I shall get on well enough. I have always known that you would leave me soon. I am prepared for that." There was something in this which grated on her feelings. She had perhaps taught herself to believe that she was indispensable to her father's happiness. Then, after a pause, he continued, "Of course you must be ready to see Lord George when he comes again, and you ought to remember, my dear, that marquises do not grow on every hedge. With great care and cunning workmanship one may almost make a silk purse out of a sow's ear, but not quite." The care which Dean Lovelace had bestowed upon the operation in regard to himself had been very great, and the cunning workmanship was to be seen in every plant and every stitch. But still there was something left of the coarseness of the original material. Of all this poor Mary knew nothing at all. But yet she did not like being told of marquises and hedges where her heart was concerned. She had unconsciously wanted, some touch of romance from her father to satisfy the condition in which she found herself. But there was no touch of romance there, and when she was left to herself to work the matter out in her own heart and in her own mind, she was unsatisfied. 2 or 3 days after this Mary received notice that her lover was coming. The Dean had seen him and had absolutely fixed a time. To poor Mary this seemed to be most unromantic, most unpromising; and though she had thought of nothing else since she had first heard of Lord George's intention, though she had laid awake struggling to make up her mind, she had reached no conclusion. It had become quite clear to her that her father was anxious for the marriage, and there was much in it which recommended it to herself. The old elms of the park of Manor Cross were very tempting. She was not indifferent to being called my lady. Though she had been slightly hurt when told that marquises did not grow on trees, still she knew that it would be much to be a marchioness. And the man himself was good, and not only good, but very handsome. There was a nobility about him beyond that of his family. Those prone to ridicule might perhaps have called him werter-faced, but to Mary there was a sublimity in this. But then, was she in love with him? She was a sweet, innocent, ladylike, high-spirited, joyous creature. Those struggles of her father to get rid of that last porcine taint, though not quite successful as to himself, had succeeded thoroughly in regard to her. It comes at last with due care, and the due care had here been taken. She was so nice that middle-aged men wished themselves younger that they might make love to her, or older that they might be privileged to kiss her. Though keenly anxious for amusement, though over head and ears in love with sport and frolic, no unholy thought had ever polluted her mind. That men were men, and that she was a woman, had of course been considered by her. Oh, that it might some day be her privilege to love some man with all her heart and all her strength, some man who should be, at any rate to her, the very hero of heroes, the cynosure of her world. It was thus that she considered the matter. There could surely be nothing so glorious as being well in love, and the one to be thus worshipped must of course become her husband. Otherwise would her heart be broken, and perhaps his, and all would be tragedy. But with tragedy she had no sympathy. The loved one must become her husband. But the pictures she had made to herself of him were not at all like Lord George Germain. He was to be fair, with laughing eyes, quick in repartee, always riding well to the hounds. She had longed to hunt herself, but her father had objected. He must be sharp enough sometimes to others, though ever soft to her, with a silken moustache and a dimpled chin, and perhaps 24 years old. Lord George was dark. His eyes never laughed. He was silent generally, and never went out hunting at all. He was dignified and tall, very handsome no doubt, and a lord. The grand question was that, could she love him? Could she make another picture and paint him as her hero? There were doubtless heroic points in the side wave of that coal black lock, coal black where the few grey hairs had not yet shown themselves, in his great height and solemn polished manners. When her lover came she could only remember that if she accepted him she would please everybody. The Dean had taken occasion to assure her that the ladies at Manor Cross would receive her with open arms. But on this occasion she did not accept him. She was very silent, hardly able to speak a word, and almost sinking out of sight when Lord George endeavoured to press his suit by taking her hand. But she contrived at last to make him the very answer that Adelaide De Baron had made. She must take time to think of it. But the answer came from her in a different spirit. She, at any rate, knew as soon as it was given that it was her destiny in life to become Lady George Germain. She did not say yes at the moment, only because it is so hard for a girl to tell a man that she will marry him at the first asking. He made his second offer by letter, to which the Dean wrote the reply. My dear Lord George, my daughter is gratified by your affection and flattered by your manner of showing it. A few plain words are perhaps the best. She will be happy to receive you as her future husband, whenever it may suit you to come to the deanery. Yours affectionately, Henry Lovelace. Immediately upon this the conduct of Lord George was unexceptionable. He hurried over to Brotherton, and as he clasped the girl in his arms, he told her that he was the happiest man in England. Poor as he was, he made her a handsome present, and besought her, if she had any mercy, any charity, any love for him, to name an early day. Then came the 4 ladies from Manor Cross, for Lady Alice had already become Lady Alice Holdenough, and caressed her and patted her and petted her, and told her that she should be as welcome as flowers in May. Her father, too, congratulated her with more of enthusiasm and more also of demonstrated feeling than she had ever before seen him evince. He had been very unwilling, he said, to express any strong opinion of his own. It had always been his desire that his girl should please herself, but now that the thing was settled he could assure her of his thorough satisfaction. It was all that he could have desired, and now he would be ready at any time to lay himself down and be at rest. Had his girl married a spendthrift lord, even a duke devoted to pleasure and iniquity, it would have broken his heart. But he would now confess that the aristocracy of the county had charms for him, and he was not ashamed to rejoice that his child should be accepted within their pale. Then he brushed a real tear from his eyes, and Mary threw herself into his arms. The tear was real, and in all that he said there was not an insincere word. It was to him the very glory of glories that his child should be in the way of becoming the Marchioness of Brotherton. It was even a greater glory that she should be Lady George Germain. The Dean never forgot the livery stable, and owned day and night that God had been very good to him. It was soon settled that Mary was to be allowed 3 months for preparation, and that the marriage was to be solemnized in June. Of course she had much to do in preparing her wedding garments, but she had before her a much more difficult task than that at which she worked most sedulously. It was now the great business of her life to fall in love with Lord George. She must get rid of that fair young man with the silky moustache and the darling dimple. The sallow, the sublime, and the Werter faced must be made to take the place of laughing eyes and pink cheeks. She did work very hard, and sometimes, as she thought, successfully. She came to a positive conclusion that he was the handsomest man she ever saw, and that she certainly liked the few grey hairs. That his manner was thoroughly noble, no one could doubt. If he were seen merely walking down the street, he would surely be taken for a great man. He was one of whom, as her husband, she could always be proud, and that she felt to be a great thing. That he would not play lawn tennis, and that he did not care for riding, were points in his character to be regretted. Indeed, though she made some tenderly cautious inquiries, she could not find what were his amusements. She herself was passionately fond of dancing, but he certainly did not dance. He talked to her, when he did talk, chiefly of his family, of his own poverty, of the goodness of his mother and sisters, and of the great regret which they all felt that they should have been deserted by the head of their family. "He has now been away," said Lord George, "for 10 years, but not improbably he may return soon, and then we shall have to leave Manor Cross." "Leave Manor Cross?" "Of course we must do so should he come home. The place belongs to him, and we are only there because it has not suited him to reside in England." This he said with the utmost solemnity, and the statement had been produced by the answer which the Marquis had made to the letter announcing to him his brother's marriage. The Marquis had never been a good correspondent. To the ladies of the house he never wrote at all, though Lady Sarah favoured him with a periodical quarterly letter. To his agent, and less frequently to his brother, he would write curt questions on business, never covering more than one side of a sheet of note paper, and always signed "Yours B." To these the inmates of Manor Cross had now become accustomed, and little was thought of them. But on this occasion he had written 3 or 4 complete sentences, which had been intended to have, and which did have, a plain meaning. He congratulated his brother, but begged Lord George to bear in mind that he himself might not improbably want Manor Cross for his own purpose before long. If Lord George thought it would be agreeable, Mr. Knox, the agent, might have instructions to buy Miss Lovelace a present. Of this latter offer Lord George took no notice, but the intimation concerning the house sat gravely on his mind. The Dean did exactly as he had said with reference to the house in town. Of course it was necessary that there should be arrangements as to money between him and Lord George, in which he was very frank. Mary's money was all her own, giving her an income of nearly £1,500 per annum. The Dean was quite of opinion that this should be left to Lord George's management, but he thought it right as Mary's father to stipulate that his daughter should have a home of her own. Then he suggested a small house in town, and expressed an opinion that his daughter should be allowed to live there 6 months in the year. The expense of such a sojourn might be in some degree shared by himself if Lord George would receive him for a month or so in the spring. And so the thing was settled, Lord George pledging himself that the house should be taken. The arrangement was distasteful to him in many ways, but it did not seem to be unreasonable, and he could not oppose it. Then came the letter from the Marquis. Lord George did not consider himself bound to speak of that letter to the Dean, but he communicated the threat to Mary. Mary thought nothing about it, except that her future brother-in-law must be a very strange man. During all those 3 months she strove very hard to be in love, and sometimes she thought that she had succeeded. In her little way she studied the man's character, and did all she could to ingratiate herself with him. Walking seemed to be his chief relaxation, and she was always ready to walk with him. She tried to make herself believe that he was profoundly wise. And then, when she failed in other things, she fell back upon his beauty. Certainly she had never seen a handsomer face, either on a man's shoulders or in a picture. And so they were married. Now I have finished my introduction, having married my heroine to my hero, and have, I hope, instructed my reader as to those 120 incidents of which I spoke, not too tediously. If he will go back and examine, he will find that they are all there. But perhaps it will be better for us both that he should be in quiet possession of them without any such examination. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of Is He Popenjoy? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Srigley, Charlottesville, Virginia, USA. Is He Popenjoy? By Anthony Trollope. Chapter 3. Life at Manor Cross. The married couple passed their honeymoon in Ireland, Lady Brotherton having a brother, an Irish peer, who lent them for a few months his house on the Blackwater. The marriage, of course, was celebrated in the cathedral, and equally, of course, the officiating clergymen were the Dean and Canon Holdenough. On the day before the marriage, Lord George was astonished to find how rich a man was his father-in-law. "Mary's fortune is her own," he said, "but I should like to give her something. Perhaps I had better give it to you on her behalf." Then he shuffled a cheque for £1,000 into Lord George's hands. He moreover gave his daughter £100 in notes on the morning of the wedding, and thus acted the part of the benevolent father and father-in-law to a miracle. It may be acknowledged here that the receipt of the money removed a heavy weight from Lord George's heart. He was himself so poor, and at the same time so scrupulous, that he had lacked funds sufficient for the usual brightness of a wedding tour. He would not take his mother's money, nor lessen his own small patrimony, but now it seemed that wealth was showered on him from the deanery. Perhaps a sojourn in Ireland did as well as anything could towards assisting the young wife in her object of falling in love with her husband. He would hardly have been a sympathetic companion in Switzerland or Italy, as he did not care for lakes or mountains. But Ireland was new to him, and new to her, and he was glad to have an opportunity of seeing something of a people as to whom so little is really known in England. And at Ballycondra on the Blackwater they were justified in feeling a certain interest in the welfare of the tenants around them. There was something to be done, and something of which they could talk. Lord George, who couldn't hunt and wouldn't dance, and didn't care for mountains, could inquire with some zeal how much wages a peasant might earn, and what he would do with it when earned. It interested him to learn that whereas an English labourer will certainly eat and drink his wages from week to week, so that he could not be trusted to pay any sum half yearly, an Irish peasant, though he be half starving, will save his money for the rent. And Mary, at his instance, also cared for these things. It was her gift, as with many women, to be able to care for everything. It was perhaps her misfortune that she was apt to care too much for many things. The honeymoon in Ireland answered its purpose, and Lady George, when she came back to Manor Cross, almost thought that she had succeeded. She was, at any rate, able to assure her father that she had been as happy as the day was long, and that he was absolutely perfect. This assurance of perfection the Dean no doubt took at its proper value. He patted his daughter's cheek as she made it, and kissed her, and told her that he did not doubt but that, with a little care, she might make herself a happy woman. The house in town had already been taken under his auspices, but of course was not to be inhabited yet. It was a very small but very pretty little house in a quaint little street called Munster Court, near Storey's Gate, with a couple of windows looking into St. James's Park. It was now September, and London for the present was out of the question. Indeed, it had been arranged that Lord George and his wife should remain at Manor Cross till after Christmas. But the house had to be furnished, and the Dean evinced his full understanding of the duties of a father-in-law in such an emergency. This indeed was so much the case that Lord George became a little uneasy. He had the greater part of the £1,000 left, which he insisted on expending, and thought that that should have sufficed. But the Dean explained in his most cordial manner, and no man's manner could be more cordial than the Dean's, that Mary's fortune from Mr. Tallowax had been unexpected, that having had but one child he intended to do well by her, and that therefore he could now assist in starting her well in life without doing himself a damage. The house in this way was decorated and furnished, and sundry journeys up to London served to brighten the autumn, which might otherwise have been dull and tedious. At this period of her life, two things acting together, and both acting in opposition to her anticipations of life, surprised the young bride not a little. The one was her father's manner of conversation with her, and the other was her husband's. The Dean had never been a stern parent, but he had been a clergyman, and as a clergyman he had inculcated a certain strictness of life, a very modified strictness indeed, but something more rigid than might have come from him had he been a lawyer or a country gentleman. Mary had learned that he wished her to attend the cathedral services, and to interest herself respecting them, and she had always done so. He had explained to her that although he kept a horse for her to ride, he, as the Dean of Brotherton, did not wish her to be seen in the hunting field. In her dress, her ornaments, her books, her parties, there had been always something to mark slightly her clerical belongings. She had never chafed against this, because she loved her father and was naturally obedient, but she had felt something perhaps of a soft regret. Now her father, whom she saw very frequently, never spoke to her of any duties. How should her house be furnished? In what way would she lay herself out for London society? What enjoyments of life could she best secure? These seemed to be the matters on which he was most intent. It occurred to her that when speaking to her of the house in London, he never once asked her what church she would attend, and that when she spoke with pleasure of being so near the Abbey, he paid little or no attention to her remark. And then, too, she felt rather than perceived that in his counsels to her he almost intimated that she must have a plan of life different from her husband's. There were no such instructions given, but it almost seemed as though this were implied. He took it for granted that her life was to be gay and bright, though he seemed to take it also for granted that Lord George did not wish to be gay and bright. All this surprised her, but it did not perhaps surprise her so much as the serious view of life which her husband from day to day impressed upon her. That hero of her early dreams, that man with the light hair and the dimpled chin, whom she had not as yet quite forgotten, had never scolded her, had never spoken a serious word to her, and had always been ready to provide her with amusements that never palled. But Lord George made out a course of reading for her, so much for the 2 hours after breakfast, so much for the hour before dressing, so much for the evening, and also a table of results to be acquired in 3 months, in 6 months, and so much by the close of the first year, and even laid down the sum total of achievements to be produced by a dozen years of such work. Of course she determined to do as he would have her do. The great object of her life was to love him, and of course if she really loved him she would comply with his wishes. She began her daily hour of Gibbon after breakfast with great zeal, but there was present to her an idea that if the Gibbon had come from her father, and the instigations to amuse herself from her husband, it would have been better. These things surprised her, but there was another matter that vexed her. Before she had been 6 weeks at Manor Cross she found that the ladies set themselves up as her tutors. It was not the Marchioness who offended her so much as her 3 sisters-in-law. The one of the family whom she had always liked best had been also liked best by Mr. Holdenough, and had gone to live next door to her father at the Close. Lady Alice, though perhaps a little tiresome, was always gentle and good-natured. Her mother-in-law was too much in awe of her own eldest daughter ever to scold any one. But Lady Sarah could be very severe, and Lady Susanna could be very stiff, and Lady Amelia always re-echoed what her elder sisters said. Lady Sarah was by far the worst. She was 40 years old, and looked as though she were 50, and wished to be thought 60. That she was in truth very good, no one, either at Manor Cross, or in Brotherton, or in any of the parishes around, ever doubted. She knew every poor woman on the estate, and had a finger in the making of almost every petticoat worn. She spent next to nothing on herself, giving away almost all her own little income. She went to church whatever was the weather. She was never idle, and never wanted to be amused. The place in the carriage which would naturally have been hers, she had always surrendered to one of her sisters, when there had been 5 ladies at Manor Cross, and now she surrendered again to her brother's wife. She spent hours daily in the parish school. She was doctor and surgeon to the poor people, never sparing herself. But she was harsh-looking, had a harsh voice, and was dictatorial. The poor people had become used to her, and liked her ways. The women knew that her stitches never gave way, and the men had a wholesome confidence in her medicines, her plasters, and her cookery. But Lady George Germain did not see by what right she was to be made subject to her sister-in-law's jurisdiction. Church matters did not go quite on all fours at Manor Cross. The ladies, as has before been said, were all high, the Marchioness being the least exigeant in that particular, and Lady Amelia the most so. Ritual, indeed, was the one point of interest in Lady Amelia's life. Among them there was a scent enough for daily comfort, but Lord George was in this respect, and in this respect only, a trouble to them. He never declared himself openly, but it seemed to them that he did not care much about church at all. He would generally go of a Sunday morning, but there was a conviction that he did so chiefly to oblige his mother. Nothing was ever said of this. There was probably present to the ladies some feeling, not uncommon, that religion is not so necessary for men as for women. But Lady George was a woman, and Lady George was also the daughter of a clergyman. There was now a double connection between Manor Cross and the Close at Brotherton. Mr. Canon Holdenough, who was an older man than the Dean, and had been longer known in the diocese, was a most unexceptional clergyman, rather high, leaning towards the high and dry, very dignified, and quite as big a man in Brotherton as the Dean himself. The Dean was indeed the Dean, but Mr. Holdenough was uncle to a baronet, and the Holdenoughs had been Holdenoughs when the Conqueror came. And then he also had a private income of his own. Now all this gave to the ladies at Manor Cross a peculiar right to be great in church matters, so that Lady Sarah was able to speak with much authority to Mary when she found that the bride, though a dean's daughter, would only go to 2 services a week, and would shirk one of them if the weather gave the slightest colouring of excuse. "You used to like the cathedral services," Lady Sarah said to her one day when Mary had declined to go to the parish churches to sing the praises of St. Processus. "That was because they were cathedral services," said Mary. "You mean to say that you attended the house of God because the music was good?" Mary had not thought the subject over sufficiently to be enabled to say that good music is supplied with the object of drawing large congregations, so she only shrugged her shoulders. "I too like good music, dear, but I do not think the want of it should keep me from church." Mary again shrugged her shoulders, remembering as she did so that her sister-in-law did not know one tune from another. Lady Alice was the only one of the family who had ever studied music. "Even your papa goes on saints' days," continued Lady Sarah, conveying a sneer against the Dean by that word even. "Papa is Dean. I suppose he has to go." "He would not go to church, I suppose, unless he approved of going?" The subject then dropped. Lady George had not yet arrived at that sort of snarling home intimacy which would have justified her in telling Lady Sarah that if she wanted a lesson at all, she would prefer to take it from her husband. The poor women's petticoats were another source of trouble. Before the autumn was over, by the end of October, when Mary had been 2 months at Manor Cross, She had been got to acknowledge that ladies living in the country should employ a part of their time in making clothes for the poor people, and she very soon learned to regret the acknowledgment. She was quickly driven into a corner by an assertion from Lady Sarah that, such being the case, the time to be so employed should be defined. She had intended to make something, perhaps an entire petticoat, at some future time, but Lady Sarah was not going to put up with conduct such as that. Mary had acknowledged her duty. Did she mean to perform it, or to neglect it? She made one petticoat, and then gently appealed to her husband. Did not he think that petticoats could be bought cheaper than they could be made? He figured it out, and found that his wife could earn 3 halfpence a day by 2 hours' work, and even Lady Sarah did not require from her more than 2 hours daily. Was it worth while that she should be made miserable for 9 pence a week, less than £2 a year? Lady George figured it out also, and offered the exact sum, £1 19s, to Lady Sarah, in order that she might be let off for the first 12 months. Then Lady Sarah was full of wrath. Was that the spirit in which offerings were to be made to the Lord? Mary was asked with stern indignation whether in bestowing the work of her hands upon the people, whether in the very fact that she was doing for the poor that which was distasteful to herself, she did not recognize the performance of a duty? Mary considered a while, and then said that she thought a petticoat was a petticoat, and that perhaps the one made by the regular petticoat maker would be the best. She did not allude to the grand doctrine of the division of labour, nor did she hint that she might be doing more harm than good by interfering with regular trade, because she had not studied those matters. But that was the line of her argument. Lady Sarah told her that her heart in that matter was as hard as a nether millstone. The young wife, not liking this, withdrew, and again appealed to her husband. His mind was divided on the subject. He was clearly of opinion that the petticoat should be obtained in the cheapest market, but he doubted much about that 3 halfpence in 2 hours. It might be that his wife could not do better at present, but experience would come, and in that case she would be obtaining experience as well as earning 3 halfpence. And moreover, petticoats made at Manor Cross would, he thought, undoubtedly be better than any that could be bought. He came, however, to no final decision, and Mary, finding herself every morning sitting in a great petticoat conclave, hardly had an alternative but to join it. It was not in any spirit of complaint that she spoke on the subject to her father as the winter came on. A certain old Miss Tallowax had come to the deanery, and it had been thought proper that Lady George should spend a day or 2 there. Miss Tallowax also had money of her own, and even still owned a share in the business, and the Dean had pointed out both to Lord George and his wife that it would be well that they should be civil to her. Lord George was to come on the last day and dine and sleep at the deanery. On this occasion, when the Dean and his daughter were alone together, she said something in a playful way about the great petticoat contest. "Don't you let those old ladies sit upon you," said the Dean. He smiled as he spoke, but his daughter well knew from his tone that he meant his advice to be taken seriously. "Of course, papa, I should like to accommodate myself to them as much as I can." "But you can't, my dear. Your manner of life can't be their manner, nor theirs yours. I should have thought that George would see that." "He didn't take their part, you know." "Of course he didn't. As a married woman you are entitled to have your own way, unless he should wish it otherwise. I don't want to make this matter serious, but if it is pressed, tell them that you do not care to spend your time in that way. They cling to old fashions. That is natural enough. But it is absurd to suppose that they should make you as old-fashioned as themselves." He had taken the matter up quite seriously, and had given his daughter advice evidently with the intention that she should profit by it. That which he had said as to her being a married woman struck her forcibly. No doubt these ladies at Manor Cross were her superiors in birth. but she was their brother's wife, and as a married woman had rights of her own. A little spirit of rebellion already began to kindle itself within her bosom, but in it there was nothing of mutiny against her husband. If he were to desire her to make petticoats all day, of course she would make them, but in this contest he had been, as it were, neutral, and had certainly given her no orders. She thought a good deal about it while at the deanery, and made up her mind that she would sit in the petticoat conclave no longer. It could not be her duty to pass her time in an employment in which a poor woman might with difficulty earn 6d. a day. Surely she might do better with her time than that, even though she should spend it all in reading Gibbon. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Is He Popenjoy? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Srigley, Charlottesville, Virginia, USA. Is He Popenjoy? By Anthony Trollope. Chapter 4. At the Deanery. There was a dinner party at the deanery during Miss Tallowax's sojourn at Brotherton. Mr. Canon Holdenough and Lady Alice were there. The bishop and his wife had been asked, a ceremony which was gone through once a year, but had been debarred from accepting the invitation by the presence of clerical guests at the palace. But his lordship's chaplain, Mr. Groschut, was present. Mr. Groschut also held an honorary prebendal stall, and was one of the chapter, a thorn sometimes in the dean's side. But appearances were well kept up at Brotherton, and no one was more anxious that things should be done in a seemly way than the dean. Therefore Mr. Groschut, who was a very low churchman and had once been a Jew, but who bore a very high character for theological erudition, was asked to the deanery. There was also one or two other clergymen there with their wives, and Mr. and Mrs. Houghton. Mrs. Houghton, it will be remembered, was the beautiful woman who had refused to become the wife of Lord George Germain. Before taking this step, the dean had been careful to learn whether his son-in-law would object to meet the Houghtons. Such objection would have been foolish, as the families had all known each other. Both Mr. De Baron, Mrs. Houghton's father, and Mr. Houghton himself had been intimate with the late Marquis, and had been friends of the present lord before he had quitted the country. A lady, when she refuses a gentleman, gives no cause of quarrel. All this the dean understood, and as he himself had known both Mr. Houghton and Mr. De Baron ever since he came to Brotherton, he thought it better that there should be such a meeting. Lord George blushed up to the roots of his hair, and then said that he should be very glad to meet the gentleman and his wife. The two young brides had known each other as girls, and now met with, at any rate, an appearance of friendship. "My dear," said Mrs. Houghton, who was about 4 years the elder, "of course I know all about it, and so do you. You are an heiress, and could afford to please yourself. I had nothing of my own, and should have had to pass all my time at Manor Cross. Are you surprised?" "Why should I be surprised?" said Lady George, who was, however, very much surprised at this address. "Well, you know, he is the handsomest man in England. Everybody allows that. And then such a family, and such possibilities. I was very much flattered. Of course he had not seen you then, or only seen you as a child, or I shouldn't have had a chance. It is a great deal better as it is, isn't it?" "I think so, certainly." "I am so glad to hear that you have a house in town. We go up about the 1st of April, when the hunting is over. Mr. Houghton does not ride much, but he hunts a great deal. We live in Berkeley Square, you know, and I do so hope we shall see ever so much of you." "I'm sure I hope so too," said Lady George, who had never hitherto been very fond of Miss De Baron, and had entertained a vague idea that she ought to be a little afraid of Mrs. Houghton. But when her father's guest was so civil to her, she did not know how to be other than civil in return. "There is no reason why what has passed should make any awkwardness, is there?" "No," said Lady George, feeling that she almost blushed at the allusion to so delicate a subject. "Of course not. Why should there? Lord George will soon get used to me, just as if nothing had happened, and I shall always be ever so fond of him. In a way, you know, there shall be nothing to make you jealous." "I'm not a bit afraid of that," said Lady George, almost too earnestly. "You need not be, I'm sure. Not but what I do think he was at one time very, very much attached to me. But it couldn't be. And what's the good of thinking of such a thing when it can't be? I don't pretend to be very virtuous, and I like money. Now Mr. Houghton, at any rate, has got a large income. If I had had your fortune at my own command, I don't say what I might not have done." Lady George almost felt that she ought to be offended by all this, almost felt that she was disgusted, but at the same time she did not quite understand it. Her father had made a point of asking the Houghtons, and had told her that of course she would know the Houghtons up in town. She had an idea that she was very ignorant of the ways of life, but that now it would behoove her as a married woman to learn those ways. Perhaps the free and easy mode of talking was the right thing. She did not like being told by another lady that that other lady would have married her own husband, only that he was a pauper, and the offence of all this seemed to be the greater because it was all so recent. She didn't like being told that she was not to be jealous, especially when she remembered that her husband had been desperately in love with the lady who told her so not many months ago. But she was not jealous, and was quite sure she never would be jealous, and perhaps it did not matter. All this had occurred in the drawing room before dinner. Then Mr. Houghton came up to her, telling her that he had been commissioned by the Dean to have the honour of taking her down to dinner. Having made his little speech, Mr. Houghton retired, as gentlemen generally do retire when in that position. "Be as nice as you can to him," said Mrs. Houghton. "He hasn't much to say for himself, but he isn't half a bad fellow, and a pretty woman like you can do what she likes with him." Lady George, as she went down to dinner, assured herself that she had no slightest wish to take any unfair advantage of Mr. Houghton. Lord George had taken down Miss Tallowax, the Dean having been very wise in this matter, and Miss Tallowax was in a seventh heaven of happiness. Miss Tallowax, though she had made no promises, was quite prepared to do great things for her noble connections, if her noble connections would treat her properly. She had already made half a dozen wills, and was quite ready to make another, if Lord George would be civil to her. The Dean was in his heart a little ashamed of his aunt, but he was man enough to be able to bear her eccentricities without showing his vexation, and sufficiently wise to know that more was to be won than lost by the relationship. "The best woman in the world," he had said to Lord George beforehand, speaking of his aunt. "But of course you will remember that she was not brought up as a lady." Lord George, with stately urbanity, had signified his intention of treating Miss Tallowax with every consideration. "She has £30,000 at her own disposal," continued the Dean. "I have never said a word to her about money, but upon my honour I think she likes Mary better than any one else. It's worth bearing in mind, you know." Lord George smiled again in a stately manner, perhaps showing something of displeasure in his smile, but nevertheless he was well aware that it was worth his while to bear Miss Tallowax and her money in his mind. "My lord," said Miss Tallowax, "I hope you will allow me to say how much honoured we all feel by Mary's proud position." Lord George bowed and smiled, and led the lady into the deanery dining room. Words did not come easily to him, and he hardly knew how to answer the lady. "Of course it's a great thing for people such as us," continued Miss Tallowax, "to be connected with the family of a marquis." Again Lord George bowed. This was very bad indeed, a great deal worse than he had anticipated from the aunt of so courtly a man as his father-in-law, the Dean. The lady looked to be about 60, very small, very healthy, with streaky red cheeks, small grey eyes, and a brown front. Then came upon him an idea that it would be a very long time before the £30,000 or any part of it would come to him. And then there came to him another idea, that as he had married the Dean's daughter, it was his duty to behave well to the Dean's aunt, even though the money should never come to him. He therefore told Miss Tallowax that his mother hoped to have the pleasure of seeing her at Manor Cross before she left Brotherton. Miss Tallowax almost got out of her seat as she curtsied with her head and shoulders to this proposition. The Dean was a very good man at the head of his own dinner table, and the party went off pleasantly in spite of sundry attempts at clerical pugnacity made by Mr. Groschut. Every man and every beast has his own weapon. The wolf fights with his tooth, the bull with his horn, and Mr. Groschut always fought with his bishop, so taught by inner instinct. The bishop, according to Mr. Groschut, was inclined to think that this and that might be done, that such a change might be advantageously made in reference to certain clerical meetings, and that the hilarity of the diocese might be enhanced by certain evangelical festivities. These remarks were generally addressed to Mr. Canon Holdenough, who made almost no reply to them. But the Dean was, on each occasion, prepared with some civil answer, which, while it was an answer, would still seem to change the conversation. It was a law in the Close that Bishop Barton should be never allowed to interfere with the affairs of Brotherton Cathedral, and if not the bishop, certainly not the bishop's chaplain. Though the Canon and the Dean did not go altogether on all fours in reference to clerical affairs generally, they were both agreed on this point. But the chaplain, who knew the condition of affairs as well as they did, thought the law a bad law, and was determined to abolish it. It certainly would be very pleasant, Mr. Holdenough, if we could have such a meeting within the confines of the Close. I don't mean to day, and I don't mean to morrow, but we might think of it. The bishop, who has the greatest love for the cathedral services, is very much of that mind." "I do not know that I care very much for any out of door gatherings," said the Canon. "But why out of doors?" asked the chaplain. "Whatever meeting there is to be in the Close will, I hope, be held in the deanery," said the Dean. "But of all meetings I must say that I like meetings such as this the best. Germain, will you pass the bottle?" When they were alone together he always called his son-in-law George, but in company he dropped the more familiar name. Mr. De Baron, Mrs. Houghton's father, liked his joke. "Sporting men," he said, "always go to a meet, and clerical men to a meeting. What's the difference?" "A good deal, if it is in the colour of the coat," said the Dean. "The one is always under cover," said the Canon. "The other, I believe, is generally held out of doors." "There is, I fancy, a considerable resemblance in the energy of those who are brought together," said the chaplain. "But clergymen ain't allowed to hunt, are they?" said Mr. Houghton, who, as usual, was a little in the dark as to the subject under consideration. "What's to prevent them?" asked the Canon, who had never been out hunting in his life, and who certainly would have advised a young clergyman to abstain from the sport. But in asking the question he was enabled to strike a sidelong blow at the objectionable chaplain by seeming to question the bishop's authority. "Their own conscience, I should hope," said the chaplain solemnly, thereby parrying the blow successfully. "I'm very glad then," said Mr. Houghton, "that I didn't go into the church." To be thought a real hunting man was the great object of Mr. Houghton's ambition. "I'm afraid you would hardly have suited us, Houghton," said the Dean. "Come, shall we go up to the ladies?" In the drawing room, after a little while, Lord George found himself seated next to Mrs. Houghton, Adelaide De Baron, as she had been when he had sighed in vain at her feet. How it had come to pass that he was sitting there he did not know, but he was quite sure that it had come to pass by no arrangement contrived by himself. He had looked at her once since he had been in the room, almost blushing as he did so, and had told himself that she was certainly very beautiful. He almost thought that she was more beautiful than his wife, but he knew now, that her beauty and her manners were not as well suited to him as those of the sweet creature whom he had married. And now he was once more seated close to her, and it was incumbent on him to speak to her. "I hope," she said almost in a whisper, but still not seeming to whisper, "that we have both become very happy since we met last." "I hope so indeed," said he. "There cannot at least be any doubt as to you, Lord George. I never knew a sweeter young girl than Mary Lovelace, so pretty, so innocent, and so enthusiastic. I am but a poor worldly creature compared to her." "She is all that you say, Mrs. Houghton." Lord George also was displeased more thoroughly displeased than had been his wife. But he did not know how to show his displeasure, and though he felt it, he still felt also the old influence of the woman's beauty. "I am so delighted to have heard that you have got a house in Munster Court. I hope that Lady George and I may be fast friends. Indeed, I won't call her Lady George, for she was married to me before we either of us thought of getting husbands for ourselves." This was not strictly true, but of that Lord George could know nothing. "And I do hope, may I hope, that you will call on me?" "Certainly I will do so." "It will add so much to the happiness of my life, if you will allow me to feel that all that has come and gone has not broken the friendship between us." "Certainly not," said Lord George. The lady had then said all that she had got to say, and changed her position as silently as she had occupied it. There was no abruptness of motion, and yet Lord George saw her talking to her husband at the other side of the room, almost while his own words were still sounding in his own ears. Then he watched her for the next few minutes. Certainly she was very beautiful. There was no room for comparison, they were so unlike. Otherwise he would have been disposed to say that Adelaide was the more beautiful. But Adelaide certainly would not have suited the air of Manor Cross, or have associated well with Lady Sarah. On the next day the Marchioness and Ladies Susanna and Amelia drove over to the deanery in great state to call on Miss Tallowax, and to take Lady George back to Manor Cross. Miss Tallowax enjoyed the company of the Marchioness greatly. She had never seen a lady of that rank before. "Only think how I must feel," she said to her niece that morning, "I that never spoke to any one above a baronet's lady in my life." "I don't think you'll find much difference," said Mary. "You're used to it. You're one of them yourself. You're above a baronet's lady, ain't you, my dear?" "I have hardly looked into all that as yet, aunt. There must surely have been a little fib in this, or the Dean's daughter must have been very much unlike other young ladies." "I suppose I ought to be afraid of you, my dear, only you are so nice and so pretty, and as for Lord George, he was quite condescending." Lady George knew that praise was intended, and therefore made no objection to the otherwise objectionable epithet. The visit of the Marchioness was passed over with the less disturbance to Miss Tallowax, because it was arranged that she was to be taken over to lunch at Manor Cross on the following day. Lord George had said a word, and Lady Sarah had consented, though as a rule Lady Sarah did not like the company of vulgar people. The peasants of the parish, down to the very poorest of the poor, were her daily companions. With them she would spend hours, feeling no inconvenience from their language or habits. But she did not like gentlefolk who were not gentle. In days now long gone by, she had only assented to the Dean because holy orders are supposed to make a gentleman. For she would acknowledge a bishop to be as grand a nobleman as any, though he might have been born the son of a butcher. But nobility and gentry cannot travel backwards, and she had been in doubt about Miss Tallowax. But even with the Lady Sarah, a feeling has made its way which teaches them to know that they must submit to some changes. The thing was to be regretted, but Lady Sarah knew that she was not strong enough to stand quite alone. "You know she is very rich," the Marchioness had said in a whisper, "and if Brotherton marries, your poor brother will want it so badly." "That ought not to make any difference, mamma," said Lady Sarah. Whether it did make any difference or not, Lady Sarah herself probably hardly knew, but she did consent to the asking of Miss Tallowax to lunch at Manor Cross. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Is He Popenjoy? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Is He Popenjoy? By Anthony Trollope. Chapter 5. Miss Tallowax is shown the house. The Dean took his aunt over to Manor Cross in his brougham. The Dean's brougham was the neatest carriage in Brotherton, very much more so than the bishop's family carriage. It was, no doubt, generally to be seen with only one horse, and neither the bishop or Mrs. Barton ever stirred without two. But then one horse is enough for town work, and that one horse could lift his legs and make himself conspicuous in a manner of which the bishop's rather sorry jades knew nothing. On this occasion, as the journey was long, there were 2 horses, hired, but nevertheless the brougham looked very well as it came up the long Manor Cross avenue. Miss Tallowax became rather frightened as she drew near to the scene of her coming grandeur. "Henry," she said to her nephew, "they will think so little of me." "My dear aunt," replied the Dean, "in these days a lady who has plenty of money of her own can hold her head up anywhere. The dear old Marchioness will think quite as much of you as you do of her." What perhaps struck Miss Tallowax most at the first moment was the plainness of the ladies' dresses. She herself was rather gorgeous in a shot silk gown and a fashionable bonnet crowded with flowers. She had been ashamed of the splendour of the article as she put it on, and yet had been ashamed also of her ordinary daily headgear. But when she saw the Marchioness, and especially when she saw Lady Sarah, who was altogether strange to her, she wished that she had come in her customary black gown. She had heard something about Lady Sarah from her niece, and had conceived an idea that Lady Sarah was the dragon of the family. But when she saw a little woman, looking almost as old as herself, though in truth the one might have been the other's mother, dressed in an old brown merino, with the slightest morsel of white collar to be seen round her neck, she began to hope that the dragon would not be very fierce. "I hope you like Brotherton, Miss Tallowax," said Lady Sarah. "I think I have heard that you were here once before." "I like Brotherton very much, my lady." Lady Sarah smiled as graciously as she knew how. "I came when they first made Henry Dean, a long time ago now it seems, but he had then not had the honour of knowing your mamma or the family." "It wasn't long before we did know him," said the Marchioness. Then Miss Tallowax turned round and again curtsied with her head and shoulders. The Dean at this moment was not in the room, having been withdrawn from the ladies by his son-in-law at the front door. But as luncheon was announced, the 2 men came in. Lord George gave his arm to his wife's great aunt, and the Dean followed with the Marchioness. "I really am almost ashamed to walk out before her ladyship," said Miss Tallowax, with a slight attempt at laughing at her own ignorance. But Lord George rarely laughed at anything, and certainly did not know how to treat pleasantly such a subject as this. "It's quite customary," he said very gravely. The lunch was much more tremendous to Miss Tallowax than had been the dinner at the deanery. Though she was ignorant at any rate of the ways of such people as those with whom she was now consorting, she was by no means a stupid old woman. She was soon able to perceive that in spite of the old merino gown, it was Lady Sarah's spirit that quelled them all. At first there was very little conversation. Lord George did not speak a word. The Marchioness never exerted herself. Poor Mary was cowed and unhappy. The Dean made 1 or 2 little efforts, but without much success. Lady Sarah was intent upon her mutton chop, which she finished to the last shred, turning it over and over in her plate so that it should be economically disposed of, looking at it very closely because she was short-sighted. But when the mutton chop had finally done its duty, she looked up from her plate and gave evident signs that she intended to take upon herself the weight of the conversation. All the subsequent ceremonies of the lunch itself, the little tarts and the jelly, and the custard pudding, she despised altogether, regarding them as wicked additions. 1 pudding after dinner she would have allowed, but nothing more of that sort. It might be all very well for parvenu millionaires to have 2 grand dinners a day, but it could not be necessary that the Germains should live in that way, even when the Dean of Brotherton and his aunt came to lunch with them. "I hope you like this part of the country, Miss Tallowax," she said, as soon as she had deposited her knife and fork over the bone. "Manor Cross is quite splendid, my lady," said Miss Tallowax. "It is an old house, and we shall have great pleasure in showing you what the people call the state-rooms. We never use them. Of course you know the house belongs to my brother, and we only live here because it suits him to stay in Italy." "That's the young Marquis, my lady?" "Yes, my elder brother is Marquis of Brotherton, but I cannot say that he is very young. He is 2 years my senior, and 10 years older than George." "But I think he's not married yet?" asked Miss Tallowax. The question was felt to be disagreeable by them all. Poor Mary could not keep herself from blushing, as she remembered how much to her might depend on this question of her brother-in-law's marriage. Lord George felt that the old lady was inquiring what chance there might be that her grandniece should ever become a marchioness. Old Lady Brotherton, who had always been anxious that her elder son should marry, felt uncomfortable, as did also the Dean, conscious that all there must be conscious how important must be the matter to him. "No," said Lady Sarah with stately gravity, "my elder brother is not yet married. If you would like to see the rooms, Miss Tallowax, I shall have pleasure in showing you the way." The Dean had seen the rooms before, and remained with the old lady. Lord George, who thought very much of everything affecting his own family, joined the party, and Mary felt herself compelled to follow her husband and her aunt. The two younger sisters also accompanied Lady Sarah. "This is the room in which Queen Elizabeth slept," said Lady Sarah, entering a large chamber on the ground floor, in which there was a four-post bedstead, almost as high as the ceiling, and looking as though no human body had profaned it for the last 3 centuries. "Dear me," said Miss Tallowax, almost afraid to press such sacred boards with her feet. "Queen Elizabeth! Did she really now?" "Some people say she never did actually come to Manor Cross at all," said the conscientious Lady Amelia, "but there is no doubt that the room was prepared for her." "Laws!" said Miss Tallowax, who began to be less afraid of distant royalty, now that a doubt was cast on its absolute presence. "Examining the evidence as closely as we can," said Lady Sarah, with a savage glance at her sister, "I am inclined to think that she certainly did come. We know that she was at Brotherton in 1582, and there exists the letter in which Sir Humphrey Germain, as he was then, is desired to prepare rooms for her. I myself have no doubt on the subject." "After all, it does not make much difference," said Mary. "I think it makes all the difference in the world," said Lady Susanna. "That piece of furniture will always be sacred to me, because I believe it did once afford rest and sleep to the gracious majesty of England." "It do make a difference, certainly," said Miss Tallowax, looking at the bed with all her eyes. "Does anybody ever go to bed here now?" "Nobody ever," said Lady Sarah. "Now we will go through to the great dining hall. That's the portrait of the first Earl." "Painted by Kneller," said Lady Amelia proudly. "Oh, indeed," said Miss Tallowax. "There is some doubt as to that," said Lady Sarah. "I have found out that Sir Godfrey Kneller was only born in 1648. And as the first Earl died a year or 2 after the Restoration, I don't know that he could have done it." "It was always said that it was painted by Kneller," said Lady Amelia. "There has been a mistake, I fear," said Lady Sarah. "Oh, indeed," said Miss Tallowax, looking up with intense admiration at a very ill-drawn old gentleman in armour. Then they entered the state dining-room, or hall, and Miss Tallowax was informed that the room had not been used for any purpose whatever for very many years. "And such a beautiful room," said Miss Tallowax, with much regret. "The fact is, I believe, that the chimney smokes horribly," said Lord George. "I never remember a fire here," said Lady Sarah. "In very cold weather we have a portable stove brought in, just to preserve the furniture. This is called the old ball-room." "Dear me!" ejaculated Miss Tallowax, looking round at the faded yellow hangings. "We did have a ball here once," said Lady Amelia, "when Brotherton came of age. I can just remember it." "Has it never been used since?" asked Mary. "Never," said Lady Sarah. "Sometimes when it's rainy we walk up and down for exercise. It is a fine old house, but I often wish that it were smaller. I don't think people want rooms of this sort now as much as they used to do. Perhaps a time may come when my brother will make Manor Cross gay again, but it is not very gay now. I think that is all, Miss Tallowax." "It's very fine indeed," said Miss Tallowax, shivering. Then they all trooped back into the morning-room, which they used for their daily life. The old lady, when she had got back into the brougham with her nephew, the Dean, was able to express her mind freely. "I wouldn't live in that house, Henry. Not if they was to give it me for nothing. They'd have to give you something to keep it up with. And not then neither. Of course it's all very well having a bed that Queen Elizabeth slept in, or didn't sleep in. I teach myself to believe she did. But dear me, that isn't everything. It nearly gave me the horrors to look at it. Room after room, room after room, and nobody living in any of them. People can't live in more than a certain number of rooms at once, aunt. Then what's the use of having them? And don't you think for the daughters of a marchioness they are all a little what you'd call dowdy? They don't go in for dress much. Why, my Jemima at home, when the dirty work is done, is twice smarter than Lady Sarah. And Henry, don't you think they're a little hard upon Mary? Hard upon her? How? The Dean had listened to the old woman's previous criticisms with a smile, but now he was interested and turned sharply round to her. How hard? Moping her up there among themselves, and it seemed to me they snubbed her whenever she spoke. The Dean had not wanted his aunt's observations to make him feel this. The tone of every syllable addressed to his girl had caught his ear. He had been pleased to marry her into so good a family. He had been delighted to think that by means of his prosperity in the world his father's granddaughter might probably become a peeress. But he certainly had not intended that even for such a reward as that his daughter should become submissive to the old maids at Manor Cross. Foreseeing something of this, he had stipulated that she should not have a house of her own in London, but half her time would probably be spent in the country, and with reference to that half of her time it would be necessary that she should be made to understand that as the wife of Lord George she was in no respect inferior to his sisters, and that in some respects she was their superior. I don't see the good of living in a big house, continued Miss Tallowax, if all the time everything is to be as dull as dull. They are older than she is, you know. Poor little dear, I always did say that young folk should have young folk about them. Of course, it's a great thing for her to have a lord for her husband, but he looks a'most too old himself for such a pretty darling as your Mary. He's only 33. It's in the looks, I suppose, because he's so grand, but it's that Lady Sarah puzzles me. It isn't in her looks, and yet she has it all her own way. Well, I like going there, and I'm glad I've been, but I don't know as I shall ever want to go again. Then there was silence for some time, but as the brougham was driven into Brotherton, Miss Tallowax spoke again. I don't suppose an old woman like me can ever be of any use, and you'll always be at hand to look after her. But if ever she should want an outing just to raise her spirits, old as I am, I think I could make it brighter for her than it is there. The Dean took her hand and pressed it, and then there was no more said. When the brougham was driven away, Lord George took his wife for a walk in the park. She was still struggling hard to be in love with him, never owning failure to herself, and sometimes assuring herself that she had succeeded altogether. Now, when he asked her to come with him, she put on her hat joyfully and joined her hands over his arm as she walked away with him into the shrubbery. She's a wonderful old woman, is not she, George? Not very wonderful. Of course you think she's vulgar. I didn't say so. No, you're too good to say so, because she's papa's aunt. But she's very good. Don't you think she's very good? I dare say she is. I don't know that I run into superlatives quite so much as you do. She has brought me such a handsome present. I could not show it you before them all just now, and it only came down from London this morning. She did not say a word about it before. Look here. Then she slipped her glove off and showed him a diamond ring. You should not wear that out of doors. I only put it on to show you. Wasn't it good of her? Young people of rank ought to wear nice things, she said, as she gave it to me. Wasn't it an odd thing for her to say? And yet I understood her. Lord George frowned, thinking that he also understood the old woman's words, and reminding himself that the ladies of rank at Manor Cross never did wear nice things. Don't you think it was nice? Of course she is entitled to make you a present if she pleases. It pleased me, George, I dare say, and as it doesn't displease me, all is well. You, however, have quite sense enough to understand that in this house more is thought of, he would have said blood, but that he did not wish to hurt her. Morris thought of personal good conduct than of rings and jewels. Rings and jewels and personal conduct may go together, mayn't they? Of course they may, and very often do. You won't think my personal conduct will be injured because I wear my aunt's ring. When Lord George made his allusion to personal conduct, one of her two hands dropped from his arm, and now, as she repeated the words, there was a little sting of sarcasm in her voice. I was intending to answer your aunt's opinion that young people ought to wear nice things. No doubt there is at present a great rage for rich ornaments and costly dress, and it was of these she was thinking when she spoke of nice things. When I spoke of personal conduct being more thought of here, I intended to imply that you had come into a family not given to rich ornaments and costly dress. My sisters feel that their portion in this world is assured to them without such outward badges, and wish that you should share the feeling. This was a regular sermon, and to Mary's thinking was very disagreeable, and not at all deserved. Did her husband really mean to tell her that, because his sisters chose to dress themselves down in the country like dowdy old maids whom the world had deserted, she was to do the same up in London? The injustice of this on all sides struck home to her at the moment. They were old, and she was young. They were plain, she was pretty. They were poor, she was rich. They didn't feel any wish to make themselves what she called nice. She did feel a very strong wish in that direction. They were old maids, she was a young bride. And then what right had they to domineer over her, and to send word to her through her husband of their wishes as to her manner of dressing? She said nothing at the moment, but she became red, and began to feel that she had power within her to rebel at any rate against her sisters-in-law. There was silence for a moment or so, and then Lord George reverted to the subject. "I hope you can sympathize with my sisters," he said. He had felt that the hands had been dropped, and had understood something of the reason. She wished to rebel against them, but by no means wished to oppose him. She was aware, as though by instinct, that her life would be very bad indeed should she fail to sympathize with him. It was still the all-paramount desire of her heart to be in love with him, but she could not bring herself to say that she sympathized with them in this direct attack that was made on her own mode of thought. "Of course, they are a little older than I am," she said, hoping to get out of the difficulty, "and therefore the more entitled to consideration. I think you will own that they must know what is and what is not becoming to a lady." "Do you mean," said she, hardly able to choke a rising sob, "that they have anything to find fault within me?" "I have said nothing as to finding fault, Mary. Do they think that I do not dress as I ought to do?" "Why should you ask such a question as that?" "I don't know what else I am to understand, George. Of course I will do anything that you tell me. If you wish me to make any change, I will make it. But I hope they won't send me messages through you." "I thought you would have been glad to know that they interested themselves about you." In answer to this Mary pouted, but her husband did not see the pout. "Of course they are anxious that you should become one of them. We are a very united family. I do not speak now of my elder brother, who is in a great measure separated from us, and is of a different nature. But my mother, my sisters, and I have very many opinions in common. We live together, and have the same way of thinking. Our rank is high, and our means are small. But to me blood is much more than wealth. We acknowledge, however, that rank demands many sacrifices, and my sisters endeavour to make those sacrifices most conscientiously. A woman more thoroughly devoted to good works than Sarah I have never even read of. If you will believe this, you will understand what they mean, and what I mean, when we say that here at Manor Cross we think more of personal conduct than of rings and jewels. You wish, Mary, to be one of us, do you not?" She paused for a moment, and then she answered, "I wish to be always one with you." He almost wanted to be angry at this, but it was impossible. "To be one with me, dearest," he said, "you must be one also with them. I cannot love them as I do you, George. That I am sure. is not the meaning of being married." Then she thought of it all steadily for a minute, and after that made a further speech. "And I don't think I can quite dress like them. I am sure you would not like it if I did." As she said this she put her second hand back upon his arm. He said nothing further on the subject till he had brought her back to the house, walking along by her side almost mute, not quite knowing whether he ought to be offended with her or to take her part. It was true that he would not have liked her to look like Lady Sarah, but he would have liked her to make some approach in that direction, sufficient to show submission. He was already beginning to fear the absence of all control which would befall his young wife in that London life to which she was to be so soon introduced, and was meditating whether he could not induce one of his sisters to accompany them. As to Sarah he was almost helpless. Amelia would be of little or no service, though she would be more likely to ingratiate herself with his wife than the others. Susanna was less strong than Sarah, and less amiable than Amelia. And then, how would it be if Mary were to declare that she would rather begin the campaign without any of them? The young wife, as soon as she found herself alone in her own bedroom, sat down and resolved that she would never allow herself to be domineered by her husband's sisters. She would be submissive to him in all things, but his authority should not be delegated to them. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Izzy Popenjoy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. Izzy Popenjoy by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 6. Bad Tidings. About the middle of October there came a letter from the Marquis of Brotherton to his brother, which startled them all at Manor Cross very much indeed. In answering Lord George's communication as to the marriage, the Marquis had been mysterious and disagreeable. But then he was always disagreeable, and would on occasions take the trouble to be mysterious also. He had warned his brother that he might himself want the house at Manor Cross, but he had said the same thing frequently during his residence in Italy, being always careful to make his mother and sisters understand that they might have to take themselves away any day at a very short warning. But now the short warning had absolutely come, and had come in such a shape as to upset everything at Manor Cross, and to upset many things at the Brotherton Deanery. The letter was as follows: "My dear George, I am to be married to the Marchesa Luigi. Her name is Caterina Luigi, and she is a widow. As to her age, you can ask herself when you see her, if you dare. I haven't dared. I suppose her to be 10 years younger than myself. I did not expect that it would be so, but she says now that she would like to live in England. Of course I've always meant to go back myself some day. I don't suppose we shall be there before May, but we must have the house got ready. My mother and the girls had better look out for a place as soon as they can. Tell my mother, of course, I will allow her the rent of Cross Hall, to which indeed she is entitled. I don't think she would care to live there, and neither she nor the girls would get on with my wife. Yours, B. I am waiting to know about getting the house painted and furnished." When Lord George received this letter, he showed it first in privacy to his sister Sarah. As the reader will have understood, there had never been any close family affection between the present Marquis and his brothers and sisters, nor had he been a loving son to his mother. But the family at Manor Cross had always endeavoured to maintain a show of regard for the head of the family, and the old Marchioness would no doubt have been delighted had her eldest son come home and married an English wife. Lady Sarah, in performing what she had considered to be a family duty, had written regular dispatches to her elder brother, telling him everything that happened about the place, dispatches which he, probably, never read. Now there had come a blow indeed. Lady Sarah read the letter, and then looked into her brother's face. "Have you told Mary?" she asked. "I have told no one." "It concerns her as much as any of us. Of course, if he is married, it is right that he should have his house. We ought to wish that he should live here." "If he were different from what he is," said Lord George. If she is good, it may be that he will become different. It is not the thing, but the manner in which he tells it to us. Did you ever hear her name before?" "Never." "What a way he has of mentioning her, about her age," said Lady Sarah, infinitely shocked. "Well, mamma must be told, of course. Why shouldn't we live at Cross Hall? I don't understand what he means about that. Cross Hall belongs to mamma for her life as much as Manor Cross does to him for his." Just outside the park gate, at the side of the park furthest away from Brotherton, and therefore placed very much out of the world, there stood a plain substantial house, built in the days of Queen Anne, which had now for some generations been the habitation of the dowager of the Brotherton family. When the late Marquis died, this had become for her life the property of the Marchioness, but had been ceded by her to her son in return for the loan of the big house. The absentee Marquis had made with his mother the best bargain in his power, and had let the dower house, known as Cross Hall, to a sporting farmer. He now kindly offered to allow his mother to have the rent of her own house, signifying at the same time his wish that all his family should remove themselves out of his way. "He wishes that we should take ourselves off," said Lord George hoarsely. "But I do not see why we are to give way to his wishes, George. Where are we to go? Of what use can we be in a strange country? Wherever we are, we shall be very poor, but our money will go further here than elsewhere. How are we to get up new interests in life? The land is his, but the poor people belong to us as much as to him. It is unreasonable." "It is frightfully selfish." "I, for one, am not prepared to obey him in this," said Lady Sarah. "Of course mamma will do as she pleases, but I do not see why we should go. He will never live here all the year through." "He will be sick of it after a month. Will you read the letter to my mother?" "I will tell her, George. She had better not see the letter, unless she makes a point of it. I will read it again, and then do you keep it. You should tell Mary at once. It is natural that she should have built hopes on the improbability of Brotherton's marriage." Before noon on that day the news had been disseminated through the house. The old Marchioness, when she first heard of the Italian wife, went into hysterics, and then was partly comforted by reminding herself that all Italians were not necessarily bad. She asked after the letter repeatedly, and at last, when it was found to be impossible to explain to her otherwise what her eldest son meant about the house, it was shown to her. Then she began to weep afresh. "Why mayn't we live at Cross Hall, Sarah?" she said. "Cross Hall belongs to you, mamma, and nothing can hinder you from living there." "But Augustus says that we are to go away." The Marchioness was the only one of the family who ever called the Marquis by his Christian name, and she did so only when she was much disturbed. "No doubt he expresses a wish that we should do so?" "Where are we to go to, and I at my age?" "I think you should live at Cross Hall." "But he says that we mayn't. We could never go on there if he wants us to go away." "Why not, mamma? It is your house as much as this is his. If you will let him understand that when you leave this you mean to go there, he will probably say nothing more about it." "Mr. Price is living there. I can't make Mr. Price go away directly the Painter people come in here. They'll come to morrow perhaps, and what am I to do then?" The matter was discussed throughout the whole day between Lady Sarah and her mother, the former bearing the old woman's plaintive weakness with the utmost patience, and almost succeeding, before the evening came, in inducing her mother to agree to rebel against the tyranny of her son. There were peculiar difficulties and peculiar hardships in the case. The Marquis could turn out all the women of his family at a day's notice. He had only to say to them, "Go," and they must be gone. And he could be rid of them without even saying or writing another word. A host of tradesmen would come, and then of course they must go. But Mr. Price at Cross Hall must have a regular year's notice, and that notice could not now be given till Lady Day next. "If the worst comes to the worst, mamma, we will go and live in Brotherton for the time. Mr. Holdenough for the Dean would find some place for us." Then the old lady began to ask how Mary had borne the news, but as yet Lady Sarah had not been able to interest herself personally about Mary. Lord George was surprised to find how little his wife was affected by the terrible thunderbolt which had fallen among them. On him the blow had been almost as terrible as on his mother. He had taken a house in town at the instance of the Dean, and in consequence of a promise made before his marriage, which was sacred to him, but which he regretted. He would have preferred himself to live the whole year through at Manor Cross. Though he had not very much to do there, the place was never dull to him. He liked the association of the big house. He liked the sombre grandeur of the park. He liked the magistrate's bench, though he rarely spoke a word when he was there. And he liked the thorough economy of the life. But as to that house in town, though his wife's fortune would enable him to live there 4 or 5 months, he knew that he could not stretch the income so as to bear the expense of the entire year. And yet, what must he do now? If he could abandon the house in town, then he could join his mother as to some new country house. But he did not dare to suggest that the house in town should be abandoned. He was afraid of the Dean, and afraid, so to speak, of his own promise. The thing had been stipulated, and he did not know how to go back from the stipulation. "Going to leave Manor Cross," said Mary, when she was told. "Dear me, how odd! Where will they go to?" It was evident to her husband from the tone of her voice that she regarded her own house in Munster Court, for it was her own, as her future residence, as hers and his. In asking where "they" would live, she spoke of the other ladies of the family. He had expected that she would have shown some disappointment at the danger to her future position which this new marriage would produce. But in regard to that she was, he thought, either perfectly indifferent or else a very good actor. In truth, she was almost indifferent. The idea that she might some day be Lady Brotherton had been something to her, but not much. Her happiness was not nearly as much disturbed by this marriage as it had been by the allusion made to her dress. She herself could hardly understand the terrible gloom which seemed during that evening and the whole of the next day to have fallen on the entire family. "George, does it make you very unhappy?" she said, whispering to him on the morning of the second day. "Not that my brother should marry," he said. "God forbid that I, as a younger brother, should wish to debar him from any tittle of what belongs to him. If he would marry well, it ought to be a joy to us all." "Is not this marrying well?" "What, with a foreigner, with an Italian widow? And then there will, I fear, be great trouble in finding a comfortable home for my mother." "Amelia says she can go to Cross Hall." "Amelia does not know what she is talking of. It would be very long before they could get into Cross Hall, even if they can go there at all. It would have to be completely furnished, and there is no money to furnish it." "Wouldn't your brother?" Lord George shook his head. "Or papa?" Lord George again shook his head. "What will they do?" "If it were not for our house in London we might take a place in the country together," said Lord George. All the various facts of the proposition now made to her flashed upon Mary's mind at once. Had it been suggested to her, when she was first asked to marry Lord George, that she should live permanently in a country house with his mother and sisters, in a house of which she would not be and could not be the mistress, she would certainly have rejected the offer. And now the tedium of such a life was plainer to her than it would have been then. But under her father's auspices a pleasant gay little house in town had been taken for her, and she had been able to gild the dulness of Manor Cross with the brightness of her future prospects. For 4 or 5 months she would be her own mistress, and would be so in London. Her husband would be living on her money, but it would be the delight of her heart that he should be happy while doing so. And all this must be safe and wise, because it was to be done under the advice of her father. Now it was proposed to her that she should abandon all this and live in some smaller, poorer, duller country residence, in which she would be the least of the family instead of the mistress of her own house. She thought of it all for a moment, and then she answered him with a firm voice. "If you wish to give up the house in London, we will do so." "It would distress you, I fear." When we call on our friends to sacrifice themselves, we generally wish them also to declare that they like being sacrificed. "I should be disappointed, of course, George." "And it would be unjust," said he. If you wish it, I will not say a word against it." On that afternoon he rode into Brotherton to tell the tidings to the Dean. Upon whatever they might among them decide, it was expedient that the Dean should at once be told of the marriage. Lord George, as he thought it over all on horseback, found difficulties on every side. He had promised his wife should live in town, and he could not go back from that promise without injustice. He understood the nature of her lately offered sacrifice, and felt that it would not liberate his conscience. And then he was sure that the Dean would be loud against any such arrangement. The money no doubt was Mary's own money, and, subject to certain settlement, was at Lord George's immediate disposal; but he would be unable to endure the Dean's reproaches. He would be unable also to endure his own, unless, which was so very improbable, the Dean should encourage him. But how were things to be arranged? Was he to desert his mother and sisters in their difficulty? He was very fond of his wife, but it had never yet occurred to him that the daughter of Dean Lovelace could be as important to him as all the ladies of the house of Germain. His brother proposed to bring his wife to Manor Cross in May, when he would be up in London. Where at that moment, and after what fashion, would his mother and sisters be living? The Dean showed his dismay at the marriage plainly enough. "That's very bad, George," he said, "very bad indeed." "Of course we don't like her being a foreigner." "Of course you don't like his marrying at all. Why should you? You all know enough of him to be sure that he wouldn't marry the sort of woman you would approve." "I don't know why my brother should not have married any lady in England." "At any rate he hasn't. He has married some Italian widow, and it's a misfortune. Poor Mary!" "I don't think Mary feels it at all." "She will some day. Girls of her age don't feel that kind of thing at first. So he is going to come over at once. What will your mother do?" "She has Cross Hall." "That man Price is there. He will go out of course?" "With notice he must go." "He won't stand about that, if you don't interfere with his land and farmyard. I know Price. He's not a bad fellow." "But Brotherton does not want him to go there," said Lord George, almost in a whisper. "Does not want your mother to live in her own house? Upon my word, the Marquis is considerate to you all. He has said that plainly, has he? If I were Lady Brotherton, I would not take the slightest heed of what he says. She is not dependent on him. In order that he may be relieved from the bore of being civil to his own family, she is to be sent about the world to look for a home in her old age. You must tell her not to listen for a minute to such a proposition." Lord George, though he put great trust in his father-in-law, did not quite like hearing his brother spoken of so very freely by a man who was after all the son of a tradesman. It seemed to him as though the Dean made himself almost too intimate with the affairs at Manor Cross, and yet he was obliged to go on and tell the Dean everything. "Even if Price went, there must be some delay in getting the house ready." "The Marquis surely won't turn your mother out before the spring." "Tradesmen will have to come in, and then I don't quite know what we are to do as to the expense of furnishing the new house. It will cost a couple of £1,000, and none of us have ready money." The Dean assumed a very serious face. "Every spoon and fork at Manor Cross, every towel and every sheet, belongs to my brother." "Was not the Cross House ever furnished?" "Many years ago, in my grandmother's time. My father left enough money for the purpose, but it was given up to my sister, Alice, when she married Holdenough." He found himself explaining all the little intricacies of his family to the Dean, because it was necessary that he should hold counsel with some one. "I was thinking of a furnished house for them elsewhere." "In London?" "Certainly not there. My mother would not like it, nor would my sisters. I like the country very much the best myself." "Not for the whole year?" "I have never cared to be in London; but of course as for Mary and myself that is settled. You would not wish her to give up the house in Munster Court?" "Certainly not. It would not be fair to her to ask her to live always under the wing of your mother and sisters. She would never learn to be a woman. She would always be in leading strings. Do you not feel that yourself?" "I feel that beggars cannot be choosers. My mother's fortune is £2,000 a year. As you know, we have only £5,000 apiece. There is hardly income enough among us for a house in town and a house in the country." The Dean paused a moment, and then replied that his daughter's welfare could not be made subordinate to that of the family generally. He then said that if any immediate sum of money were required, he would lend it either to the Dowager or to Lord George. Lord George, as he rode home, was angry both with himself and with the Dean. There had been an authority in the Dean's voice which had grated upon his feelings. Of course he intended to be as good as his word, but nevertheless his wife was his wife and subject to his will, and her fortune had been her own and had not come from the Dean. The Dean took too much upon himself. And yet with all that he had consulted the Dean about everything, and had confessed the family poverty. The thing, however, was quite certain to him. He could not get out of the house in town. During the whole of that day Lady Sarah had been at work with her mother, instigating her to insist on her own rights, and at last she had succeeded. "What would our life be, mamma," Lady Sarah had said, "if we were removed altogether into a new world? Here we are of some use. People know us, and give us credit for being what we are. We can live after our own fashion, and yet live in accordance with our rank. There is not a man or a woman or a child in the parish whom I do not know. There is not a house in which you would not see Amelia's and Susanna's work. We cannot begin all that over again." "When I am gone, my dear, you must do so." "Who can say how much may be done before that sad day shall come to us? He may have taken his Italian wife back again to Italy. Mamma, we ought not to run away from our duties." On the following morning it was settled among them that the Dowager should insist on possession of her own house at Cross Hall, and a letter was written to the Marquis, congratulating him of course on his marriage, but informing him at the same time that the family would remain in the parish. Some few days later Mr. Knox, the agent for the property, came down from London. He had received the orders of the Marquis, and would be prepared to put workmen into the house as soon as her ladyship would be ready to leave it; but he quite agreed that this could not be done at once. A beginning no doubt might be made while they were still there, but no painting should be commenced, or buildings knocked down, or put up till March. It was settled at the same time that on the 1st of March the family should leave the house. "I hope my son won't be angry," the Marchioness said to Mr. Knox. "If he be angry, my lady, he will be angry without a cause; but I never knew him to be very angry about anything." "He always did like to have his own way, Mr. Knox," said the mindful mother. CHAPTER VII.
Chapter 7 of Is He Popenjoy? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Srigley, Charlottesville, Virginia, USA. Is He Popenjoy? By Anthony Trollope. Chapter 7. Cross Hall Gate. While Mr. Knox was still in the country, negotiations were open with Mr. Price, the sporting farmer, who, like all sporting farmers, was in truth a very good fellow. He had never been liked by the ladies at Manor Cross, as having ways of his own which were not their ways. He did not go to church as often as they thought he ought to do, and being a bachelor, stories were told about him which were probably very untrue. A bachelor may live in town without any inquiries as to any of the doings of his life. But if a man live forlorn and unmarried in a country house, he will certainly become the victim of calumny should any woman under 60 ever be seen about his place. It was said also of Mr. Price that sometimes, after hunting, men had been seen to go out of his yard in an uproarious condition. But I hardly think that old Sir Simon Bolt, the master of the hounds, could have liked him so well, or so often have entered his house, had there been much amiss there. And as to the fact of there always being a fox in Cross Hall Holt, which a certain little wood was called, about half a mile of the house, no one even doubted that. But there had always been a prejudice against Price at the great house, and in this even Lord George had coincided. But when Mr. Knox went to him and explained to him what was about to happen, that the ladies would be forced almost before the end of winter to leave Manor Cross and to make way for the Marquis, Mr. Price declared that he would clear out bag and baggage, top boots, spurs, and brandy bottles at a moment's notice. The Prices of the English world are not as a rule deficient in respect for the marquises and marchionesses. "The workmen can come in to morrow," Price said when he was told that some preparations would be necessary. "A bachelor can shake down anywhere, Mr. Knox." Now it happened that Cross Hall House was altogether distinct from the Cross Hall Farm, on which indeed there had been a separate farmhouse, now only used by labourers. But Mr. Price was a comfortable man, and when the house had been vacant, had been able to afford himself the luxury of living there. So far the primary difficulties lessened themselves when they were well looked in the face, and yet things did not run altogether smoothly. The Marquis did not condescend to reply to his brother's letter, but he wrote what was for him a long letter to Mr. Knox, urging upon the agent the duty of turning his mother and sisters altogether out of the place. "We shall be a great deal better friends apart," he said. "If they remain there, we shall see little or nothing of each other, and it will be very uncomfortable. If they will settle themselves elsewhere, I will furnish a house for them, but I don't want to have them at my elbow." Mr. Knox was of course bound to show this to Lord George, and Lord George was bound to consult Lady Sarah. Lady Sarah told her mother something of it, but not all. But she told it in such a way that the old lady consented to remain and to brave her eldest son. As for Lady Sarah herself, in spite of her true Christianity and real goodness, she did not altogether dislike the fight. Her brother was her brother and the head of the family, and he had his privileges, but they too had their rights, and she was not disposed to submit herself to tyranny. Mr. Knox was therefore obliged to inform the Marquis, in what softest language he could find applicable for the purpose, that the ladies of the family had decided upon removing to the Dower House. About a month after this there was a meet of the Brotherton Hunt, of which Sir Simon Bolt was the master, at Cross Hall Gate. The grandfather of the present Germains had in the early part of the century either established the special pack or at any rate become the master of it. Previous to that the hunting probably had been somewhat precarious, but there had been since his time a regular Brotherton Hunt associated with a collar and button of its own, a blue collar on a red coat with B.H. on the buttons, and the thing had been done well. They had 4 days a week with an occasional buy, and £2,500 were subscribed annually. Sir Simon Bolt had been the master for the last 15 years, and was so well known that no sporting pen and no sporting tongue in England ever called him more than Sir Simon. Cross Hall Gate, a well-loved meet, was the gate of the big park which opened out upon the road just opposite to Mr. Price's house. It was an old stone structure with a complicated arch stretching across the gate itself, with a lodge on each side. It lay back in a semicircle from the road, and was very imposing. In old days, no doubt the gate was much used, as the direct traffic from London to Brotherton passed that way, but the railway had killed the road, and as the nearer road from the Manor Cross house to the town came out on the same road much nearer to Brotherton, the two lodges and all the grandeur were very much wasted. But it was a pretty sight for a meet when the hounds were seated on their haunches inside the gate, or moving about slowly after the huntsman's horse, and when the horses and carriages were clustered about on the high road and inside the park. And it was a meet, too, much loved by the riding men. It was always presumed that Manor Cross itself was preserved for foxes, and the hounds were carefully run through the belt of woods. But half an hour did that, and then they went away to Price's little holt. On that side there were no more gentlemen's places. There was a gorse cover or two, and sundry little spinneys, but the country was country for foxes to run and men to ride, and with this before them, the members of the Brotherton hunt were pleased to be summoned to Cross Hall Gate. On such occasions Lord George was always there. He never hunted, and very rarely went to any other meet, but on these occasions he would appear mounted in black, and would say a few civil words to Sir Simon, and would tell George Scruby, the huntsman, that he had heard that there was a fox among the laurels. George would touch his hat and say in his loud deep voice, "Hope so, my lord," having no confidence whatever in a Manor Cross fox. Sir Simon would shake hands with him, make a suggestion about the weather, and then get away as soon as possible, for there was no sympathy and no common subject between the men. On this occasion Lady Amelia had driven down Lady Susanna in the pony carriage, and Lady George was there, mounted with her father the Dean, longing to be allowed to go away with the hounds, but having been strictly forbidden by her husband to do so. Mr. Price was of course there, as was also Mr. Knox, the agent, who had a little shooting box down in the country, and kept a horse, and did a little hunting. There was good opportunity for talking, as the hounds were leisurely taken through the loose belt of woods, which were by courtesy called the Manor Cross coverts, and Mr. Price took the occasion of drawing a letter from his pocket and showing it to Mr. Knox. "The Marquis has written to you?" said the agent in a tone of surprise, the wonder not being that the Marquis should write to Mr. Price, but that he should write to any one. "Never did such a thing in his life before, and I wish he hadn't now." Mr. Knox wished it also when he had read the letter. It expressed a very strong desire on the part of the Marquis that Mr. Price should keep the Cross Hall house, saying that it was proper that the house should go with the farm, and intimating the Marquis's wish that Mr. Price should remain as his neighbour. "If you can manage it, I'll make the farm pleasant and profitable to you," said the Marquis. "You don't say a word about her ladyship," said Price, "but what he wants is just to get rid of 'em all, box and dice." "That's about it, I suppose," said the agent. "Then he's come to the wrong shop, that's what he has done, Mr. Knox. I've 3 more year of my lease on the farm, and after that out I must go, I dare say." "There's no knowing what may happen before that, Price." "If I was to go, I don't know that I need quite starve, Mr. Knox." "I don't suppose you will." "I ain't no family, and I don't know as I'm just bound to go by what a lord says, though he is my landlord. I don't know as I don't think more of them ladies than I does of him, Mr. Knox." And then Mr. Price used some very strong language indeed. "What right has he to think as I'm going to do his dirty work? You may tell him from me as he may do his own." "You'll answer him, Price?" "Not a line. I ain't got nothing to say to him. He knows I'm a going out of the house, and if he don't, you can tell him." "Where are you going to?" "Well, I was going to fit up a room or 2 in the old farmhouse, and if I had anything like a lease, I wouldn't mind spending £300 or £400 there. I was thinking of talking to you about it, Mr. Knox." "I can't renew the lease without his approval." "You write and ask him, and mind you tell him that there ain't no doubt at all as to any going out of Cross Hall after Christmas." "Then if he'll make it 14 years, I'll put the old house up and not ask him for a shilling." "As I'm a living sinner, they're on a fox! Who'd have thought of that in the park? That's the old vixen from the Holt, as sure as my name's Price. Them cubs haven't travelled here yet." So saying, he rode away, and Mr. Knox rode after him, and there was consternation throughout the hunt. It was so unaccustomed a thing to have to gallop across Manor Cross Park, but the hounds were in full cry through the laurels and into the shrubbery and round the conservatory close up to the house. Then she got into the kitchen garden and back again through the laurels. The butler and the gardener and the housemaid and the scullery maid were all there to see. Even Lady Sarah came to the front door looking very severe, and the old Marchioness gaped out of her own sitting room window upstairs. Our friend Mary thought it excellent fun, for she was really able to ride to the hounds, and even Lady Amelia became excited as she flogged the pony along the road. Stupid old vixen, who ought to have known better! Price was quite right, for it was she, and the cubs in the Holt were now finally emancipated from all maternal thraldom. She was killed ignominiously in the stokehole under the greenhouse, she who had been the mother of 4 litters, and who had baffled the Brotherton hounds half a dozen times over the cream of the Brotherton country. "I knew it," said Price in a melancholy tone, as he held up the head which the huntsman had just dissevered from the body. "She might have done better with herself than come to such a place as this for the last move." "Is it all over?" asked Lady George. "That one is pretty nearly all over, miss," said George Scruby, as he threw the fox to the hounds. "My lady, I mean, begging your ladyship's pardon." Some one had prompted him at the moment. "I'm very glad to see your ladyship out, and I hope we'll show you something better before long." But poor Mary's hunting was over. When George Scruby and Sir Simon and the hounds went off to the Holt, she was obliged to remain with her husband and sisters-in-law. While this was going on, Mr. Knox had found time to say a word to Lord George about that letter from the Marquis. "I am afraid," he said, "your brother is very anxious that Price should remain at Cross Hall." "Has he said anything more?" "Not to me, but to Price he has." "He has written to Price?" "Yes, with his own hand, urging him to stay. I cannot but think it was very wrong." A look of deep displeasure came across Lord George's face. "I have thought it right to mention it, because it may be a question whether her ladyship's health and happiness may not be best consulted by her leaving the neighbourhood." "We have considered it all, Mr. Knox, and my mother is determined to stay. We are very much obliged to you. We feel that in doing your duty by my brother you are anxious to be courteous to us. The hounds have gone on. Don't let me keep you." Mr. Houghton was of course out. Unless the meets were very distant from his own place, he was always out. On this occasion his wife also was there. She had galloped across the park as quickly as anybody, and when the fox was being broken up in the grass before the hall door, was sitting close to Lady George. "You are coming on?" she said in a whisper. "I am afraid not," answered Mary. "Oh yes, do come. Slip away with me. Nobody'll see you. Get as far as the gate, and then you can see that covert drawn." "I can't very well. The truth is, they don't want me to hunt." "They! Who is they? They don't want me to hunt. That is, Mr. Houghton doesn't. But I mean to get out of his way by riding a little forward. I don't see why that is not just as good as staying behind. Mr. Price is going to give me a lead. You know Mr. Price?" "But he goes everywhere." "And I mean to go everywhere. What's the good of half doing it? Come along." But Mary had not even thought of rebellion such as this, did not in her heart approve of it, and was angry with Mrs. Houghton. Nevertheless, when she saw the horsewoman gallop off across the grass toward the gate, she could not help thinking that she would have been just as well able to ride after Mr. Price as her old friend Adelaide De Baron. The Dean did go on, having intimated his purpose of riding on just to see Price's farm. When the unwonted perturbation was over at Manor Cross, Lord George was obliged to revert again to the tidings he had received from Mr. Knox. He could not keep it to himself. He felt himself obliged to tell it all to Lady Sarah. That he should write to such a man as Mr. Price, telling him of his anxiety to banish his own mother from her own house. "You did not see the letter?" "No, but Knox did. They could not very well show such a letter to me. But Knox says that Price was very indignant, and swore that he would not even answer it." "I suppose he can afford it, George? It would be very dreadful to ruin him." "Price is a rich man, and after all, if Price were to do all that Brotherton desires him, he could only keep us out for a year or so. But don't you think you will all be very uncomfortable here? How will my mother feel if she isn't ever allowed to see him? And how will you feel if you find that you never want to see his wife?" Lady Sarah sat silent for a few minutes before she answered him, and then declared for war. "It is very bad, George, very bad. I can foresee great unhappiness, especially the unhappiness which must come from constant condemnation of one whom we ought to wish to love and approve of before all others. But nothing can be so bad as running away. We ought not to allow anything to drive mamma from her own house, and us from our own duties. I don't think we ought to take any notice of Brotherton's letter to Mr. Price." It was thus decided between them that no further notice should be taken of the Marquis's letter to Mr. Price. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Is He Popenjoy? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Srigley, Charlottesville, Virginia. Is He Popenjoy? By Anthony Trollope. Chapter 8. Pugsby Brook. There was great talking about the old vixen as they all trotted away to Cross Hall Holt. How it was the same old fox that they hadn't killed in a certain run last January, and how one old farmer was quite sure that this very fox was the one which had taken them that celebrated run to Bamham Moor 3 years ago, and how she had been the mother of quite a Priam's progeny of cubs. And now that she should have been killed in a stokehole. While this was going on, a young lady rode up alongside of Mr. Price and said a word to him with her sweetest smile. "You remember your promise to me, Mr. Price?" "Surely, Mrs. Houghton. Your nag can jump a few, no doubt." "Beautifully. Mr. Houghton bought him from Lord Mountfencer. Lady Mountfencer couldn't ride him because he pulls a little, but he's a perfect hunter." "We shall find him, Mrs. Houghton, till morrow, and do you stick to me. They generally go straight away to Thrupp's Larches. You see the little wood? There's an old earth there, but that's stopped. There's only one fence between this and that, a biggish ditch, with a bit of hedge on this side, but it's nothing to the horses when they're fresh." "Mine's quite fresh." "Then they mostly turn to the right for Pugsby. Nothing but grass then for 4 miles ahead." "And the jumping?" "All fair. There's one bit of water, Pugsby Brook, that you ought to have, as he'll be sure to cross it ever so much above the bridge. But, Lord love you, Mrs. Houghton, that horse will think nothing of the brook." "Nothing at all, Mr. Price. I like brooks." "I'm afraid he's not here, Price," said Sir Simon, trotting round the cover towards the whip, who was stationed at the further end. "Well, Sir Simon, her as we killed came from the Holt, you know," said the farmer, mindful of his reputation for foxes. "You can't eat your cake and have it too, can you, Sir Simon?" "Ought to be able in a covert like this." "Well, perhaps we shall. The best lying is down in that corner. I've seen a brace of cubs together there a score of times." Then there was one short, low, dubious bark, and then another, a little more confirmed. "That's it, Sir Simon. There's your cake." "Good hound, Blazer!" cried Sir Simon, recognizing the voice of his dog. And many of the pack recognized the well-known sound as plainly as the master, for you might hear the hounds rustling through the covert as they hurried up to certify to the scent which their old leader had found for them. The Holt, though thick, was small, and a fox had not much chance but by breaking. Once up the covert and once back again the animal went, and then Dick, the watchful whip, holding his hand up to his face, howled him away. "Gently, gentlemen!" shouted Sir Simon. "Let them settle. Now, Mr. Bottomley, if you'll only keep yourself a little steady, you'll find yourself the better for it at the finish." Mr. Bottomley was a young man from London who was often addressed after this fashion, was always very unhappy for a few minutes, and then again forgot it in his excitement. "Now, Mr. Price," said Mrs. Houghton in a fever of expectation. She had been dodging backwards and forwards, trying to avoid her husband, and yet unwilling to leave the farmer's side. "Wait a moment, ma'am, wait a moment. Now we're right. Here to the left." So saying, Mr. Price jumped over a low hedge, and Mrs. Houghton followed him almost too closely. Mr. Houghton saw it and didn't follow. He had made his way up, resolved to stop his wife, but she gave him the slip at the last moment. "Now through the gate, ma'am, and then on straight as an arrow for the little wood. I'll give you a lead over the ditch, but don't ride quite so close, ma'am." Then the farmer went away, feeling perhaps that his best chance of keeping clear from his too loving friend was to make the pace so fast that she should not be able quite to catch him. But Lady Mountfencer's nag was fast too, and had a will of his own. It was not without a cause that Lord Mountfencer had parted with so good a horse out of his stable. "Have a care, ma'am," said Price, as Mrs. Houghton canted against him as they both landed over the big ditch. "Have a care, or we shall come to grief together. Just see me over before you let him take his jump." It was very good advice, and is very often given, but both ladies and gentlemen whose hands are a little doubtful sometimes find themselves unable to follow it. But now they were at Thrupp's Larches. George Scruby had led the way, as becomes a huntsman, and a score or more had followed him over the big fence. Price had been going a little to the left, and when they reached the wood was as forward as any one. "He won't hang here, Sir Simon," said the farmer, as the master came up. "He never does." "He's only a cub," said the master. "The holt cubs this time of the year are nigh as strong as old foxes. Now for Pugsby." Mrs. Houghton looked around, fearing every moment that her husband would come up. They had just crossed a road, and wherever there was a road, there she thought he would certainly be. "Can't we get round the other side, Mr. Price?" she said. "You won't be any better nor here." "But there's Mr. Houghton on the road," she whispered. "Oh!" ejaculated the farmer, just touching the end of his nose with his finger, and moving gently on through the wood. Never spoil sport was the motto of his life, and to his thinking it was certainly sport that a young wife should ride to hounds in opposition to an old husband. Mrs. Houghton followed him, and as they got out on the other side, the fox was again away. "He ain't making for Pugsby's after all," said Price to George Scruby. "He don't know that country yet," said the huntsman. "He'll be back in them Manor Cross woods. You'll see else." The park of Manor Cross lay to the left of them, whereas Pugsby and the desirable grass country away to Bamham Moor were all to the right. Some men, mindful of the big brook, and knowing the whereabouts of the bridge, among whom was Mr. Houghton, kept very much to the right, and were soon out of the run altogether. But the worst of it was that, though they were not heading for their good country, still there was the brook, Pugsby Brook, to be taken. Had the fox done as he ought to have done, and made for Pugsby itself, the leap would have been from grass to grass. But now it must be from plough to plough, if taken at all. It need hardly be said that the two things are very different. Sir Simon, when he saw how the land lay, took a lane leading down to the Brotherton Road. If the fox was making for the park, he must be right in that direction. It is not often that a master of hounds rides for glory, and Sir Simon had long since left all that to younger men. But there were still a dozen riders pressing on, and among them were the farmer and his devoted follower, and a gentleman in black. Let us give praise where praise is due, and acknowledge that young Bottomley was the first at the brook, and the first over it. As soon as he was beyond Sir Simon's notice, he had scurried on across the plough, and being both light and indiscreet, had enjoyed the heartfelt pleasure of passing George Scruby. George, who hated Mr. Bottomley, grunted out his malediction, even though no one could hear him. "He'll soon be at the bottom of that," said George, meaning to imply in horsey phrase that the rider, if he rode over ploughed ground after that fashion, would soon come to the end of his steed's power. But Bottomley, if he could only be seen to jump the big brook before any one else, would have happiness enough for a month. To have done a thing that he could talk about was the charm that Bottomley found in hunting. Alas, though he rode gallantly at the brook, and did get over it, there was not much to talk about, for unfortunately he left his horse behind him in the water. The poor beast, going with a rush off the plough, came with her neck and shoulders against the opposite bank, and shot her rider well on to the dry land. "That's about as good as a dead 'un," said George, as he landed a yard or two to the right. This was ill-natured, and the horse in truth was not hurt. But a rider, at any rate a young rider, should not take a lead from a huntsman unless he is very sure of himself, of his horse, and of the run of the hounds. The next man over was the gentleman in black, who took it in a stand, and who really seemed to know what he was about. There were some who afterwards asserted that this was the Dean, but the Dean was never heard to boast of the performance. Mrs. Houghton's horse was going very strong with her. More than once the farmer cautioned her to give him a pull over the plough, and she attempted to obey the order. But the horse was self-willed, and she was light, and in truth the heaviness of the ground would have been nothing to him had he been fairly well ridden. But she allowed him to rush with her through the mud, As she had never yet had an accident, she knew nothing of fear, and she was beyond measure excited. She had been near enough to see that a man fell at the brook, and then she saw also that the huntsman got over, and also the gentleman in black. It seemed to her to be lovely. The tumble did not scare her at all, as others coming after the unfortunate one had succeeded. She was aware that there were 3 or 4 other men behind her, and she was determined that they should not pass her. They should see that she also could jump the river. She had not rid herself of her husband for nothing. Price, as he came near the water, knew that he had plenty to do, and knew also how very close to him the woman was. It was too late now to speak to her again, but he did not fear for his own horse if she would only give him room. He steadied the animal a yard or 2 from the margin as he came to the headland that ran down the side of the brook, and then took his leap. But Mrs. Houghton rode as though the whole thing was to be accomplished by a rush, and her horse, true to the manner of horses, insisted on following in the direct track of the one who had led him so far. When he got to the bank he made his effort to jump high, but had got no footing for a fair spring. On he went, however, and struck Price's horse on the quarter so violently as to upset that animal as well as himself. Price, who was a thoroughly good horseman, was knocked off, but got on to the bank as Bottomley had done. The 2 animals were both in the brook, and when the farmer was able to look around, he saw that the lady was out of sight. He was in the water immediately himself, but before he made the plunge he had resolved that he never again would give a lady a lead till he knew whether she could ride. Mr. Knox and Dick were soon on the spot, and Mrs. Houghton was extracted. "I'm blessed if she ain't dead," said the whip, pale as death himself. "Hush," said Mr. Knox, "she's not dead, but I'm afraid she's hurt." Price had come back through the water with the woman in his arms, and the 2 horses were still floundering about unattended. "It's her shoulder, Mr. Knox," said Price. "The horse has jammed her against the bank under water." During this time her head was drooping and her eyes were closed, and she was apparently senseless. "Do you look to the horses, Dick. There ain't no reason why they should get their death of cold." By this time there were a dozen men around them, and Dick and others were able to attend to the ill-used nags. "Yes, it's her shoulder," continued Price. "That's out anyway. What the mischief will Mr. Houghton say to me when he comes up?" There's always a doctor in the field, sent there by some benignity of Providence, who always rides forward enough to be near to accidents, but never so forward as to be in front of them. It has been hinted that this arrangement is professional rather than providential, but the present writer, having given his mind to the investigation of the matter, is inclined to think that it arises from the general fitness of things. All public institutions have, or ought to have, their doctor, but in no institution is the doctor so invariably at hand, just when he is wanted, as in the hunting field. A very skilful young surgeon from Brotherton was on the spot almost as soon as the lady was out of the water, and declared that she had dislocated her shoulder. What was to be done? Her hat had gone, she had been under the water, she was covered with mud, she was still senseless, and of course she could neither ride nor walk. There were ever so many suggestions. Price thought that she had better be taken back to Cross Hall, which was about 1.5 miles distance. Mr. Knox, who knew the country, told them of a side gate in the Manor Cross wall, which made the great house nearer than Cross Hall. They could get her there in a little over 1 mile. But how to get her there? They must find a door on which to carry her. First a hurdle was suggested, and then Dick was sent galloping up to the house for a carriage. In the meantime she was carried to a labourer's cottage by the roadside on a hurdle, and there the party was joined by Sir Simon and Mr. Houghton. "It's all your fault," said the husband, coming up to Price as though he meant to strike him with his whip. "Part of it is, no doubt, sir," said Price, looking his assailant full in the face, but almost sobbing as he spoke, "and I'm very unhappy about it." Then the husband went and hung over his wife, but his wife, when she saw him, found it convenient to faint again. At about 2 o'clock the cortège with a carriage reached the great house. Sir Simon, after expressions of deep sorrow, had, of course, gone on after his hounds. Mr. Knox, as belonging to Manor Cross, and Price, and of course the doctor, with Mr. Houghton and Mr. Houghton's groom, accompanied the carriage. When they got to the door, all the ladies were there to receive them. "I don't think we want to see anything more of you," said Mr. Houghton to the farmer. The poor man turned round and went away home alone, feeling himself to be thoroughly disgraced. "After all," he said to himself, "if you come to fault, it was she nigh killed me, not me her. How was I to know she didn't know nothing about it?" "Now, Mary, I think you'll own that I was right," Lord George said to his wife, as soon as the sufferer had been put quietly to bed. "Ladies don't always break their arms," said Mary. "It might have been you as well as Mrs. Houghton. As I didn't go, you need not scold me, George. But you were discontented because you were prevented," said he, determined to have the last word. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 10 of Is He Popenjoy? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Barry O'Neill. Is He Popenjoy by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 10. The Dean as a Sporting Man. In Brotherton, the Dean's performance in the run from Cross Hall Holt was almost as much talked of as Mrs. Houghton's accident. There had been rumours of things that he had done in the same line after taking orders when a young man, of runs that he had ridden, and even of visits which he had made to Newmarket and other wicked places. But as far as Brotherton knew, there had been nothing of all this since the Dean had been a Dean. Though he was constantly on horseback, he had never been known to do more than perhaps look at a meet, and it was understood through Brotherton generally that he had forbidden his daughter to hunt. But now no sooner was his daughter married, and the necessity of setting an example to her at an end, than the Dean, with a rosette in his hat, for so the story was told, was after the hounds like a sporting farmer or a mere country gentleman. On the very next day Mr. Groschut told the whole story to the Bishop, but Mr. Groschut had not seen the performance, and the Bishop affected to disbelieve it. "I'm afraid, my lord," said the chaplain, "I'm afraid you'll find it's true." "If he rides after every pack of dogs in the county, I don't know that I can help it," said the Bishop. With this Mr. Groschut was by no means inclined to agree. A bishop is as much entitled to cause inquiries to be made into the moral conduct of a dean as of any country clergyman in his diocese. "Suppose he were to take to gambling on the turf," said Mr. Groschut, with much horror expressed in his tone and countenance. "But riding after a pack of dogs isn't gambling on the turf," said the Bishop, who, though he would have liked to possess the power of putting down the Dean, by no means relished the idea of being beaten in an attempt to do so. And Mr. Canon Holdenough heard of it. "My dear," he said to his wife, "Manor Cross is coming out strong in the sporting way. Not only is Mrs. Houghton laid up there with a broken limb, but your brother's father-in-law took the brush on the same day." "The Dean?" said Lady Alice. "So they tell me. He was always so particular in not letting Mary ride over a single fence. He would hardly let her go to a meet on horseback." "Many fathers do what they won't let their daughters do. The Dean has been always giving signs that he would like to break out a little." "Can they do anything to him?" "Oh dear, no. Not if he was to hunt a pack of hounds himself, as far as I know." "But I suppose it's wrong, Canon," said the clerical wife. "Yes, I think it's wrong because it will scandalize. Everything that gives offence is wrong, unless it be something that is on other grounds expedient. If it be true, we shall hear about it a good deal here, and it will not contribute to brotherly love and friendship among us clergymen." There was another canon at Brotherton, one Dr. Pountner, a red-faced man, very fond of his dinner, a man of infinite pluck, and much attached to the cathedral, towards the reparation of which he had contributed liberally. And having an ear for music, he had done much to raise the character of the choir. Though Dr. Pountner's sermons were supposed to be the worst ever heard from the pulpit of the cathedral, he was, on the account of the above good deeds, the most popular clergyman in the city. "So I'm told you've been distinguishing yourself, Mr. Dean," said the doctor, meeting our friend in the close. "Have I done so lately, more than is usual with me?" asked the Dean, who had not hitherto heard of the rumour of his performances. "I am told that you were so much ahead the other day in the hunting field that you were unable to give assistance to the poor lady who broke her arm." "Oh, that's it. If I do anything at all, although I may do it but once in a dozen years, I like to do it well, Dr. Pountner. I wish I thought that you could follow my example and take a little exercise. It would be very good for you." The doctor was a heavy man, and hardly walked much beyond the confines of the close or his own garden. Though a bold man, he was not so ready as the Dean, and had no answer at hand. "Yes," continued our friend, "I did go a mile or two with them, and I enjoyed it amazingly. I wish with all my heart there was no prejudice against clergymen hunting." "I think it would be an abominable practice," said Dr. Pountner, passing on. The Dean himself would have thought nothing more about it, had there not appeared a few lines on the subject in a weekly newspaper called the Brotherton Church, which was held to be a pestilential little rag by all the close. Deans, canons, and minor canons were all agreed as to this, Dr. Pountner hating the Brotherton Church quite as sincerely as did the Dean. The Brotherton Church was edited nominally by a certain Mr. Grease, a very pious man who had long striven, but hitherto in vain, to get orders. But it was supposed by many that the paper was chiefly inspired by Mr. Groschut. It was always very laudatory of the bishop. It had distinguished itself by its elaborate opposition to ritual. Its mission was to put down popery in the diocese of Brotherton. It always sneered at the chapter generally, and very often said severe things of the Dean. On this occasion the paragraph was as follows: "There is rumour current that Dean Lovelace was out with the Brotherton foxhounds last Wednesday, and that he rode with the pack all day, leading the field. We do not believe this, but we hope that for the sake of the cathedral and for his own sake he will condescend to deny the report." On the next Saturday there was another paragraph, with a reply from the Dean. "We have received from the Dean of Brotherton the following startling letter, which we publish without comment. What our opinion on the subject may be, our readers will understand. Deanery, November, 187 . Sir, you have been correctly informed that I was out with the Brotherton foxhounds on Wednesday week last. The other reports which you have published, and as to which after publication you have asked for information, are unfortunately incorrect. I wish I could have done as well as my enemies accuse me of doing. I am, sir, your humble servant, Henry Lovelace. To the editor of the Brotherton Church." The Dean's friends were unanimous in blaming him for having taken any notice of the attack. The bishop, who was at heart an honest man and a gentleman, regretted it. All the chapter were somewhat ashamed of it. The minor canons were agreed that it was below the dignity of a dean. Dr. Pountner, who had not yet forgotten the allusion to his obesity, whispered in some clerical ear that nothing better could be expected out of a stable. And Canon Holdenough, who really liked the Dean in spite of certain differences of opinion, expostulated with him about it. "I would have let it pass," said the Canon. "Why notice it at all?" "Because I would not have any one suppose that I was afraid to notice it. Because I would not have it thought that I had gone out with the hounds and was ashamed of what I had done. Nobody who knows you would have thought that. I am proud to think that nobody who knows me would. I make as many mistakes as another, and am sorry for them afterwards. But I am never ashamed. I'll tell you what happened, not to justify my hunting, but to justify my letter. I was over at Manor Cross, and I went to the meet, because Mary went. I have not done such a thing before since I came to Brotherton, because there is what I will call a feeling against it. When I was there I rode a field or two with them, and I can tell you I enjoyed it." "I dare say you did." "Then, very soon after the fox broke, there was that brook at which Mrs. Houghton hurt herself. I happened to jump it, and the thing became talked about because of her accident. After that we came out on the Brotherton Road, and I went back to Manor Cross. Do not suppose that I should have been ashamed of myself if I had gone on even half a dozen more fields." "I'm sure you wouldn't." "The thing in itself is not bad. Nevertheless, thinking as the world around us does about hunting, a clergyman in my position would be wrong to hunt often. But a man who can feel horror at such a thing as this is a prig in religion. If, as is more likely, a man affects horror, he is a hypocrite. I believe that most clergymen will agree with me in that, but there is no clergyman in the diocese of whose agreement I feel more certain than of yours. It is the letter, not the hunting, to which I object. There was an apparent cowardice in refraining from answering such an attack. I am aware, Canon, of a growing feeling of hostility to myself. Not in the chapter. In the diocese, and I know whence it comes, and I think I understand its cause. Let what will come of it, I am not going to knock under. I want to quarrel with no man, and certainly with no clergyman. But I am not going to be frightened out of my own manner of life or my own manner of thinking by fear of a quarrel. Nobody doubts your courage, but what is the use of fighting when there is nothing to win? Let that wretched newspaper alone. It is beneath you and me, Dean." "Very much beneath us, and so is your butler beneath you. But if he asks you a question, you will answer him. To tell the truth, I would rather they should call me indiscreet than timid. If I did not feel that it would be really wrong and painful to my friends, I would go out hunting 3 days next week, to let them know that I am not to be cowed." There was a good deal said at Manor Cross about the newspaper correspondence, and some condemnation of the Dean expressed by the ladies, who thought that he had lowered himself by addressing a reply to the editor. In the heat of discussion a word or two was spoken by Lady Susanna, who entertained special objections to all things low, which made Mary very angry. "I think papa is at any rate a better judge than you can be," she said. Between sisters, as sisters generally are, or even sisters-in-law, this would not be much. But at Manor Cross it was felt to be misconduct. Mary was so much younger than they were, and then she was the granddaughter of a tradesman. No doubt they all thought that they were willing to admit her among themselves on terms of equality, but then there was a feeling among them that she ought to repay this great goodness by a certain degree of humility and submission. From day to day the young wife strengthened herself in a resolution that she would not be humble and would not be submissive. Lady Susanna, when she heard the words, drew herself up with an air of offended dignity. "Mary, dear," said Lady Sarah, "is not that a little unkind?" "I think it is unkind to say that papa is indiscreet," said the Dean's daughter. "I wonder what you'd all think if I were to say a word against dear mamma." She had been specially instructed to call the Marchioness mamma. "The Dean is not my father-in-law," said Lady Amelia, very proudly, as though in making the suggestion she begged it to be understood that under no circumstances could such a connection have been possible. "But he's my papa, and I shall stand up for him, and I do say that he must know more about such things than any lady." Then Lady Susanna got up and marched majestically out of the room. Lord George was told of this, and found himself obliged to speak to his wife. "I'm afraid there has been something between you and Susanna, dear." "She abused papa, and I told her papa knew better than she did, and then she walked out of the room." "I don't suppose she meant to abuse the Dean." "She called him names." "She said he was indiscreet." "That is calling him names." "No, my dear. Indiscreet is an epithet, and even were it a noun substantive, as a name must be, it could only be one name." It was certainly very hard to fall in love with a man who could talk about epithets so very soon after his marriage, but yet she would go on trying. "Dear George," she said, "don't you scold me. I will do anything you tell me, but I don't like them to say hard things of papa. You are not angry with me for taking papa's part, are you?" He kissed her, and told her that he was not in the least angry with her. But, nevertheless, he went on to insinuate that if she could bring herself to show something of submission to his sisters, it would make her own life happier, and theirs, and his. "I would do anything I could to make your life happy," she said. CHAPTer 11.
Chapter 13 of Izzy Popenjoy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. Is He Popenjoy? By Anthony Trollope. Chapter 13. More News from Italy. Mr. Houghton took Lady George down to dinner, but Jack De Baron sat on his left hand. Next to him was Augusta Mildmay, who had been consigned to his care. Then came Lord George, sitting opposite to his host at a round table, with Mrs. Houghton at his right hand. Mrs. Mildmay and Miss Hetta Houghton filled up the vacant places. To all this a great deal of attention had been given by the hostess. She had not wished to throw her cousin Jack and Miss Mildmay together. She would probably have said to a confidential friend that there had been enough of all that. In her way she liked Gus Mildmay, but Gus was not good enough to marry her cousin. Gus herself must know that such a marriage was impossible. She had on occasion said a word or two to Gus upon the subject. She had thought that a little flirtation between Jack and her other friend Lady George might put things right, and she had thought too, or perhaps felt rather than thought, that Lord George had emancipated himself from the thraldom of his late love rather too quickly. Mary was a dear girl. She was quite prepared to make Mary her friend, being in truth somewhat sick of the ill humours and disappointments of Gus Mildmay, but it might be as well that Mary should be a little checked in her triumph. She herself had been obliged to put up with old Mr. Houghton. She never for a moment told herself that she had done wrong, but of course she required compensation. When she was manoeuvring she never lost sight of her manoeuvres. She had had all this in her mind when she made up her little dinner party. She had had it all in her mind when she arranged the seats. She didn't want to sit next to Jack herself, because Jack would have talked to her to the exclusion of Lord George, so she placed herself between Lord George and Mr. Mildmay. It had been necessary that Mr. Mildmay should take Miss Houghton down to dinner, and therefore she could not separate Gus from Jack De Baron. Anybody who understands dinner parties will see it all at a glance. But she was convinced that Jack would devote himself to Lady George at his left hand, and so he did. "Just come up to town, haven't you?" said Jack. "Only last week." "This is the nicest time in the year for London, unless you do a deal of hunting. Then it's a grind." "I never hunt at all. Lord George won't let me." "I wish some one wouldn't let me. It would save me a deal of money and a great deal of misery. It's all a delusion and a snare. You never get a run nowadays." "Do you think so? I'd rather hunt than do anything." "That's because you are not let to do it. The perversity of human nature, you know. The only thing I'm not allowed to do is to marry, and it's the only thing I care for." "Who prevents it, Captain De Baron?" "There's a new order come out from the Horse Guards yesterday. No one under a field officer is to marry unless he has got £2,000 a year." "Marrying is cheaper than hunting." "Of course. Lady George, you may buy your horses cheaper, dear, and you may do the same with your wives. You may have a cheap wife who doesn't care for dress, and likes to sit at home and read good books." "That's just what I do." "But then they're apt to go wrong and get out of order." "How do you mean? I shan't get out of order, I hope." "The wheels become rusty, don't you think? And then they won't go as they ought. They scold and turn up their noses. What I want to find is perfect beauty, devoted affection, and £50,000. "How modest you are." In all this badinage there was not much to make a rival angry, but Miss Mildmay, who heard a word or two now and then, was angry. He was talking to a pretty woman about marriage and money, and of course that amounted to flirtation. Lord George, on her other hand, now and then said a word to her, but he was never given to saying many words, and his attention was nearly monopolized by his hostess. She had heard the last sentence and determined to join the conversation. "If you had the £50,000, Captain De Baron," she said, "I think you would manage to do without the beauty and the devoted affection." "That's ill-natured, Miss Mildmay, though it may be true. Beggars can't be choosers. But you've known me a long time, and I think it's unkind that you should run me down with a new acquaintance. Suppose I was to say something bad of you?" "You can say whatever you please, Captain De Baron." "There is nothing bad to say, of course, except that you are always down on a poor fellow in distress. Don't you think it's a grand thing to be good-natured, Lady George?" "Indeed I do. It's almost better than being virtuous." 10 to 1. I don't see the good of virtue myself. It always makes people stingy and cross and ill-mannered. I think one should always promise to do everything that is asked. Nobody would be fool enough to expect you to keep your word afterwards, and you'd give a lot of pleasure." "I think promises ought to be kept, Captain De Baron." "Oh, I can't agree to that. That's bondage, and it puts an embargo on the pleasant way of living that I like. I hate all kind of strictness, and duty, and self-denying, and that kind of thing. It's rubbish. Don't you think so?" "I suppose one has to do one's duty." "I don't see it. I never do mine." "Suppose there were a battle to fight?" "I should get invalided at once. I made up my mind to that long ago. Fancy the trouble of it! And when they shoot you, they don't shoot you dead, but knock half your face away, or something of that sort. Luckily we live in an island and haven't much fighting to do. If we hadn't lived in an island I should never have gone into the army." This was not flirting, certainly. It was all sheer nonsense, words without any meaning in them. But Mary liked it. She decidedly would not have liked it had it ever occurred to her that the man was flirting with her. It was the very childishness of the thing that pleased her, the contrast to conversation at Manor Cross, where no childish word was ever spoken. And though she was by no means prepared to flirt with Captain De Baron, still she found in him something of the realization of her dreams. There was the combination of manliness, playfulness, good looks, and good humour which she had pictured to herself. To sit well dressed in a well lighted room and have nonsense talked to her suited her better than a petticoat conclave, and she knew of no harm in it. Her father encouraged her to be gay, and altogether discouraged petticoat conclaves. So she smiled her sweetest on Captain De Baron, and replied to his nonsense with other nonsense, and was satisfied. But Guss Mildmay was very much dissatisfied, both as to the amusement of the present moment and as to the conduct of Captain De Baron generally. She knew London life well, whereas Lady George did not know it at all, and she considered that this was flirtation. She may have been right in any accusation which she made in her heart against the man, but she was quite wrong in considering Lady George to be a flirt. She had, however, grievances of her own, great grievances. It was not only that the man was attentive to some one else, but that he was not attentive to her. He and she had had many passages in life together, and he owed it to her at any rate not to appear to neglect her. And then what a stick was that other man on the other side of her, that young woman's husband! During the greater part of dinner she was sitting speechless, not only loverless but manless. It is not what one suffers that kills one, but what one knows that other people see that one suffers. There was not very much conversation between Lord George and Mrs. Houghton at dinner. Perhaps she spoke as much to Mr. Mildmay as to him, for she was a good hostess, understanding and performing her duty. But what she did say to him she said very graciously, making allusions to further intimacy between herself and Mary, flattering his vanity by little speeches as to Manor Cross, always seeming to imply that she felt hourly the misfortune of having been forced to decline the honour of such an alliance as had been offered to her. He was, in truth, as innocent as his wife, except in this, that he would not have wished her to hear all that Mrs. Houghton said to him, whereas Mary would have had not the slightest objection to his hearing all the nonsense between her and Captain De Baron. The ladies sat a long time after dinner, and when they went Mrs. Houghton asked her husband to come up in 10 minutes. They did not remain much longer, but during those 10 minutes Guss Mildmay said something of her wrongs to her friend, and Lady George heard some news from Miss Houghton. Miss Houghton had got Lady George onto a sofa, and was talking to her about Brotherton and Manor Cross. "So the Marquis is coming," she said. "I knew the Marquis years ago, when we used to be staying with the De Barons, Adelaide's father and mother. She was alive then, and the Marquis used to come over there. So he is married?" "Yes, an Italian." "I did not think he would ever marry. It makes a difference to you. Does it not?" "I don't think of such things." "You will not like him, for he is the very opposite to Lord George." I don't know that I shall ever even see him. I don't think he wants to see any of us." "I dare say not. He used to be very handsome, and very fond of ladies' society, but I think the most selfish human being I ever knew in my life. That is a complaint that years do not cure. He and I were great friends once." "Did you quarrel?" "Oh dear no. I had rather a large fortune of my own, and there was a time in which he was, perhaps, a little in want of money. But they had to build a town on his property in Staffordshire, and you see that did instead." "Did instead?" said Lady George, altogether in the dark. "There was suddenly a great increase to his income, and of course that altered his view. I am bound to say that he was very explicit. He could be so without suffering himself, or understanding that any one else would suffer. I tell you because you are one of the family, and would, no doubt, hear it all some day through Adelaide. I had a great escape." "And he a great misfortune," said Mary civilly. "I think he had, to tell you the truth. I am good tempered, long suffering, and have a certain grain of sagacity that might have been useful to him. Have you heard about this Italian lady?" "Only that she is an Italian lady." "He is about my age. If I remember rightly, there is hardly a month or two between us. She is 3 or 4 years older." "You knew her then?" "I knew of her. I have been curious enough to inquire, which is, I dare say, more than anybody has done at Manor Cross." "Surely not. We heard of it only since our own marriage." "Exactly. But the Marquis was always fond of a little mystery. It was the news of your marriage that made him hint at the possibility of such a thing, and he did not tell the fact till he had made up his mind to come home. I do not know that he has told all now." "What else is there?" "She has a baby, a boy." Mary felt that the colour flew to her cheeks, but she knew that it did so, not from any disappointment of her own, not because these tidings were in truth a blow to her, but because others, the lady for instance, would think that she suffered. "I am afraid it is so," said Miss Houghton. "She may have 20 for what I care," said Mary, recovering herself. "I think Lord George ought to know." "Of course I shall tell him what you told me." "I am sorry that he is not nice, that's all. I should have liked a brother-in-law that I could have loved. And I wish he had married an English woman. I think English women are best for English men." "I think so too. I am afraid you will none of you like the lady. She cannot speak a word of English. Of course you will use my name in telling Lord George. I heard it all from a friend of mine who is married to one of the secretaries at the Embassy." Then the gentleman came in, and Mary began to be in a hurry to get away, that she might tell this news to her husband. In the meantime Guss Mildmay made her complaints, deep but not loud. She and Mrs. Houghton had been very intimate as girls, knew each other's secrets, and understood each other's characters. "Why did you have him to such a party as this?" said Guss. "I told you he was coming." "But you didn't tell me about that young woman. You put him next to her on purpose to annoy me." "That's nonsense. You know as well as I do that nothing had come of it. You must drop it, and you'd better do it at once. You don't want to be known as the girl who is dying for the love of a man she can't marry. That's not your métier." "That's my own affair. If I choose to stick to him, you, at least, ought not to cross me." "But he won't stick to you. Of course he's my cousin, and I don't see why he's to be supposed never to say a word to any one else, when it's quite understood that you're not going to have one another. What's the good of being a dog in the manger?" "Adelaide, you never had any heart." "Of course not; or if I had, I knew how to get the better of so troublesome an appendage. I hate hearing about hearts. If he'd take you to morrow, you wouldn't marry him?" "Yes, I would." "I don't believe it. I don't think you'd be so wicked. Where would you live, and how? How long would it be before you hated each other? Hearts! As if hearts weren't just like anything else, which either you can or you cannot afford yourself. Do you think I couldn't go and fall in love to morrow, and think it the best fun in the world? Of course it's nice to have a fellow like Jack always ready to spoon, and sending one things, and riding with one, and all that. I don't know any young woman in London would like it better than I should. But I can't afford it, my dear, and so I don't do it." "It seems to me you are going to do it with your old lover?" "Dear Lord George! I swear it's only to bring Mary down a peg because she is so proud of her nobleman. And then he is handsome. But, my dear, I've pleased myself. I have got a house over my head, and a carriage to sit in, and servants to wait on me, and I've settled myself. Do you likewise, and you shall have your Lord George, or Jack De Baron if he pleases, only don't go too far with him." "Adelaide," said the other, "I'm not good, but you're downright bad." Mrs. Houghton only laughed as she got up from her seat to welcome the gentlemen as they entered the room. Mary, as soon as the door of the brougham had been closed upon her and her husband, began to tell her story. "What do you think Miss Houghton has told me?" Lord George of course could have no thoughts about it, and did not at first very much care what the story might have been. "She says that your brother was married ever so long ago." "I don't believe it," said Lord George suddenly and angrily. "A year before we were married, I mean." "I don't believe it." "And she says that they have a son." "What?" "That there is a baby, a boy. She heard it all from some friends of hers at Rome." "It can't be true." "She said that I had better tell you. Does it make you unhappy, George?" To this he made no immediate answer. "What can it matter whether he was married 2 months ago or 2 years? It does not make me unhappy." As she said this she locked herself close into his arm. "Why should he deceive us? That would make me unhappy. If he had married in a proper way and had a family here in England, of course I should have been glad. I should have been loyal to him as I am to the others. But if this be true, of course it will make me unhappy. I do not believe it. It is some gossip." "I could not but tell you." "It is some jealousy. There was a time when they said that Brotherton meant to marry her." "What difference could it make to her? Of course we all know that he is married. I hope it won't make you unhappy, George." But Lord George was unhappy, or at any rate was moody, and would talk no more then on that subject or any other. But in truth the matter rested on his mind all the night. Chapter 14. Chapter 14 of Issy Popenjoy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. Issy Popenjoy by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 14. Are we to call him Popenjoy? The news which he had heard did afflict Lord George very much. A day or two after the dinner party in Berkeley Square, he found Mr. Knox, his brother's agent, and learned from him that Miss Houghton's story was substantially true. The Marquis had informed his man of business that an heir had been born to him, but had not communicated the fact to any one of the family. This omission, in such a family, was, to Lord George's thinking, so great a crime on the part of his brother as to make him doubt whether he could ever again have fraternal relations with a man who so little knew his duty. When Mr. Knox showed him the letter his brow became very black. He did not often forget himself, was not often so carried away by any feeling as to be in danger of doing so, but on this occasion even he was so moved as to be unable to control his words. "An Italian brat! Who is to say how it was born?" "The Marquis, my lord, would not do anything like that," said Mr. Knox very seriously. Then Lord George was ashamed of himself and blushed up to the roots of his hair. He had hardly himself known what he had meant. But he mistrusted an Italian widow, because she was an Italian and because she was a widow, and he mistrusted the whole connection, because there had been in it none of that honourable openness which should, he thought, characterise all family doings in such a family as that of the Germains. "I don't know of what kind you mean," he said, shuffling, and knowing that he shuffled. "I don't suppose my brother would do anything really wrong. But it's a blot to the family, a terrible blot." "She is a lady of good family, a Marchese," said Mr. Knox. "An Italian Marchese," said Lord George, with that infinite contempt with which an English nobleman has for foreign nobility not of the highest order. He had learnt that Miss Houghton's story was true, and was certainly very unhappy. It was not at all that he had pictured to himself the glory of being himself the Marquis of Brotherton after his brother's death. Nor was it only the disappointment which he felt as to any possible son of his own, though on that side he did feel the blow. The reflection which perplexed him most was the consciousness that he must quarrel with his brother, and that after such a quarrel he would become nobody in the world. And then, added to this, was the sense of family disgrace. He would have been quite content with his position had he been left master of the house at Manor Cross, even without any of his brother's income wherewith to maintain the house. But now he would only be his wife's husband, the Dean's son-in-law, living on their money, and compelled by circumstances to adapt himself to them. He almost thought that had he known that he would be turned out of Manor Cross, he would not have married. And then, in spite of his disclaimer to Mr. Knox, he was already suspicious of some foul practice. An heir to the title and property, to all the family honours of the Germains, had suddenly burst upon him 12 months, for aught that he knew 2 or 3 years, after the child's birth. Nobody had been informed when the child was born, or in what circumstances, except that the mother was an Italian widow. What evidence on which an Englishman might rely could possibly be forthcoming from such a country as Italy? Poor Lord George, who was himself as honest as the sun, was prepared to believe all evil things of people of whom he knew nothing. Should his brother die, and his brother's health was bad, what steps should he take? Would it be for him to accept this Italian brat as the heir to everything, or must he ruin himself by a pernicious lawsuit? Looking forward, he saw nothing but family misery and disgrace, and he saw also inevitable difficulties with which he knew himself to be incapable to cope. "It is true," he said to his wife very gloomily, when he first met her after his interview with Mr. Knox. "What Miss Houghton said? I felt sure it was true, directly she told me." "I don't know why you should have felt sure merely on her word as to a thing so monstrous as this is. You don't seem to see that it concerns yourself." "No, I don't. It doesn't concern me at all, except as it makes you unhappy." Then there was a pause for a moment, during which she crept close up to him in a manner that had now become usual with her. "Why do you think I married you?" she said. He was too unhappy to answer her pleasantly, too much touched by her sweetness to answer her unpleasantly, and so he said nothing. "Certainly not with any hope that I might become Marchioness of Brotherton. Whatever may have made me do such a thing, I can assure you that that had nothing to do with it." "Can't you look forward? Don't you suppose that you may have a son?" Then she buried her face upon his shoulder. "And if so, would it not be better that a child so born should be the heir than some Italian baby of whom no one knows anything?" "If you are unhappy, George, I shall be unhappy. But for myself I will not affect to care anything. I don't want to be a Marchioness. I only want to see you without a frown on your brow. To tell the truth, if you didn't mind it, I should care nothing about your brother and his doings. I would make a joke of this Marchese, who, Miss Houghton says, is a puckered-faced old woman. Miss Houghton seems to care a great deal more about it than I do." "It cannot be a subject for a joke." He was almost angry at the idea of the wife of the head of the family being made a matter of laughter. That she should be reprobated, hated, cursed if necessary, was within the limits of family dignity, but not that she should become a joke to those with whom she had unfortunately connected herself. When he had finished speaking to her, she could not but feel that he was displeased, and could not but feel also the injustice of such displeasure. Of course she had her own little share in the general disappointments, but she had striven before him to make nothing of it, in order that he may be quite sure that she had married him, not with any idea of rank or wealth, but for himself alone. She made light of the family misfortune in order that he might be relieved. And yet he was angry with her. This was unreasonable. How much she had done for him! Was she not striving every hour of her life to love him, and at any rate to comfort him with the conviction that he was loved? Was she not constant in her assurance to herself that her whole life should be devoted to him? And yet he was surly to her simply because his brother had disgraced himself. When she was left alone she sat down and cried, and then consoled herself by remembering that her father was coming to her. It had been arranged that the last days of February should be spent by Lord George with his mother and sisters at Cross Hall, and that the Dean should run up to town for a week. Lord George went down to Brotherton by a morning train, and the Dean came up on the same afternoon. But the going and coming were so fixed that the two men met at the deanery. Lord George had determined that he would speak fully to the Dean respecting his brother. He was always conscious of the Dean's low birth, remembering, with some slight discomfort, the stable keeper and the tallow chandler, and he was a little inclined to resent what he thought to be a disposition on the part of the Dean to domineer. But still the Dean was a practical, sagacious man in whom he could trust, and the assistance of such a friend was necessary to him. Circumstances had bound him to the Dean, and he was a man not prone to bind himself to many men. He wanted and yet feared the confidence of friendship. He lunched with the Dean and then told his story. "You know," he said, "that my brother is married." "Of course. We all heard that." "He was married more than 12 months before he informed us that he was going to be married." "No!" "It was so." "Do you mean then that he told you a falsehood?" "His letter to me was very strange, though I did not think much of it at the time. He said, 'I am to be married,' naming no day." "That certainly was a falsehood, as at that time he was married." "I do not know that harsh words will do any good." "Nor I. But it is best, George, that you and I should be quite plain in our words to each other. Placed as he was, and as you were, he was bound to tell you of his marriage as soon as he knew it himself. You had waited till he was between 40 and 50, and of course he must feel that what you would do would depend materially upon what he did." "It didn't at all." "And then, having omitted to do his duty, he screens his fault by a positive misstatement, when his intended return home makes further concealment impossible." "All that, however, is of little moment," said Lord George, who could not but see that the Dean was already complaining that he had been left without information which he ought to have possessed when he was giving his daughter to a probable heir to the title. "There is more than that." "What more?" "He had a son born more than 12 months since." "Who said so?" exclaimed the Dean, jumping up from his chair. "I heard it first, or rather Mary did, in common conversation from an old friend. I then learned the truth from Knox. Though he had told none of us, he had told Knox." "And Knox has known it all through?" "No, only lately. But he knows it now. Knox supposes that they are coming home so that the people about may be reconciled to the idea of his having an heir. There will be less trouble, he thinks, if the boy comes now, than if he were never heard of till he was 10 or 15 years old, or perhaps till after my brother's death." "There may be trouble enough still," said the Dean, almost with a gasp. The Dean, it was clear, did not believe in the boy. Lord George remembered that he himself had expressed disbelief, and that Mr. Knox had almost rebuked him. "I have now told you all the facts," said Lord George, "and have told them as soon as I knew them." "You are as true as the sun," said the Dean, putting his hand on his son-in-law's shoulder. "You will be honest. But you must not trust in the honesty of others. Poor Mary!" "She does not feel it in the least; will not even interest herself about it." "She will feel it some day. She is no more than a child now. I feel it, George. I feel it. And you ought to feel it." "I feel his ill treatment of myself." "What, in not telling you? That is probably no more than a small part of a wide scheme. We must find out the truth of all this." "I don't know what there is to find out," said Lord George hoarsely. "Nor do I. But I do feel that there must be something. Think of your brother's position and standing, of his past life and his present character. This is no time now for being mealy-mouthed. When such a man as he appears suddenly with a foreign woman and a foreign child, and announces one as his wife and the other as his heir, having never reported the existence of one or of the other, it is time that some inquiry should be made. I, at any rate, shall make inquiry. I shall think myself bound to do so on behalf of Mary." Then they parted as confidential friends do part, but each with some feeling antagonistic to the other. The Dean, though he had from his heart acknowledged that Lord George was as honest as the sun, still felt himself to be aggrieved by the Germain family, and doubted whether his son-in-law would be urgent enough and constant in hostility to his own brother. He feared that Lord George would be weak, feeling, as regarded himself, that he would fight till he had spent his last penny, as long as there was a chance that by fighting a grandson of his own might be made Marquis of Brotherton. He at any rate understood his own heart in the matter, and knew what it was that he wanted. But Lord George, though he had found himself compelled to tell everything to the Dean, still dreaded the Dean. It was not in accordance with his principles that he should be leagued against his brother with such a man as Dean Lovelace, and he could see that the Dean was thinking of his own possible grandchildren, whereas he himself was thinking only of the family of Germain. He found his mother and sister at the small house, the house at which Farmer Price was living only a month or two since. No doubt it was the recognised dower house, but nevertheless there was still about it a flavour of Farmer Price. A considerable sum of money had been spent upon it, which had come from a sacrifice of a small part of the capital belonging to the three sisters, with an understanding that it should be repaid out of the old lady's income. But no one, except the old lady herself, anticipated such repayment. All this had created trouble and grief, and the family, which was never gay, was now more sombre than ever. When the further news was told to Lady Sarah, it almost crushed her. "A child!" she said, in a horror-stricken whisper, turning quite pale, and looking as though the crack of doom were coming at once. "Do you believe it?" Then her brother exclaimed the grounds he had for believing it, and that it was born in wedlock 12 months before the fact was announced to us. "It has never been announced to us," said Lord George. "What are we to do? Is my mother to be told? She ought to know at once, and yet how can we tell her? What shall you do about the Dean?" "He knows." "You told him?" "Yes, I thought it best." "Well, perhaps. And yet it is terrible that any man so distant from us should have our secrets in his keeping." As Mary's father, I thought it right that he should know. "I have always liked the Dean personally," said Lady Sarah. "There is a manliness about him which has recommended him, and having a full hand he knows how to open it. But he isn't quite—" "No, he isn't quite," said Lord George, also hesitating to pronounce the word which was understood by both of them. "You must tell my mother, or I must. It will be wrong to withhold it. If you like, I will tell Susanna and Amelia." "I think you had better tell my mother," said Lord George. "She will take it more easily from you. And then, if she breaks down, you can control her better." That Lady Sarah should have the doing of any difficult piece of work was almost a matter of course. She did tell the tale to her mother, and her mother did break down. The Marchioness, when she found that an Italian baby had been born 12 months before the time which she had been made to believe was the date of the marriage, took at once to her bed. What a mass of horrors was coming on them! Was she to go and see a woman who had had a baby under such circumstances? Or was her own eldest son, the very, very Marquis of Brotherton, to be there with his wife, and was she not to go and see them? Through it all her indignation against her son had not been hot as had been theirs against their brother. He was her eldest son, the very Marquis, and ought to be allowed to do almost anything he pleased. Had it not been impossible for her to rebel against Lady Sarah, she would have obeyed her son in that matter of the house. And even now it was not against her son that her heart was bitter, but against the woman who, being an Italian, and having been married, if married, without the knowledge of the family, presumed to say that her child was legitimate. Had her eldest son brought over with him to the halls of his ancestors an Italian mistress, that would of course have been very bad, but it would not have been so bad as this. Nothing could be so bad as this. "Are we to call him Popenjoy?" she asked with a gurgling voice from amidst the bedclothes. Now the eldest son of the Marquis of Brotherton would, as a matter of course, be Lord Popenjoy, if legitimate. "Certainly we must," said Lady Sarah authoritatively, "unless the marriage should be disproved." poor dear little thing," said the Marchioness, beginning to feel some pity for the odious stranger as soon as she was told that he really was to be called Popenjoy. Then the Ladies Susanna and Amelia were informed, and the feeling became general throughout the household that the world must be near its end. What were they all to do when he should come? That was the great question. He had begun by declaring that he did not want to see any of them. He had endeavoured to drive them away from the neighbourhood, and had declared that neither his mother nor his sisters would "get on" with his wife. All the ladies at Cross Hall had a very strong opinion that this would turn out to be true, but still they could not bear to think that they should be living as it were next door to the head of the family, and never see him. A feeling began to creep over all of them, except Lady Sarah, that it would have been better for them to have obeyed the head of the family and gone elsewhere. But it was too late now. The decision had been made, and they must remain. Lady Sarah, however, never gave way for a minute. "George," she said very solemnly, "I have thought a great deal about this, and I do not mean to let him trample upon us." "It is all very sad," said Lord George. "Yes, indeed. If I know myself, I think I should be the last person to attribute evil motives to my elder brother, or to stand in his way in aught that he might wish to do in regard to the family. I know all that is due to him. But there is a point beyond which even that feeling cannot carry me. He has disgraced himself." Lord George shook his head. "And he is doing all he can to bring disgrace upon us. It has always been my wish that he should marry." "Of course, of course." "It is always desirable that the eldest son should marry. The heir to the property then knows that he is the heir, and is brought up to understand his duties. Though he had married a foreigner, much as I should regret it, I should be prepared to receive her as a sister. It is for him to please himself, but in marrying a foreigner he is more specially bound to let it be known to all the world, and to have everything substantiated, than if he had married an English girl in her own parish church. As it is, we must call on her, because he says that she is his wife. But I shall tell him that he is acting very wrongly by us all, especially by you, and most especially by his own child, if he does not take care that such evidence of his marriage is forthcoming as shall satisfy all the world." "He won't listen to you." "I think I can make him, as far as that goes. At any rate, I do not mean to be afraid of him. Nor must you." "I hardly know whether I will even see him." "Yes, you must see him. If we are to be expelled from the family house, let it be his doing and not ours. We have to take care, George, that we do not make a single false step. We must be courteous to him, but above all we must not be afraid of him." In the meantime the Dean went up to London, meaning to spend a week with his daughter in her new house. They had both intended that this should be a period of great joy to them. Plans had been made as to the theatres and 1 or 2 parties, which were almost as exciting to the Dean as to his daughter. It was quite understood by both of them that the Dean up in London was to be a man of pleasure rather than a clergyman. He had no purpose of preaching either at St. Paul's or the Abbey. He was going to attend no Curates' Aid Society or Sons of the Clergy. He intended to forget Mr. Groschut, to ignore Dr. Pountney, and have a good time. That had been his intention, at least till he saw Lord George at the deanery. But now there were serious thoughts in his mind. When he arrived, Mary had for the time got nearly rid of the incubus of the Italian Marchioness with her baby. She was all smiles as she kissed him, but he could not keep himself from the great subject. "This is terrible news, my darling," he said at once. "Do you think so, papa?" "Certainly I do." "I don't see why Lord Brotherton should not have a son and heir as well as anybody else." "He is quite entitled to have a son and heir; one may almost say more entitled than any one else, seeing that he has got so much to leave to him; but on that very account he is more bound than any one else to let all the world feel sure that his declared son and heir is absolutely his son and heir." "He couldn't be so vile as that, papa." "God forbid that I should say that he could. It may be that he considers himself married, though the marriage would not be valid here. Maybe he is married, and that yet the child is not legitimate. Mary could not but blush as her father spoke to her thus plainly. "All we do know is that he wrote to his own brother, declaring that he was about to be married 12 months after the birth of the child whom he now expects us to recognise as the heir to the title. I, for one, am not prepared to accept his word without evidence, and I shall have no scruple in letting him know that such evidence will be wanted." End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of Is He Popenjoy? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please contact LibriVox.org. Read by Barry O'Neill. Is He Popenjoy? By Anthony Trollope. Chapter 15. Drop It. For 10 or 12 days after the little dinner in Berkeley Square, Guss Mildmay bore her misfortunes without further spoken complaint. During all that time, though they were both in London, she never saw Jack De Baron, and she knew that in not seeing her he was neglecting her. But for so long she bore it. It is generally supposed that young ladies have to bear such sorrow without loud complaint. But Guss was more thoroughly emancipated than are some young ladies, and when moved was wont to speak her mind. At last, when she herself was only on foot with her father, she saw Jack De Baron riding with Lady George. It is quite true that she also saw riding behind them her perfidious friend, Mrs. Houghton, and a gentleman whom at that time she did not know to be Lady George's father. This was early in March, when equestrians in the park are not numerous. Guss stood for a moment looking at them, and Jack De Baron took off his hat. But Jack did not stop, and went on talking with that pleasant vivacity which she, poor girl, knew so well and valued so highly. Lady George liked it too, though she could hardly have given any reason for liking it, for, to tell the truth, there was not often much pith in Jack's conversation. On the following morning, Captain De Baron, who had lodgings in Charles Street, close to the Guards' Club, had a letter brought to him before he was out of bed. The letter was from Guss Mildmay, and he knew the handwriting well. He had received many notes from her, though none so interesting on the whole as was this letter. Miss Mildmay's letter to Jack was as follows. It was written certainly with a swift pen, and but that he knew her writing well, would in parts have been hardly legible. I think you are treating me very badly. I tell you openly and fairly. It is neither gentlemanlike nor high-spirited, as you know that I have no one to take my part but myself. If you mean to cut me, say so, and let me understand it at once. You have taken up now with that young married woman, just because you know it will make me angry. I don't believe for a moment that you really care for such a baby-faced chit as that. I have met her too, and I know that she hasn't a word to say for herself. Do you mean to come and see me? I expect to hear from you, letting me know when you will come. I do not intend to be thrown over for her or any one. I believe it is mostly Adelaide's doing, who doesn't like to think that you should really care for any one. You know very well what my feelings are, and what sacrifice I am ready to make. And you know what you have told me of yourself. Papa, of course, will go to his club at 3. Aunt Julia has an afternoon meeting at the Institute for the distribution of prizes among the rights of women young men, and I have told her positively that I won't go. Nobody else will be admitted. Do come, and at any rate let us have it out. This state of things will kill me, though of course you don't mind that. G. I shall think you a coward if you don't come. Oh, Jack, do come. She had begun like a lion, but it ended like a lamb, and such was the nature of every thought she had respecting him. She was full of indignation. She assured herself hourly that such treachery as his deserved death. She longed for a return of the old times, 30 years since, and for some old-fashioned brother, so that Jack might be shot at and have a pistol bullet in his heart. And yet she told herself as often that she could not live without him. Where should she find another Jack after her recklessness in letting all the world know that this man was her Jack? She hardly wanted to marry him, knowing full well the nature of the life which would then be before her. Jack had told her often that if forced to do that, he must give up the army and go live in . He had named Danzig as having the least alluring sound of any place he knew. To her it would be best that things should go on just as they were now, till something should turn up. But that she should be enthralled and Jack free was not to be borne. She begrudged him no other pleasure. She was willing that he should hunt, gamble, eat, drink, smoke, and be ever so wicked, if that were his taste, but not that he should be seen making himself agreeable to another young woman. It might be that their position was unfortunate, but of that misfortune she had had by far the heavier share. She could not eat, drink, smoke, gamble, hunt, and be generally wicked. Surely he might bear it if she could. Jack, when he read the letter, tossed it on to the counterpane, and rolled himself again in bed. It was not as yet much after 9, and he need not decide for an hour or two whether he would accept the invitation or not. But the letter bothered him, and he could not sleep. She told him that if he did not come he would be a coward, and he felt that she had told him the truth. He did not want to see her, not because he was tired of her, for in her softer humours she was always pleasant to him, but because he had a clear insight into the misery of the whole connection. When the idea of marrying her suggested itself, he always regarded it as being tantamount to suicide. Were he to be persuaded to take such a step, he would simply be blowing his own brains out because some one else asked him to do so. He had explained all this to her at various times when suggesting Danzig, and she had agreed with him. Then, at that point, his common sense had been better than hers, and his feeling really higher. That being so, he had said, "It is certainly for your advantage that we should part." But this to her had been as though he were striving to break his own chains, and was indifferent to her misery. "I can take care of myself," she had answered him. But he knew that she could not take care of herself. Had she not been most unwise, most imprudent, she would have seen the wisdom of letting the intimacy of their acquaintance drop without any further explanation. But she was most unwise. Nevertheless, when she accused him of cowardice, must he not go? He breakfasted uncomfortably, trying to put off the consideration, and then uncomfortably sauntered down to the guard-house at St. James's. He had no intention of writing, and was therefore not compelled to make up his mind till the hour named for the appointment should actually have come. He thought for a while that he would write her a long letter, full of good sense, explaining to her that it was impossible that they should be useful to each other, and that he found himself compelled by his regard for her to recommend that their peculiar intimacy should be brought to an end. But he knew that such a letter would go for nothing with her, that she would regard it simply as an excuse on his part. They two had tacitly agreed not to be bound by common sense, not to be wise. Such tacit agreements are common enough between men, between women, and between men and women. "What, a sermon from you? No, indeed, not that." Jack felt all this, felt that he could not preach without laying himself open to ridicule. When the time came he made up his mind that he must go. Of course it was very bad for her. The servants would all know it. Everybody would know it. She was throwing away every chance she had of doing well for herself. But what was he to do? She had told him that he would be a coward, and he at any rate could not bear that. Mr. Mildmay lived in a small house in Green Street, very near the park, but still a modest, unassuming, cheap little house. Jack De Baron knew the way to it well, and was there not above a quarter of an hour after the appointed time. "So Aunt Ju has gone to the rights of women, has she?" he said, after his first greeting. He might have kissed her if he would, but he wouldn't. He had made up his mind about that, and so had she. She was ready for him, whether he should kiss her or not, ready to accept either greeting, as though it was just that which she had expected. "Oh yes, she is going to make a speech herself. But why do they give prizes to young men?" "Because the young men have stood up for the old woman. Why don't you go and get a prize?" "I had to be here instead." "Had to be here, sir?" "Yes, Guss, had to be here. Isn't that about it? When you tell me to come, and tell me that I am a coward if I don't come, of course I am here. And now you are here. What have you got to say for yourself?" This she attempted to say easily and jauntily. "Not a word." "Then I don't see what is the use of coming." "Nor I either. What would you have me say?" I would have you, and then there was something like a sob. It was quite real. "I would have you tell me that you love me." "Have I not told you so a score of times? And what has come of it?" "But is it true?" "Come, Guss, this is simple folly. You know it is true, and you know also that there is no good whatever to be got from such truth." "If you loved me, you would like to see me." "No, I shouldn't. No, I don't, unless it could lead to something. There was a little fun to be had when we could spoon together, when I hardly knew how to ask for it, and you hardly knew how to grant it, when it was a little shooting bud, and had to be nursed by smiles and pretty speeches. But there are only 3 things it can come to now. 2 are impossible, and therefore there is the other." "What are the 3?" "We might get married." "Well?" "One of the 3 I shall not tell you. And we might make up our minds to forget it all, do what people call part. That is what I suggest." "So that you may spend your time riding about with Lady George Germain." "That is nonsense, Guss. Lady George Germain! I have seen her 3 times, and she talks only about her husband. A pretty little woman more absolutely in love I have never come across." "Pretty little fool!" "Very likely. I have nothing to say against that. Only when you have no heavier stone to throw against me than Lady George Germain, really you are badly off for weapons." "I have stones enough if I choose to throw them. Oh, Jack!" "What more is there to be said?" "Have you had enough of me already, Jack?" "I should not have had half enough of you if either you or I had £50,000. "If I had them I would give them all to you." "And I to you. That goes without telling. But as neither of us have got the money, what are we to do? I know what we had better not do. We had better not make each other unhappy by what people call recriminations." "I don't suppose that anything I can say can affect your happiness." "Yes, it does, very much. It makes me think of deep rivers and high columns, of express trains and prussic acid. Well as we have known each other, you have never found out how unfortunately soft I am." "Very soft." "I am. This troubles me so that I ride over awfully big places, thinking that I might perhaps be lucky enough to break my neck." "What must I feel, who have no way of amusing myself at all?" "Drop it. I know it is a hard thing for me to say. I know it will sound heartless, but I am bound to say so. It is for your sake. I can't hurt myself. It does me no harm that everybody knows that I am philandering after you. But it is the very deuce for you." She was silent for a moment. Then he said again emphatically, "Drop it." "I can't drop it," she said through her tears. "Then what are we to do?" As he asked this question he approached her and put his arm round her waist. This he did in momentary vacillating mercy, not because of the charm of the thing to himself, but through his own inability not to give her some token of affection. "Marry," she said in a whisper. "And go live at Dantzic for the rest of our lives." He did not speak these words, but such was the exclamation which he at once made internally to himself. If he had resolved on anything, he had resolved that he would not marry her. One might sacrifice oneself, he had said to himself, if one could do her any good. But what's the use of sacrificing both? He withdrew his arm from her and stood a yard apart from her, looking into her face. "That would be so horrible to you," she said. "It would be horrible to have nothing to eat." "We should have £750 a year," said Guss, who had made her calculations very narrowly. "Well, yes, and no doubt we could get enough to eat at such a place as Dantzic." "Dantzic! You always laugh at me when I speak seriously." "Or Lubeck, if you like it better, or Leipzig. I shouldn't care the least in the world where we went. I know a chap who lives in Minorca because he has not got any money. We might go to Minorca, only the mosquitoes would eat you up." Will you do it? I will if you will." They were standing now 3 yards apart, and Guss was looking terrible things. She did not endeavour to be soft, but had made up her mind as to the one step that must be taken. She would not lose him. They need not be married immediately. Something might turn up before any date was fixed for their marriage. If she could only bind him by an absolute promise that he would marry her some day. "I will if you will," she said again, after waiting a second or two for his answer. Then he shook his head. "You will not, after all you have said to me?" He shook his head again. "Then, Jack De Baron, you are perjured, and no gentleman." "Dear Guss, I can bear that. It is not true, you know, as I have never made you any promise which I am not ready to keep. But still I can bear it." "No promise! Have you not sworn that you loved me?" "1,000 times." "And what does that mean from a gentleman to a lady?" "It ought to mean matrimony and all that kind of thing. But it never did mean it with us. You know how it all began." "I know what it has come to, and that you owe me as a gentleman to let me decide whether I am able to encounter such a life or not. Though it were absolute destruction, you ought to face it if I bid you." "If it were destruction for myself only, perhaps yes. But though you have so little regard for my happiness, I still have some for yours. It is not to be done. You and I have had our little game, as I said before, and now we had better put the rackets down and go and rest ourselves." "What rest? Oh, Jack, what rest is there?" "Try somebody else." "You can tell me to do that?" "Certainly I can. Look at my cousin Adelaide." "Your cousin Adelaide never cared for any human being in her life except herself. She had no punishment to suffer as I have. Oh, Jack, I do so love you." Then she rushed at him and fell upon his bosom and wept. He knew that this would come, and he felt that, upon the whole, this was the worst part of the performance. He could bear her anger or her sullenness with fortitude, but her lachrymose caresses were insupportable. He held her, however, in his arms, and gazed at himself in the pier glass most uncomfortably over her shoulder. "Oh, Jack," she said, "oh, Jack, what is to come next?" His face became somewhat more lugubrious than before, but he said not a word. "I cannot lose you altogether. There is no one else in the wide world that I care for. Papa thinks of nothing but his whist. Aunt Ju, with her rights of women, is an old fool." "Just so," said Jack, still holding her, and still looking very wretched. "What shall I do if you leave me?" "Pick up with some one who has a little money. I know it sounds bad and mercenary and all that, but in our way of life there is nothing else to be done. We can't marry like the ploughboy and the milkmaid." "I could." "And would be the first to find out your mistake afterwards. It's all very well saying that Adelaide hasn't got a heart. I dare say she has as much a heart as you or me." "As you! As you! Very well. Of course you have a sort of pleasure in abusing me, but she has known what she could do and what she could not. Every year as she grows older she will become more comfortable. Houghton is very good to her, and she has lots of money to spend. If that's heartlessness, there's a good deal to be said for it." Then he gently disembarrassed himself of her arms and placed her on the sofa. "And this is to be the end?" "Well, I think so, really." She thumped her hand upon the head of the sofa as a sign of her anger. "Of course we will always be friends." "Never!" She almost screamed. "We'd better. People will talk less about it, you know." "I don't care what people talk. If they knew the truth, no one would ever speak to you again." "Good bye, Guss." She shook her head as he had shaken his before. "Say a word to a fellow." Again she shook her head. He attempted to take her hand, but she withdrew it. Then he stood for perhaps a minute looking at her, but she did not move. "Good bye, Guss," he said again, and then he left the room. When he had got on to the street he congratulated himself. He had undergone many such scenes before, but none which seemed so likely to bring the matter to an end. He was rather proud of his own conduct,
thinking that he had been at the same time both tender and wise. He had not given way in the least, and had yet been explicit in assuring her of his affection. He felt now that he would go and hunt on the morrow without any desire to break his neck over the Baron's fences. Surely the thing was done now, for ever and ever. Then he thought how it would have been with him at this moment had he in any transient weakness told her that he would marry her. But he had been firm, and could now walk along with a light heart. She, as soon as he had left her, got up, and taking the cushion off the sofa, threw it to the further end of the room. Having so relieved herself, she walked up to her own chamber. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Is He Popenjoy? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please contact LibriVox.org. Read by Barry O'Neill. Is He Popenjoy? By Anthony Trollope. Chapter 16. All is fish that comes to his net. The Dean's week up in London during the absence of Lord George was gay enough. But through it all and over it all there was that cloud of seriousness which had been produced by the last news from Italy. He rode with his daughter, dined out in great state at Mrs. Montacute Jones's, talked to Mr. Houghton about Newmarket and the next Derby, had a little flirtation of his own with Hetta Houghton, into which he contrived to introduce a few serious words about the Marquis, and was merry enough. But to his daughter's surprise he never for a moment ceased to be impressed with the importance of the Italian woman and her baby. "What does that signify, papa?" "Not signify? Of course it is to be expected that the Marquis should marry. Why should he not marry as well as his younger brother? In the first place he is very much older." "As to that, men marry at any age. Look at Mr. Houghton." The Dean only smiled. "Do you know, papa, I don't think one ought to trouble about such things." "That's nonsense, my dear. Men, and women too, ought to look after their own interests. It is the only way in which progress can be made in the world. Of course you are not to covet what belongs to others. You will make yourself very unhappy if you do. If Lord Brotherton's marriage were all fair and above board, nobody would say a word. But as it has not been so, it will be our duty to find out the truth. If you should have a son, do you not think that you would turn every stone before you would have him defrauded of his rights?" "I shouldn't think any one would defraud him." "But if this child be anything else than what he pretends to be, there will be fraud. The Germains, though they think as I do, are frightened and superstitious. They are afraid of this imbecile who is coming over. But they shall find that if they do not move in this matter, I will. I want nothing that belongs to another, but while I have a hand and tongue with which to protect myself, or a purse, which is better than either, no one shall take from me what belongs to me." All this seemed to Mary to be pagan teaching, and it surprised her much as coming from her father. But she was beginning to find out that she, as a married woman, was supposed to be now fit for other teaching than had been administered to her as a child. She had been cautioned in her father's house against the pomps and vanities of this wicked world, and could remember the paternal, almost divine expression of the Dean's face as the lesson was taught. But now it seemed to her that the pomps and vanities were spoken of in a very different way. The divine expression was altogether gone, and that which remained, though in looking at her it was always pleasant, was hardly paternal. Miss Mildmay, Aunt Ju as she was called, and Guss Mildmay, came and called, and as it happened the Dean was in the drawing room when they came. They were known to be friends of Miss Houghton's who had been in Brothershire, and were therefore in some degree connected even with the Dean. Guss began at once about the new Marchioness and the baby, and the Dean, though he did not of course speak to Guss Mildmay as he had done to his own daughter, still sneered at the mother and her child. In the meantime Aunt Ju was enlisting poor Mary. "I should be so proud if you would come with me to the Institute, Lady George." "I am sure I would be delighted. But what Institute?" "Don't you know, in the Marylebone Road, for relieving females from their disabilities." "Do you mean Rights of Women? I don't think papa likes that," said Mary, looking round at her father.
"You haven't got to mind what papa likes and dislikes any more," said the Dean, laughing. "Whether you go in for the rights or the wrongs of women is past my caring now. Lord George must look after that." "I am sure Lord George could not object to your going to the Marylebone Institute," said Aunt Ju. "Lady Selina Protest is there every week, and Baroness Bandmann, the delegate from Bavaria, is coming next Friday." "You'll find the disabilities awfully dull, Lady George," said Guss. "Everybody is not so flighty as you are, my dear. Some people do sometimes think of serious things, and the Institute is not called the Disabilities." "What is it all about?" said Mary. "Only to empower women to take their own equal places in the world, places equal to those occupied by men," said Aunt Ju eloquently. "Why should one half of the world be ruled by the ipse dixit of the other?" "Or fed by their labours," said the Dean. "This is just what we are not. There are 1,133,500 females in England." "You had better go and hear it all at the Disabilities, Lady George," said Guss. Lady George said that she would like to go, for once, and so the matter was settled. While Aunt Ju was pouring out the violence of her doctrine upon the Dean, whom she contrived to catch in a corner just before she left the house, Guss Mildmay had a little conversation on her own part with Lady George. "Captain De Baron," she said, "is an old friend of yours, I suppose?" She, however, had known very well that Jack had never seen Lady George till within the last month. "No, indeed, I never saw him till the other day." "I thought you seemed to be intimate. And then the Houghtons and the De Barons and the Germains are all Brothershire people." "I knew Mrs. Houghton's father, of course, a little, but I never saw Captain De Baron." This she said rather seriously, remembering what Mrs. Houghton had said to her of the love affair between this young lady and the captain in question. "I thought you seemed to know him the other night, and I saw you riding with him." "He was with his cousin Adelaide, not with us." "I don't think he cares much for Adelaide. Do you like him?" "Yes, I do, very much. He seems to be so gay." "Yes, he is gay. He's a horrid flirt, you know." "I didn't know. And what is more, I don't care." "So many girls have said that about Captain De Baron, but they have cared afterwards." "But I am not a girl, Miss Mildmay," said Mary, colouring, offended, and resolved at once that she would have no intimacy and as little acquaintance as possible with Guss Mildmay. "You are so much younger than so many of us that are girls," said Guss, thinking to get out of the little difficulty in that way. "And then it's all fish that comes to his net." She hardly knew what she was saying, but was anxious to raise some feeling that should prevent any increased intimacy between her own lover and Lady George. It was nothing to her whether or no she offended Lady George Germain. If she could do her work without sinning against good taste, well; but if not, then good taste must go to the wall. Good taste certainly had gone to the wall. "Upon my word, I can hardly understand you." Then Lady George turned away to her father. "Well, papa, has Miss Mildmay persuaded you to come to the Institute with me?" "I am afraid I should hardly be admitted after what I have just said." "Indeed you shall be admitted, Mr. Dean," said the old woman. "We are quite of the Church's way of thinking, that no sinner is too hardened for repentance." "I am afraid the day of grace is not yet come," said the Dean. "Papa," said Lady George, as soon as her visitors were gone, "do you know I particularly dislike that younger Miss Mildmay." "Is she worth being particularly disliked so rapidly?" "She says nasty, impudent things. I can't quite explain what she said." And again Lady George blushed. "People in society now do give themselves strange liberty. Women, I think, more than men. You shouldn't mind it." "Not mind it?" "Not mind it so as to worry yourself. If a pert young woman like that says anything to annoy you, put her down at the time, and then think no more about it. Of course you need not make a friend of her." "That I shall certainly not do." On the Sunday after this, Lady George dined again with her father at Mr. Houghton's house, the dinner having been made up especially for the Dean. On this occasion the Mildmays were not there, but Captain De Baron was one of the guests. But then he was Mrs. Houghton's cousin, and had the run of the house on all occasions. Again there was no great party. Mrs. Montacute Jones was there, and Hetta, Mrs. Houghton, that is, whom all the world called Hetta, and Mrs. Houghton's father, who happened to be up in town. Again Lady George found herself sitting between her host and Jack De Baron, and again she thought that Jack was a very agreeable companion. The idea of being in any way afraid of him did not enter into her mind. Those horrid words which Guss Mildmay had said to her as to all being fish for his net had no effect of that nature. She assured herself that she knew herself too well to allow anything of that kind to influence her. That she, Lady George Germain, the daughter of the Dean of Brotherton, a married woman, should be afraid of any man, afraid of any too close intimacy, the idea was horrible and disgusting to her. So that when Jack proposed to join her and her father in the park on the next afternoon, she said that she would be delighted. And when he told her absurd stories of his regimental duties, and described his brother officers who probably did not exist as described by him, and then went on to hunting legends in Buckinghamshire, she laughed at everything he said, and was very merry. "Don't you like Jack?" Mrs. Houghton said in her drawing-room. "Yes, I do, very much. He's just what Jack ought to be." "I don't know about that. I suppose Jack ought to go to church twice on Sundays, and give half of what he has to the poor, just as well as John." "Perhaps he does. But Jack is bound to be amusing, while John need not have a word to say for himself. You know he's my pet friend. We are almost like brother and sister, and therefore I need not be afraid of him." "Afraid of him? Why should anybody be afraid of him?" "I am sure you needn't. But Jack has done mischief in his time. Perhaps he's not the sort of a man that would ever touch your fancy." Again Lady George blushed, but on this occasion she had nothing to say. She did not want to quarrel with Mrs. Houghton, and the suggestion that she could possibly love any other man than her husband had not now been made in so undisguised a manner as before. "I thought he was engaged to Miss Mildmay," said Lady George. "Oh dear no, nothing of the kind. It is impossible, as neither of them has anything to speak of. When does Lord George come back?" "To-morrow." "Mind that he comes to see me soon. I do so long to hear what he'll say about his new sister-in-law. I had made up my mind that I should have to kowtow to you before long as a real live marchioness." "You'll never have to do that." "Not if this child is the real Lord Popenjoy. But I have my hopes still, my dear." Soon after that Hetta Houghton reverted to the all-important subject. "You have found out that what I told you was true, Lady George." "Oh yes, all true." "I wonder what the Dowager thinks about it." "My husband is with his mother. She thinks, I suppose, just what we all think, that it would have been better if he had told everybody of his marriage sooner." "A great deal better." "I don't know whether, after all, it will make a great deal of difference. Lady Brotherton, the Dowager I mean, is so thoroughly English in all her ways that she could never have got on very well with an Italian daughter-in-law. The question is whether, when a man springs a wife and family on his relations in that way, everything can be taken for granted. Suppose a man had been ever so many years in Kamtchatka, and had then come back with a Kamtchatkan female, calling her his wife. Would everybody take it as all gospel?" "I suppose so." "Do you? I think not. In the first place, it might be difficult for an Englishman to get himself married in that country according to English laws. And in the next, when there, he would hardly wish to do so." "Italy is not Kamtchatka, Miss Houghton." "Certainly not, and it is in England. People are talking about it a great deal, and seem to think that the Italian lady oughtn't to have a walk-over." Miss Houghton had heard a great deal about races from her brother, and the phrase she had used was quite an everyday word to her. Lady George did not understand it, but felt that Miss Houghton was talking very freely about a very delicate matter, and she remembered at the same time what had been the aspirations of the lady's earlier life, and put down a great deal of what was said to personal jealousy. "Papa," she said as she went home, "it seems to me that people here talk a great deal about one's private concerns." "You mean about Lord Brotherton's marriage?" "That among other things." "Of course they will talk about that. It is hardly to be considered private. and I don't know but what the more it is talked about, the better for us. It is felt to be a public scandal, and that feeling may help us." "Oh, papa, I wish you wouldn't think that we wanted any help." "We want the truth, my dear, and we must have it." On the next day they met Jack De Baron in the park. They had not been long together before the Dean saw an old friend on the footpath and stopped to speak to him. Mary would have stayed too, had not her horse displayed an inclination to go on, and that she had felt herself unwilling to make an effort in the matter. As she rode on with Captain De Baron, she remembered all that had been said by Guss Mildmay and Mrs. Houghton, and remembered also her own decision that nothing of that kind could matter to her. It was an understood thing that ladies and gentlemen, when riding, should fall into this kind of intercourse. Her father was with her, and it would be absurd that she should be afraid to be a minute or two out of his sight. "I ought to have been hunting," said Jack, "but there was frost last night, and I do hate going down and being told that the ground is as hard as brickbats at the kennels, while men are ploughing all over the country. And now it's a delicious spring day." "You don't like getting up, Captain De Baron," she said. "Perhaps there's something in that. Don't you think getting up is a mistake? My idea of a perfect world is one where nobody would ever have to get up. I shouldn't at all like always to lie in bed. But there might be some sort of arrangement to do away with the nuisance. See what a good time the dogs have." "Now, Captain De Baron, would you like to be a dog?" This she said, turning around and looking him full in the face. "Your dog, I would." At that moment, just over his horse's withers, she saw the face of Guss Mildmay, who was leaning on her father's arm. Guss bowed to her, and she was obliged to return the salute. Jack De Baron turned his face to the path, and seeing the lady, raised his hat. "Are you two friends?" he asked. "Not particularly." "I wish you were, but of course I have no right to wish in such a matter as that." Lady George felt that she wished that Guss Mildmay had not seen her riding in the park on that day with Jack De Baron. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of Is He Popenjoy? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Is He Popenjoy by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 17, The Disabilities. It had been arranged that on Friday evening Lady George should call for Aunt Ju in Green Street, and that they should go together to the Institute in the Marylebone Road. The real and full name of the college, as some ladies delighted to call it, was, though somewhat lengthy, placarded in big letters on a long black board on the front of the building, and was as follows: Rights of Women Institute, established for the relief of the disabilities of females. By friendly tongues to friendly ears, the college, or the Institute, was the pleasant name used. But the irreverent public was apt to speak of the building generally as the Female Disabilities, and the title was made even shorter. Omnibuses were desired to stop at the Disabilities, and it had become notorious that it was just a mile from King's Cross to the Disabilities. There had been serious thoughts among those who were dominant in the Institute of taking down the big board and dropping the word. But then a change of a name implies such a confession of failure. It had on the whole been thought better to maintain the courage of the opinion which had first made the mistake. "So you're going to the Disabilities, are you?" Mrs. Houghton had said to Lady George. "I'm to be taken by old Miss Mildmay." "Oh yes. Aunt Ju is a sort of first-class priestess among them. Don't let them bind you over to belong to them. Don't go in for it." Lady George had declared it to be very improbable that she should go in for it, but had adhered to her determination of visiting the Institute. She called in Green Street, fearing that she should see Guss Mildmay, whom she had determined to keep at arm's distance, as well as her friendship with Mrs. Houghton would permit. But Aunt Ju was ready for her in the passage. "I forgot to tell you that we ought to be a little early, as I have to take the chair. I dare say we shall do very well," she added, "if the man drives fast, but the thing is so important. One doesn't like to be flurried when one gets up to make the preliminary address. The only public meetings at which Mary had ever been present had appertained to certain lectures at Brotherton, at which her father or some other clerical dignity had presided, and she could not as yet understand that such a duty should be performed by a woman. She muttered something expressing a hope that all would go right. "I've got to introduce the Baroness, you know." "Introduce the Baroness?" "The Baroness Banmann. Haven't you seen the bill of the evening? The Baroness is going to address the meeting on the propriety of patronizing female artists, especially in regard to architecture. A combined college of female architects is to be established in Posen and Chicago, and why should we not have a branch in London, which is the centre of the world?" "Would a woman have to build a house?" asked Lady George. "She would draw the plans and devise the proportions, and do the aesthetic part of it. An architect doesn't carry bricks on his back, my dear." "But he walks over planks, I suppose?" "And so could I walk over a plank. Why not as well as a man? But you will hear what the Baroness says. The worst is that I'm a little afraid of her English. She's a foreigner, of course. How will she manage?" "Her English is perfect, but I'm afraid of her pronunciation. However, we shall see." They had now arrived at the building, and Lady George followed the old lady in with the crowd. But when once inside the door they turned to a small passage on the left, which conducted those in authority to the august room preparatory to the platform. It is here that bashful speakers try to remember their first sentences, and that lecturers proud of their prominence receive the homage of the officers of the Institute. Aunt Ju, who on this occasion was second in glory, made her way in among the crowd and welcomed the Baroness, who had just arrived. The Baroness was a very stout woman, about 50, with a double chin, a considerable moustache, a low broad forehead, and bright round black eyes very far apart. When introduced to Lady George, she declared that she had great honour in accepting the recognition. She had a stout roll of paper in her hand, and was dressed in a black stuff gown, with a cloth jacket buttoned up to neck, which hardly gave to her copious bust that appearance of manly firmness which the occasion almost required. But the virile collars butting over it perhaps supplied what was wanting. Lady George looked at her to see if she was trembling. How, thought Lady George, would it have been with herself if she had been called upon to address a French audience in French? But as far as she could judge from experience, the Baroness was quite at her ease. Then she was introduced by Aunt Ju to Lady Selina Protest, who was a very little woman with spectacles, of a most severe aspect. "I hope, Lady George, that you mean to put your shoulder to the wheel," said Lady Selina. "I am only here as a stranger," said Lady George. Lady Selina did not believe in strangers, and passed on very severely. There was no time for further ceremonies, as a bald-headed old gentleman, who seemed to act as chief usher, informed Aunt Ju that it was time for her to take the Baroness on to the platform. Aunt Ju led the way, puffing a little, for she had been somewhat hurried on the stairs, and was not as yet quite used to the thing, but still with a proudly prominent step. The Baroness waddled after her, apparently quite indifferent to the occasion. Then followed Lady Selina and Lady George, the bald-headed gentleman telling her where to place herself. She had never been on a platform before, and it seemed as though the crowd of people below was looking specially at her. As she sat down at the right hand of the Baroness, who was of course at the right hand of the chairwoman, the bald-headed gentleman introduced her to her other neighbour, Miss Dr. Olivia Q. Fleabody, from Vermont. There was so much of the name, and it all sounded so strange to the ears of Lady George, that she could remember very little of it. But she was conscious that her new acquaintance was a miss and a doctor. She looked timidly round, and saw what would have been a pretty face, had it not been marred by a pinched look of studious severity, and a pair of glass spectacles, of which the glasses shone in a disagreeable manner. There are spectacles which are so much more spectacles than other spectacles, that they make the beholder feel that there is before him a pair of spectacles carrying a face, rather than a face carrying a pair of spectacles. So it was with the spectacles of Olivia Q. Fleabody. She was very thin, and the jacket and collars were quite successful. Sitting in the front row she displayed her feet, and it may also be said her trousers, for the tunic which she wore came down hardly below the knees. Lady George's inquiring mind instantly began to ask itself what the lady had done with her petticoats. "This is a great occasion," said Dr. Fleabody, speaking almost out loud and with a very strong nasal twang. Lady George looked at the chair before she answered, feeling that she would not dare speak a word if Aunt Ju were already on her legs. But Aunt Ju was taking advantage of the commotion which was still going on among those who were looking for seats to get her breath, and therefore she could whisper a reply. "I suppose it is," she said. "If it were not that I have wedded myself in a peculiar manner to the prophylactic and therapeutic sciences, I would certainly now put my foot down firmly in the cause of architecture. I hope to have an opportunity of saying a few words on the subject myself before this interesting session shall have closed." Lady George looked at her again, and thought that this enthusiastic hybrid who was addressing her could not be more than 24 years old. But Aunt Ju was soon on her legs. It did not seem to Lady George that Aunt Ju enjoyed the moment now that it was come. She looked hot and puffed once or twice before she spoke. But she had studied her few words so long, and had made so sure of them, that she could not go very far wrong. She assured her audience that the Baroness Banmann, whose name had only to be mentioned to be honoured both throughout Europe and America, had, at great personal inconvenience, come all the way from Bavaria to give them the advantage of her vast experience on the present occasion. Like a good chairwoman, she took none of the bread out of the Baroness's mouth, as we have occasionally known it to be done on such occasions, but confined herself to ecstatic praises of the German lady. All these the Baroness bore without a quiver, and when Aunt Ju sat down she stepped on to the rostrum of the evening amidst the plaudits of the room, with a confidence which to Lady George was miraculous. Then Aunt Ju took her seat, and was able for the next hour and a half to occupy her armchair with gratifying fainéant dignity. The Baroness, to tell the truth, waddled rather than stepped to the rostrum. She swung herself heavily about as she went sideways, but it was manifest to all eyes that she was not in the least ashamed of her waddling. She undid her manuscript on the desk, and flattened it down all over with her great fat hand, rolling her head about as she looked around, and then gave a grunt before she began. During this time the audience was applauding her loudly, and it was evident that she did not intend to lose a breath of their incense by any hurry on her own part. At last the voices and the hands and the feet were silenced. Then she gave a last roll to her head and a last pat to the papers, and began. "The manifest inferiority of the tyrant's sakes." Those first words, spoken in a very loud voice, came clearly home to Lady George's ear, though they were uttered with a most un-English accent. The Baroness paused before she completed her first sentence, and then there was renewed applause. Lady George could remark that the bald-headed old gentleman behind and a cadaverous youth who was near to him were particularly energetic in stamping on the ground. Indeed, it seemed that the men were specially charmed with this commencement of the Baroness's oration. It was so good that she repeated it with perhaps even a louder shout. "The manifest inferiority of the tyrant's sakes." Lady George, with considerable trouble, was able to follow the first sentence or two, which went to assert that the inferiority of man to woman in all work was quite as conspicuous as his rapacity and tyranny in taking to himself all the wages. The Baroness, though addressing a mixed audience, seemed to have no hesitation in speaking of man generally as a foul worm who ought to be put down and kept under, and merely allowed to be the father of children. But after a minute or two Lady George found that she could not understand two words consecutively, although she was close to the lecturer. The Baroness, as she became heated, threw out her words quicker and more quickly, till it became almost impossible to know in what language they were spoken. By degrees our friend became aware that the subject of architecture had been reached, and then she caught a word or two as the Baroness declared that the science was adapted only to the aesthetic and comprehensive intelligence of the female mind. But the audience applauded throughout as though every word reached them. And when from time to time the Baroness wiped her brows with a very large handkerchief, they shook the building with their appreciation of her energy. Then came a loud rolling sentence, with the old words as an audible termination. de manifeste inferiority of de tyrant saints." As she said this she waved her handkerchief in the air, and almost threw herself over the desk. "She is very great to-night, very great indeed," whispered Miss Dr. Olivia Q. Fleabody to Lady George. Lady George was afraid to ask her neighbour whether she understood one word out of 10 that were being spoken. Great as the Baroness was, Lady George became very tired of it all. The chair was hard and the room was full of dust, and she could not get up. It was worse than the longest and the worst sermon she had ever heard. It seemed to her at last that there was no reason why the Baroness should not go on forever. The woman liked it, and the people applauded her. The poor victim had made up her mind that there was no hope of a cessation, and in doing so was very nearly asleep, when on a sudden the Baroness had finished and had thrown herself violently back into her chair. "Baroness, believe me," said Dr. Fleabody, stretching across Lady George, "it is the greatest treat I have ever had in my life." The Baroness hardly condescended to answer the compliment. She was at this moment so great a woman, at this moment so immeasurably the greatest human being at any rate in London, that it did not become her to acknowledge single compliments. She had worked hard and was very hot, but still she had sufficient presence of mind to remember her demeanour. When the tumult was a little subsided, Lady Selina Protest got up to move a vote of thanks. She was sitting on the left-hand side of the chair, and rose so silently that Lady George had at first thought that the affair was all over, and that they might go away. Alas, alas! There was more to be borne yet. Lady Selina spoke with a clear but low voice, and though she was quite audible, an Earl's sister, did not evoke any enthusiasm. She declared that the thanks of every woman in England were due to the Baroness for her exertions, and of every man who wished to be regarded as the friend of woman. But Lady Selina was very quiet, making no gestures, and was indeed somewhat flat. When she sat down, no notice whatever was taken of her. Then very quickly, before Lady George had time to look about her, the doctor was on her feet. It was her task to second the votes of thanks, but she was far too experienced an occupant of platforms to waste her precious occasion simply on so poor a task. She began by declaring that never in her life had a duty been assigned to her more so humanitarian, and at the same time so essentially a female as the Baroness Banmann. Lady George, who knew nothing about speaking, felt at once that here was a speaker who could at any rate make herself audible and intelligible. Then the doctor broke away into the general subject, with special allusions to the special matter of female architecture, and went on for 20 minutes without dropping a word. There was a moment in which she had almost made Lady George think that women ought to build houses. Her dislike to the American twang had vanished, and she was almost sorry when Miss Dr. Fleabody resumed her seat. But it was after that, after the Baroness had occupied another 10 minutes in thanking the British public for the thanks that had been given to herself, that the supreme emotion of the evening came to Lady George. Again she had thought, when the Baroness a second time rolled back to her chair, that the time for departure had come. Many in the hall indeed were already going, and she could not quite understand why no one on the platform had as yet moved. Then came that bald-headed old gentleman to her very self, and suggested to her that she, Lady George Germain, who the other day was Mary Lovelace, the Brotherton girl, should stand up and make a speech. "There is to be a vote of thanks to Miss Mildmay as chairwoman," said the bald-headed old man, "and we hope, Lady George, that you will favour us with a few words." Her heart utterly gave way, and the blood flew into her cheeks, and she thoroughly repented of having come to this dreadful place. She knew that she could not do it, though the world were to depend on it, but she did not know whether the bald-headed old gentleman might not have the right of insisting on it. And then all the people were looking at her, as the horrible old man was pressing his request over her shoulder. "Oh," she said, "no, I can't. Pray don't. Indeed I can't, and I won't." The idea had come upon her that it was necessary that she should be very absolute. The old man retired meekly, and himself made the speech in honour of Aunt Ju. As they were going away, Lady George found that she was to have the honour of conveying the Baroness to her lodgings in Conduit Street. This was all very well, as there was room for 3 in the brougham, and she was not ill pleased to hear the ecstasies of Aunt Ju about the lecture. Aunt Ju declared that she had agreed with every word that had been uttered. Aunt Ju thought that the cause was flourishing. Aunt Ju was of opinion that women in England would before long be able to sit in Parliament and practice in the law courts. Aunt Ju was thoroughly in earnest, but the Baroness had expended her energy in the lecture, and was more inclined to talk about persons. Lady George was surprised to hear her say that this young man was a very handsome young man, and that old man a very nice old man. She was almost in love with Mr. Spuffin, the bald-headed gentleman usher. And when she was particular in asking whether Mr. Spuffin was married, Lady George could hardly think that this was the woman who had been so eloquent on the inferiority of the tyrant's sakes. But it was not till Aunt Ju had been dropped in Green Street, and the conversation fell upon Lady George herself, that the difficulty began. "You no speak?" asked the Baroness. "What, in public? Not for the world." "You wrong, dear. Nothing so easy. Say just as you please, only say it very loud, and always abuse somebody or something. You should try." "I would sooner die," said Lady George. "Indeed, I should be dead before I could utter a word. Isn't it odd how that lady doctor could speak like that? The American young woman? They have the impudence of everything you please, but it come to nothing. But she spoke well. Dear me, no, nothing at all. There was nothing but words, words, words. Thank you, here I am. Mind you, come again, and you shall learn to speak." Lady George, as she was driven home, was lost in her inability to understand it all. She had thought that the doctor spoke the best of all, and now she was told that it was nothing. She did not yet understand that even people so great as female orators, so nobly humanitarian as the Baroness Banmann, can be jealous of the greatness of others. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Is He Popenjoy? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Is He Popenjoy by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 18. Lord George up in London. Lord George returned to town the day after the lecture, and was not altogether pleased that his wife should have gone to the Disabilities. She thought, indeed, that he did not seem to be in a humour to be pleased with anything. His mind was thoroughly disturbed by the coming of his brother, and perplexed with the idea that something must be done, though he knew not what. And he was pervaded by a feeling that in the present emergency it behoved him to watch his own steps, and more especially those of his wife. An anonymous letter had reached Lady Sarah, signed "A Friend of the Family," in which it was stated that the Marquis of Brotherton had allied himself to the highest blood that Italy knew, marrying into a family that had been noble before English nobility had existed, whereas his brother had married the granddaughter of a stable-keeper and a tallow-chandler. This letter had, of course, been shown to Lord George, and, though he and his sisters agreed in looking upon it as an emanation from their enemy, the new Marchioness, it still gave them to understand that she, if attacked, would be prepared to attack again. And Lord George was open to attack on the side indicated. He was, on the whole, satisfied with his wife. She was ladylike, soft, pretty, well-mannered, and good to him. But her grandfathers had been stable-keepers and tallow-chandlers. Therefore it was specially imperative that she should be kept from injurious influences. Lady Selina Protest and Aunt Ju, who were both well-born, might take liberties, but not so his wife. "I don't think that was a very nice place to go to, Mary." "It wasn't nice at all, but it was very funny. I never saw such a vulgar creature as the Baroness, throwing herself about and wiping her face." "Why should you go and see a vulgar creature throw herself about and wipe her face?" "Why should anybody do it? One likes to see what is going on, I suppose. The woman's vulgarity could not hurt me, George." "It could do you no good." "Lady Selina Protest was there, and I went with Miss Mildmay." "Two old maids who have gone crazy about women's rights because nobody has married them. The whole thing is distasteful to me, and I hope you will not go there again." "That I certainly shall not, because it is very dull," said Mary. "I hope, also, that independently of that, my request would be enough." "Certainly it would, George, but I don't know why you should be so cross to me." "I don't think that I have been cross, but I am anxious, specially anxious. There are reasons why I have to be very anxious in regard to you, and why you have to be yourself more particular than others." "What reasons?" she asked, this with a look of bewildered astonishment. He was not prepared to answer the question, and shuffled out of it, muttering some further words as to the peculiar difficulty of their position. Then he kissed her and left her, telling her that all would be well if she would be careful. If she would be careful? All would be well if she would be careful? Why should there be need of more care on her part than on that of others? She knew that all this had reference in some way to that troublesome lady and troublesome baby who were about to be brought home, but she could not conceive how her conduct could be specially concerned. It was a sorrow to her that her husband should allow himself to be ruffled about the matter at all. It was a sorrow also that her father should do so. As to herself, she had an idea that if Providence chose to make her a marchioness, Providence ought to be allowed to do it without any interference on her part. But it would be a double sorrow if she were told that she mustn't do this and mustn't do that, because there was before her a dim prospect of being seated in a certain high place which was claimed and occupied by another person. And she was aware, too, that her husband had in very truth scolded her. The ladies at Manor Cross had scolded her before, but he had never done so. She had got away from Manor Cross, and had borne the scolding because the prospect of escape had been before her. But it would be very bad indeed if her husband should take to scold her. Then she thought that if Jack De Baron were married he would never scold his wife. The Dean had not yet gone home, and in her discomfort she had recourse to him. She did not intend to complain of her husband to her father. Had any such idea occurred to her, she would have stamped it out at once, knowing that such a course would be both unloyal and unwise. But her father was so pleasant with her, so easy to be talked to, so easy to be understood, whereas her husband was almost mysterious, at any rate gloomy and dark. "Papa," she said, "what does George mean by saying that I ought to be more particular than other people? Does he say so?" "Yes, and he didn't like my going with that old woman to hear the other woman. He says that I ought to not do it, though anybody else might." "I think you misunderstood him." "No, I didn't, papa." "Then you had better imagine that he was tired with his journey, or that his stomach was a little out of order. Don't fret about such things, and whatever you do, make the best of your husband." "But how am I to know where I may go and where I mayn't? Am I to ask him everything first?" "Don't be a child whatever you do. You will soon find out what pleases him and what doesn't, and, if you manage well, what you do will please him, whatever his manner may be. He is soft-hearted and affectionate." "I know that, papa. If he says a cross word now and again, just let it go by. You should not suppose that words always mean what they seem to mean. I knew a man who used to tell his wife ever so often that he wished she were dead." "Good heavens, papa!" "Whenever he said so, she always put a little magnesia into his beer, and things went on as comfortably as possible. Never magnify things, even to yourself. I don't suppose Lord George wants magnesia as yet, but you will understand what I mean." She said that she did, but she had not, in truth, quite comprehended the lesson as yet, nor could her father as yet teach it to her in plainer language. On that same afternoon Lord George called in Berkeley Square and saw Mrs. Houghton. At this time the whole circle of people who were in any way connected with the Germain family, or who, by the circumstances of their lives, were brought within the pale of the Germain influence, were agog with the marriage of the Marquis. The newspapers had already announced the probable return of the Marquis, and the coming of a new Marchioness and a new Lord Popenjoy. Occasion had been taken to give some details of the Germain family, and public allusion had even been made to the marriage of Lord George. These are days in which, should your wife's grandfather have ever been insolvent, some newspaper, in its catering for the public, will think it proper to recall the fact. The Dean's parentage had been alluded to, and the late Tallowax will, and the Tallowax property generally. It had also been declared that the Marchesa Luigi, now the present Marchioness, had been born an Orsini, and also in another paper the other fact, that she had been divorced from her late husband. This had already been denied by Mr. Knox, who had received a telegram from Florence ordering such denial to be made. It may, therefore, be conceived that the Germains were at this moment the subject of much conversation. And it may be understood that Mrs. Houghton, who considered herself to be on a very confidential terms with Lord George, should, as they were alone, ask a few questions and express a little sympathy. "How does the dear Marchioness like the new house?" she asked. "It is tolerably comfortable." "That Price is a darling, Lord George. I've known him ever so long, and, of course, it is the Dower House." "It was the suddenness that disturbed my mother." "Of course. And then the whole of it must have gone against the grain with her. You bear it like an angel." "For myself, I don't know that I have anything to bear. The whole thing is so dreadful. There you are, and your dear wife, everything just as it ought to be, idolized by your mother, looked up to by the whole country, the very man whom we wish to see the head of such a family. Don't talk in that way, Mrs. Houghton. I know it is very distant, but still I do feel near enough related to you all to be justified in being proud, and also to be justified in being ashamed. What will they do about calling upon her? My brother will, of course, come to my mother first. Then Lady Sarah and one of her sisters will go over. After that he will bring his wife to Cross Hall if he pleases. I am so glad it is all settled. It is so much better. But you know, Lord George, I must say it to you as I would to my own brother, because my regard for you is the same. I shall never think that that woman is really his wife." Lord George frowned heavily, but did not speak. "And I shall never think that that child is really Lord Popenjoy." Neither did Lord George in his heart of hearts believe that the Italian woman was a true Marchioness, or the little child a true Lord Popenjoy. But he had confessed to himself that he had no adequate reason for such disbelief, and had perceived that it would become him to keep his opinion to himself. The Dean had been explicit with him, and that very explicitness had seemed to impose silence on himself. To his mother he had not whispered an idea of a suspicion. With his sisters he had been reticent, though he knew that Lady Sarah at any rate had her suspicions. But now, an open expression of the accusation from so dear a friend as Mrs. Houghton, from the Adelaide De Baron whom he had so dearly loved, gratified him and almost tempted him into confidence. He had frowned at first, because his own family was to him so august that he could not but frown when anyone ventured to speak of it. Even crowned princes are driven to relax themselves on occasions, and Lord George Germain felt that he would almost like, just for once, to talk about his brothers and sisters as though they were Smiths and Joneses. "It is very hard to know what to think," he said. Mrs. Houghton at once saw that the field was open to her. She had ventured a good deal, and, knowing the man, had felt the danger of doing so. But she was satisfied now that she might say almost anything. "But one is bound to think, isn't one? Don't you feel that? It is for the whole family that you have to act." "What is to be done? I can't go and look up evidence." "But a paid agent can. Think of Mary. Think of Mary's child, if she should have one." As she said this she looked rather anxiously into his face, being desirous of receiving an answer to a question which he did not quite dare to ask. "Of course there's all that," he said, not answering the question. "I can only just remember him, though papa knew him so well. But I suppose he has lived abroad till he has ceased to think and feel like an Englishman. Could anyone believe that a Marquis of Brotherton would have married a wife long enough ago to have a son over 12 months old, and never to have said a word about it to his brother or mother? I don't believe it." "I don't know what to believe," said Lord George. "And then to write in such a way about the house. Of course I hear it talked of by people who won't speak before you, but you ought to know." "What do people say?" "Everybody thinks that there is some fraud. There is old Mrs. Montacute Jones. I don't know anybody who knows everything better than she does, and she was saying that you would be driven by your duty to investigate the matter. I dare say he'd prefer to do nothing," she said, "but he must. I felt that to be so true. Then Mr. Mildmay, who was so very quiet, said that there would be a lawsuit. Papa absolutely laughed at the idea of the boy being Lord Popenjoy, though he was always on good terms with your brother. Mr. Houghton says that nobody in society will give the child the name. Of course he's not very bright, but on matters like that he does know what he's talking about. When I hear all this I feel it a great deal, Lord George. I know what a friend you are. Indeed I am. I think very often what I might have been, but could not be. And though I am not jealous of the happiness and honours of another, I am anxious for your happiness and your honours. He was sitting near her, on a chair facing the fire, while she was leaning back on the sofa. He went on staring at the hot coals, flattered, in some sort elate, but very disturbed. The old feeling was coming back upon him. She was not as pretty as his wife, but she was, he thought, more attractive, had more to say for herself, was more of a woman. She could pour herself into his heart and understand his feelings, whereas Mary did not sympathize with him at all in this great family trouble. But then Mary was, of course, his wife, and this woman was the wife of another man. He would be the last man in the world, so he would have told himself could he have spoken to himself on the subject, to bring disgrace on himself and misery on other people by declaring his love to another man's wife. He was the last man to do an injury to the girl whom he had made his own wife, but he liked being with his old love, and felt anxious to say a word to her that should have in it something just a little beyond the ordinary tenderness of friendship. The proper word, however, did not come to him at that moment. In such moments the proper word very often will not come. "You are not angry with me for saying so?" she asked. "How can I be angry? I don't think that there can have been such friendship as there was between you and me, and that it should fade and die away, unless there be some quarrel. You have not quarrelled with me?" "Quarrelled with you? Never." "And you did love me once?" She at any rate knew how to find the tender words that were required for her purpose. "Indeed I did." "It did not last very long, did it, Lord George? It was you that stopped it." "Yes, it was I that stopped it. Perhaps I found it easier to stop than I had expected, but it was all for the best. It must have been stopped. What could our life have been? I was telling a friend of mine the other day, a lady, that there are people who cannot afford to wear hearts inside them. If I had jumped at your offer, and there was a moment when I would have done so, was there? Indeed there was, George. The George didn't mean quite as much as it might have meant between others, because they were cousins. But if I had, the joint home of us all must have been in Mr. Price's farmhouse. It isn't a farmhouse. You know what I mean. But I want you to believe that I thought of you quite as much as of myself, more than of myself. I should at any rate have had brilliant hopes before me. I could understand what it would be to be the Marchioness of Brotherton. I could have borne much for years to think that at some future day I might hang on your arm in London salons as your wife. I had an ambition which now can never be gratified. I, too, can look on this picture and on that. But I had to decide for you as well as for myself, and I did decide that it was not for your welfare, nor for your honour, nor for your happiness, to marry a woman who could not help you in the world. She was now leaning forward and almost touching his arm. I think sometimes that those most nearly concerned hardly know what a woman may have to endure because she is not selfish. How could any man stand this? There are words which a man cannot resist from a woman even though he knows them to be false. Lord George, though he did not quite believe that all these words were sincere, did think that there was a touch of sincerity about them, an opinion which the reader probably will not share with Lord George. "Have you suffered?" he said, putting out his hand to her and taking hers. "Suffered!" she exclaimed, drawing away her hand and sitting bolt upright and shaking her head. "Do you think that I am a fool not to know? Do you suppose that I am blind and deaf? When I said that I was one of those who could not afford to wear a heart, did you imagine that I had been able to get rid of the article? No, it is here still," and she put her hands upon her side. "It is here still, and very troublesome I find it. I suppose the time will come when it will die away. They say that every plant will fade if it be shut in from the light, and never open to the rains of heaven." "Alas, alas," he said, "I did not know that you would feel like that." "Of course I feel. I have had something to do with my life, and I have done this with it. 2 men have honoured me with their choice, and out of 2 I have chosen Mr. Houghton. I comfort myself by telling myself that I did right, and I did do right, but the comfort is not very comforting." Still he sat looking at the fire. He knew that it was open to him to get up and swear to her that she still had his heart. She could not be angry with him, as she had said as much to himself, and he almost believed at the moment that it was so. He was quite alive to the attraction of the wickedness, though, having a conscience, he was aware that the wickedness should, if possible, be eschewed. There is no romance in loving one's own wife. The knowledge that is a duty deadens the pleasure. "I did not mean to say all this," she exclaimed at last, sobbing. "Adelaide," he said, "do you love me? You may love me without anything wrong." "Indeed I do." Then there was an embrace, and after that he hurried away, almost without another word. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of Izzy Popenjoy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. Izzy Popenjoy by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 19. Rather boisterous. "After all, he's very dreary." It was this that Adelaide Houghton spoke to herself as soon as Lord George had left her. No doubt the whole work of the interview had fallen onto her shoulders. He had at last been talked into saying that he loved her, and had then run away, frightened by the unusual importance and tragic signification of his own words. After all, he's very dreary. Mrs. Houghton wanted excitement. She probably did like Lord George as well as she liked any one. Undoubtedly she would have married him had he been able to maintain her as she liked to be maintained. But, as he had been unable, she had taken Mr. Houghton without a notion on her part of making even an attempt to love him. When she said that she could not afford to wear a heart, and she had said so to various friends and acquaintances, she did entertain an idea that circumstances had used her cruelly, that she had absolutely been forced to marry a stupid old man, and that therefore some little freedom was due to her as a compensation. Lord George was Lord George, and might possibly some day be a marquis. He was at any rate a handsome man, and he had owned allegiance to her before he had transferred his homage to that rich little chit, Mary Lovelace. She was incapable of much passion, but she did feel she owed it to herself to have some revenge on Mary Lovelace. The game, as it stood, had charm sufficient to induce her to go on with it, and yet, after all, he was dreary. Such was the lady's feeling when she was left alone, but Lord George went away from the meeting almost overcome by the excitement of the occasion. To him the matter was of such stirring moment that he could not go home, could not even go to his club. He was so moved by his various feelings that he could only walk by himself and consider things. To her that final embrace had meant very little. What did it signify? He had taken her in his arms and kissed her forehead. It might have been her lips had he so pleased, but to him it had seemed to mean very much indeed. There was a luxury in it which almost intoxicated him, and a horror in it which almost quelled him. That she should love him as to be actually subdued by her love could not but charm him. He had none of that strength which arms a man against flatterers, none of that experience which strengthens a man against female cajolery. It was to him very serious and very solemn. There might perhaps have been exaggeration in her mode of describing her feelings, but there could be no doubt in this, that he had held her in his arms, and that she was another man's wife. The wickedness of the thing was more wicked to him than the charm of it was charming. It was dreadful to him to think that he had done a thing of which he would have to be ashamed if the knowledge of it were brought to his wife's ears. That he should have to own to himself to have been wrong to her would tear him to pieces. That he should lord it over her as a real husband was necessary to his happiness, and how can a man be a real lord over a woman when he has had to confess his fault to her and to beg her to forgive him? A wife's position with her husband may be almost improved by such asking for pardon. It will enhance his tenderness. But the man is so lowered that neither of them can ever forget the degradation. And, though it might never come to that, though this terrible passion might be concealed from her, still it was a grievance to him and a disgrace that he should have anything to conceal. It was a stain in his own eyes on his own nobility, a slur upon his escutcheon, a taint in his hitherto unslobbered honesty. And then the sin of it, the sin of it! To him it already sat heavy on his conscience. In his ear even now sounded that commandment which he weakly prayed that he might be permitted to keep. While with her there was hardly left a remembrance of the kiss which he had implanted on her brow, his lips were still burning with the fever. Should he make up his mind, now at once, that he would never, never see her again? Should he resolve that he would write to her a moving tragic letter, not a love letter, in which he would set forth the horrors of unhallowed love, and tell her that there must be a gulf between them, over which neither must pass till age should have tamed their passions? As he walked across the park he meditated what would be the fitting words for such a letter, and almost determined that it should be written. Did he not owe his first duty to his wife, and was he not bound for her sake to take such a step? Then, as he wandered alone in Kensington Gardens, for it had taken him many steps and occupied much time to think of it all, there came upon him an idea that perhaps the lady would not receive the letter in the proper spirit. Some idea occurred to him of the ridicule which would befall him should the lady at last tell him that he had really exaggerated matters. And then the letter might be shown to others. He did love the lady. With grief and shame and a stricken conscience he owned to himself that he loved her. But he could not quite trust her. And so, as he walked down towards the Albert Memorial, he made up his mind that he would not write the letter. But he also made up his mind, he thought that he made up his mind, that he would go no more alone to Berkeley Square. As he walked on he suddenly came upon his wife walking with Captain De Baron, and he was immediately struck by the idea that his wife ought not to be walking in Kensington Gardens with Captain De Baron. The idea was so strong as altogether to expel from his mind for the moment all remembrance of Mrs. Houghton. He had been unhappy before because he was conscious that he was ill-treating his wife, but now he was almost more disturbed because it seemed to him to be possible that his wife was ill-treating him. He had left her but a few minutes ago, he thought of it now as being but a few minutes since, telling her with almost his last word that she was specially bound, more bound than other women, to mind her own conduct. And here she was walking in Kensington Gardens with a man whom all the world called Jack De Baron. As he approached them his brow became clouded, and she could see that it was so. She could not but fear that her companion would see it also. Lord George was thinking how to address them, and had already determined on tucking his wife under his own arm and carrying her off before he saw that a very little way behind them the Dean was walking with Adelaide Houghton herself. Though he had been more than an hour wandering about the park, he could not understand that the lady whom he had left at her own house so recently, in apparently so great a state of agitation, should be there also, in her best bonnet, and quite calm. He had no words immediately at command, but she was as voluble as ever. "Doesn't this seem odd?" she said. "Why, it is not 10 minutes since you left me in Berkeley Square. I wonder what made you come here." "What made you come?" "Jack brought me here. If it were not for Jack, I should never walk or ride or do anything except sit in a stupid carriage. And just at the gate of the gardens we met the Dean and Lady George." This was very simple and straightforward. There could be no doubt of the truth of it all. Lady George had come out with her father, and nothing could be more as it ought to be. As to Jack and the lady, he did not, at any rate as yet, feel himself justified in being angry at that arrangement. But nevertheless he was disturbed. His wife had been laughing when he first saw her, and Jack had been talking, and they had seemed to be very happy together. The Dean no doubt was there, but still the fact remained that Jack had been laughing and talking with his wife. He almost doubted whether his wife ought under any circumstances to laugh in Kensington Gardens. And then the Dean was so indiscreet. He, Lord George, could not of course forbid his wife to walk with her father, but the Dean had no idea that any real looking after was necessary for anybody. He had once gave his arm to his wife, but in 2 minutes she had dropped it. They were on the steps of the Albert Memorial, and it was perhaps natural that she should do so. But he hovered close to her as they were looking at the figures, and was uneasy. "I think it's the prettiest thing in London," said the Dean, "one of the prettiest things in the world." "Don't you find it very cold?" said Lord George, who did not at the present moment care very much for the fine arts. "We have been walking quick," said Mrs. Houghton, "and have enjoyed it." The Dean with the two others had now passed round one of the corners. "I wonder," she went on, "I do wonder how it has come to pass that we should be brought together again so soon." "We both happened to come the same way," said Lord George, who was still thinking of his wife. "Yes, that must have been it. Though is it not a strange coincidence? My mind had been so flurried that I was glad to get out into the fresh air. When shall I see you again?" He couldn't bring himself to say "never." There would have been a mock tragic element about the single word which even he felt. And yet here on the steps of the monument there was hardly an opportunity for him to explain at length the propriety of their both agreeing to be severed. "You wish to see me, don't you?" she asked. "I hardly know what to say." "But you love me?" She was now close to him, and there was no one else near enough to interfere. She was pressing close up to him, and he was sadly ashamed of himself. And yet he did love her. He thought that she had never looked so well as at the present moment. "Say that you love me," she said, stamping her foot almost imperiously. "You know I do, but—" "But what?" "I had better come to you again and tell you all." The words were no sooner out of his mouth than he remembered that he had resolved that he would never go to her again. But yet, after what had passed, something must be done. He had also made up his mind that he wouldn't write. He had quite made up his mind about that. The words that are written remain. It would perhaps be better that he should go to her and tell her everything. "Of course you will come again," she said. "What is it that ails you? You are unhappy because she is here with my cousin Jack?" It was intolerable to him that any one should suspect him of jealousy. "Jack has a way of getting intimate with people, but it means nothing." It was dreadful to him that an allusion should be made to the possibility of anybody meaning anything with his wife. Just at this moment Jack's voice was heard coming back round the corner, and also the laughter of the Dean. Captain De Baron had been describing the persons represented on the base of the monument, and had done so after some fashion of his own that had infinitely amused not only Lady George but her father also. "You ought to be appointed guide to the memorial," said the Dean. "If Lady George will give me a testimonial, no doubt I might get it, Dean," said Jack. "I don't think you know anything about any of them," said Lady George. "I'm sure you've told me wrong about two. You're the last man in the world that ought to be a guide to anything." "Will you come and be guide, and I'll just sweep the steps." Lord George heard the last words and allowed himself to be annoyed at them, though he felt them to be innocent. He knew that his wife was having a game of pleasant play, like a child with a pleasant playfellow. But then he was not satisfied that his wife should play like a child, and certainly not with such a playfellow. He doubted whether his wife ought to be allowed playful intimacy from any man. Marriage was to him a very serious thing. Was he not prepared to give up a real passion because he had made this other woman his wife? In thinking over all this his mind was not very logical, but he did feel that he was justified in exacting particularly strict conduct from her, because he was going to make Mrs. Houghton understand that they two, though they loved each other, must part. If he could sacrifice so much for his wife, surely she might sacrifice something for him. They returned all together to Hyde Park Corner, and then they separated. Jack went away towards Berkeley Square with his cousin, the Dean got himself taken in a cab to his club, and Lord George walked his wife down Constitution Hill towards their own home. He felt it to be necessary that he should say something to his wife, but at the same time was specially anxious that he should give her no cause to suspect him of jealousy. Nor was he jealous in the ordinary sense of the word. He did not suppose for a moment that his wife was in love with Jack De Baron, or Jack with his wife. But he did think that whereas she had very little to say to her own husband, she had a great deal to say to Jack. And he was sensible also of a certain unbecomingness in such amusement on her part. She had to struggle upwards so as to be able to sustain properly the position and dignity of Lady George Germain, and the possible dignity of the Marchioness of Brotherton. She ought not to want playfellows. If she would really have learned the names of all those artists on the base of the memorial, as she might so easily have done, there would have been something in it. A lady ought to know at any rate the names of such men. But she had allowed this Jack to make a joke of it all, and had rather liked the joke. And the Dean had laughed loud, more like the son of a stable keeper than a dean. Lord George was almost more angry with the Dean than with his wife. The Dean, when at Brotherton, did maintain a certain amount of dignity, but here, up in London, he seemed to be intent only on having a good time, like some schoolboy out on a holiday. "Were you not a little loud when you were on the steps of the memorial?" he said. "I hope not, George; not too loud." "A lady should never be in the least loud; nor, for the matter of that, would a gentleman either, if he knew what he was about." She walked on a little way, leaning on his arm in silence, considering whether he meant anything by what he was saying, and how much he meant. She felt almost sure that he did mean something disagreeable, and that he was scolding her. "I don't quite know what you mean by loud, George. We were talking, and of course wanted to make each other hear. I believe with some people loud means vulgar. I hope you didn't mean that." He certainly would not tell his wife that she was vulgar. "There is," he said, "a manner of talking which leads people on to being boisterous." "Boisterous, George! Was I boisterous?" "I think your father was a little." She felt herself blush beneath her veil as she answered, "Of course if you tell me anything about myself, I will endeavour to do as you tell me. But as for papa, I am sure he knows how to behave himself. I don't think he ought to be found fault with because he likes to amuse himself." "And that Captain De Baron was very loud," said Lord George, conscious that though his ground might be weak in reference to the Dean, he could say what he pleased about Jack De Baron. "Young men do laugh and talk, don't they, George?" "What they do in their barracks, or when they are together, is nothing to you or me. What such a one may do when he is in company with my wife is very much to me, and ought to be very much to you." "George," she said, again pausing for a moment, "do you mean to tell me that I have misbehaved myself? Because if so, speak it out at once." "My dear, that is a foolish question for you to ask. I have said nothing about misbehaviour, and you ought at any rate to wait till I have done so. I should be very sorry to use such a word, and do not think that I shall ever have occasion." "But surely you will admit that there may be practices and manners and customs on which I am at liberty to speak to you. I am older than you." "Husbands of course are older than their wives, but wives generally know what they are about quite as well as their husbands." "Mary, that isn't the proper way to take what I say. You have a very peculiar place to fill in the world, a place for which your early life could not give you the very fittest training." "Then why did you put me there?" "Because of my love, and also because I had no doubt whatever as to your becoming fit. There is a levity which is often pretty and becoming in a girl, in which a married woman in some ranks of life may perhaps innocently indulge, but which is not appropriate to higher positions." "This is all because I laughed when Captain De Baron mispronounced the men's names. I don't know anything peculiar in my position. One would suppose that I was going to be made a sort of female bishop, or to sit all my life as a chairwoman like that Mrs. Mildmay. Of course I laugh when things are said that make me laugh. And as for Captain De Baron, I think he is very nice. Papa likes him, and he is always at the Houghtons, and I cannot agree that he was loud and vulgar, or boisterous, because he made a few innocent jokes in Kensington Gardens." He perceived now for the first time since he had known her that she had a temper of her own which he might find some difficulty in controlling. She had endured gently enough his first allusions to herself, but had risen up in wrath against him from the moment in which he had spoken disparagingly of her father. At the moment he had nothing further to say. He had used what eloquence there was in him, what words he had collected together, and then walked home in silence. But his mind was full of the matter, and though he made no further allusion on that day, or for some subsequent days either, to this conversation or to his wife's conduct in the park, he had it always in his mind. He must be the master, and in order that he might be the master, the Dean must be as little as possible in the house. And that intimacy with Jack De Baron must be crushed, if only that she might be taught that he intended to be master. 2 or 3 days passed by, and during those 2 or 3 days he did not go to Berkeley Square. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Izzy Popenjoy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. Izzy Popenjoy by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 20. Between Two Stools. In the middle of the next week the Dean went back to Brotherton. Before starting he had an interview with Lord George which was not altogether pleasant, but otherwise he had thoroughly enjoyed his visit. On the day on which he started he asked his host what inquiries he intended to set on foot in reference to the validity of the Italian marriage and the legitimacy of the Italian baby. Now Lord George had himself in the first instance consulted the Dean on this very delicate subject, and was therefore not entitled to be angry at having it again mentioned, but nevertheless he resented the question as an interference. "I think," he replied, "that at present nothing had better be said upon the subject." "I cannot agree with you there, George." "Then I am afraid I must ask you to be silent without agreeing with me." The Dean felt this to be intentionally uncivil. They two were in a boat together. The injury to be done, if there were an injury, would affect the wife as much as the husband. The baby which might some day be born, and which might be robbed of his inheritance, would be as much the grandchild of the Dean of Brotherton as of the old Marquis. And then perhaps there was present to the Dean some unacknowledged feeling that he was paying and would have to pay for the boat. Much as he revered rank, he was not disposed to be snubbed by his son-in-law because his son-in-law was a nobleman. "You mean to tell me that I am to hold my tongue?" he said angrily. "For the present I think we had both better do so." "That may be as regards any discussion of the matter with outsiders. I am not at all disposed to act apart from you on a subject of such importance to us both. If you tell me what you are advised this way or that, I should not without very strong ground put myself in opposition to that advice, but I do expect that you will let me know what is being done." "Nothing is being done." "And also that you will not finally determine on doing nothing without consulting me." Lord George drew himself up and bowed, but made no further reply, and then the two parted, the Dean resolving that he would be in town again before long, and Lord George resolving that the Dean should spend as little time as possible in his house. Now there had been an undertaking, after a sort, made by the Dean, a compact with his daughter contracted in a jocose fashion, which in the existing circumstances was like to prove troublesome. There had been a question of expenditure when the house was furnished, whether there should or should not be a carriage kept. Lord George had expressed an opinion that their joint means would not suffice to keep a carriage. Then the Dean had told his daughter that he would allow her £300 a year for her own expenses to include the brougham, for it was to be no more than a brougham, during the 6 months they would be in London, and that he would regard this as his subscription towards the household. Such a mode of being generous to his own child was pretty enough. Of course the Dean would be a welcome visitor. Equally of course a son-in-law may take any amount of money from a father-in-law as a portion of his wife's fortune. Lord George, though he had suffered some inward qualms, had found nothing in the arrangement to which he could object, while his friendship with the Deanery was close and pleasant. But now, as the Dean took his departure, and as Mary, while embracing her father, said something of his being soon back, Lord George remembered the compact with inward grief, and wished that there had been no brougham. In the meantime he had not been to Berkeley Square, nor was he at all sure that he would go there. A distant day had been named, before that exciting interview in the square, on which the Houghtons were to dine in Munster Court. The Mildmays were also to be there, and Mrs. Montacute Jones, and old Lord Parachute, Lord George's uncle. That would be a party, and there would be no danger of a scene then. He had almost determined that in spite of his promise he would not go to Berkeley Square before the dinner. But Mrs. Houghton was not of the same mind. A promise on such a subject was a sacred thing, and therefore she wrote the following note to Lord George at his club. The secrecy which some correspondence requires certainly tends to make the club a convenient arrangement. Why don't you come as you said you would? A. In olden times, 15 or 20 years ago, when telegraph wires were still young, and messages were confined to diplomatic secrets, horse racing, and the rise and fall of stocks, lovers used to indulge in rapturous expressions which would run over pages. But the pith and strength of laconic diction has now been taught to us by the self-sacrificing patriotism of the Post Office. We have all felt the vigour of telegrammatic expression, and even when we do not trust the wire, we employ the force of wiry language. Wilt thou be mine? M.N. is now the ordinary form of an offer by marriage by post, and the answer seldom goes beyond ever thine, P.Q. Adelaide Houghton's love letter was very short, but it was short from judgment and with a settled purpose. She believed that a long epistle declaratory of her everlasting but unfortunate attachment would frighten him. These few words would say all that she had to say, and would say it safely. He certainly had promised that he would go to her, and, as a gentleman, he was bound to keep his word. He had mentioned no exact time, but it had been understood that the visit was to be made at once. He would not write to her. Heaven and earth! How would it be with him if Mr. Houghton were to find the smallest scrap from him indicating improper affection for Mrs. Houghton? He could not answer the note, and therefore he must go at once. He went into a deserted corner of a drawing-room at his club, and there seated himself for half an hour's meditation. How should he extricate himself from this dilemma? In what language should he address a young and beautiful woman devoted to him, but whose devotion he was bound to repudiate? He was not voluble in conversation, and he was himself aware of his own slowness. It was essential to him that he should prepare beforehand almost the very words for an occasion of such importance, the very words and gestures and action. Would she not fly into his arms, or at least expect that he should open his own? That must be avoided. There must be no embracing. And then he must at once proceed to explain all the evils of this calamitous passion, how he was the husband of another wife, how she was the wife of another husband, how they were bound by honour, by religion, and equally by prudence, to remember the obligations they had incurred. He must beg her to be silent while he said all this, and then he would conclude by assuring her that she should always possess his steadiest friendship. The excogitation of this took long, partly because his mind was greatly exercised in the matter, and partly through a nervous desire to postpone the difficult moment. At last, however, he seized his hat and went away straight to Berkeley Square. Yes, Mrs. Houghton was at home. He had feared that there was but little chance that she should be out on the very day on which she knew that he would get her note. "Oh, so you have come at last," she said, as soon as the drawing-room door was closed. She did not get up from her chair, and there was therefore no danger of that immediate embrace which he had felt that it would be almost equally dangerous to refuse or to accept. "Yes," he said, "I have come." "And now sit down and make yourself comfortable. It's very bad out of doors, isn't it?" "Cold, but dry." "With a wretched east wind. I know it, and I don't mean to stir out the whole day, so you may put your hat down and not think of going for the next hour and a half." It was true that he had his hat still in his hand, and he deposited it forthwith on the floor, feeling that had he been master of the occasion he would have got rid of it less awkwardly. "I shouldn't wonder if Mary were to be here by and by. There was a sort of engagement that she and Jack De Baron were to come and play bagatelle in the back drawing-room, but Jack never comes if he says he will, and I dare say she has forgotten all about it." He found that his purpose was altogether upset. In the first place, he could hardly begin about her unfortunate passion, when she received him just as though he were an ordinary acquaintance, and then the whole tenor of his mind was altered by this allusion to Jack De Baron. Had it come to this, that he could not get through a day without having Jack De Baron thrown at his head? He had from the first been averse to living in London, but this was much worse than he had expected. Was it to be endured that his wife should make appointments to play bagatelle with Jack De Baron by way of passing her time? I had heard nothing about it, he said with gloomy, truthful significance. It was impossible for him to lie even by a glance of his eye or a tone of his voice. He told it all at once, how unwilling he was that his wife should come out on purpose to meet this man, and how little able he felt himself to prevent it. "Of course dear Mary has to amuse herself," said the lady, answering the man's look rather than his words. "And why should she not?" "I don't know that bagatelle is a very improving occupation." "Or Jack a very improving companion, perhaps. But I can tell you, George, that there are more dangerous companions than poor Jack. And then Mary, who is the sweetest, dearest young woman I know, is not impulsive in that way. She is such a very child. I don't suppose she understands what passion means. She has the gaiety of a lark, and the innocence. She is always soaring upwards, which is so beautiful." "I don't know that there is much soaring upwards in bagatelle." "Nor in Jack De Baron, perhaps. But we must take all that as we find it. Of course Mary will have to amuse herself. She will never live such a life as your sisters live at Manor Cross. The word that best describes her disposition is gay. But she is not mischievous." "I hope not." "Nor is she passionate. You know what I mean." He did know what she meant, and was lost in amazement at finding that one woman, in talking of another, never contemplated the idea that passion could exist in a wife for her husband. He was to regard himself as safe, not because his wife loved himself, but because it was not necessary to her nature to be in love with any one. "You need not be afraid," she went on to say. "I know Jack au fond. He tells me everything, and should there be anything to fear, I will let you know at once." But what had all this to do with the momentous occasion which had brought him to Berkeley Square? He was almost beginning to be sore at heart because she had not thrown herself into his arms. There was no repetition of that "But do you love me?" which had been so very alarming, but at the same time so very exciting, on the steps of the Albert Memorial. And then there seemed to be a probability that the words which he had composed with so much care at his club would be altogether wasted. He owed it to himself to do or to say something, to allude in some way to his love and hers. He could not allow himself to be brought there in a flurry of excitement, and there to sit till it was time for him to go, just as though it were an ordinary morning visit. "You bade me come," he said, "and so I came." "Yes, I did bid you come. I would always have you come." "That can hardly be, can it?" "My idea of a friend, of a man friend I mean, and a real friend, is some one to whom I can say everything, who will do everything for me, who will come if I bid him, and will like to stay and talk to me just as long as I will let him, who will tell me everything, and as to whom I may be sure that he likes me better than anybody else in the world, though he perhaps doesn't tell me so above once a month. And then in return—" "Well, what in return?" "I should think a good deal about him, you know, but I shouldn't want always to be telling him that I was thinking about him. He ought to be contented with knowing how much he was to me. I suppose that would not suffice for you?" Lord George was disposed to think that it would suffice, and that the whole matter was now being represented to him in a very different light than that in which he had hitherto regarded it. The word friend softened down so many asperities. With such a word in his mind he need not continually scare himself with the Decalogue. All the pleasure might be there, and the horrors altogether omitted. There would indeed be no occasion for his eloquence, but he had already become conscious that at this interview his eloquence could not be used. She had given everything so different a turn. "Why not suffice for me?" he said. "Only this, that all I did for my friend I should expect her to do for me." "But that is unreasonable. Who doesn't see that in the world at large men have the best of it almost in everything? The husband is not only justified in being a tyrant, but becomes contemptible if he is not so. A man has his pocket full of money. A woman is supposed to take what he gives her. A man has all manner of amusements." "And what amusements have I?" "You can come to me." "Yes, I can do that." "I cannot go to you. But when you come to me, if I am to believe that I am really your friend, then I am to be the tyrant of the moment. Is it not so? Do you think you would find me such a hard tyrant? I own to you freely that there is nothing in the world I like so much as your society. Do I not earn by that a right to some obedience from you, to some special observance?" All this was so different from what he had expected, and so much more pleasant. As far as he could look into it and think of it at the pressure of the moment, he did not see any reason why it should not be as she proposed. There was clearly no need for those prepared words. There had been one embrace, an embrace that was objectionable, because had either his wife seen it or Mrs. Houghton, he would have been forced to own himself wrong. But that had come from sudden impulse, and need not be repeated. This that was now proposed to him was friendship, and not love. "You shall have all observance," he said with his sweetest smile. "And as to obedience, but you are a man, and therefore must not be pressed too hard. And now I may tell you what is the only thing that can make me happy, and the absence of which would make me miserable." "What thing?" "Your society." He blushed up to his eyes as he heard this. "Now that, I think, is a very pretty speech, and I expect something equally pretty from you." He was much embarrassed, but was at the moment delivered from his embarrassment by the entrance of his wife. "Here she is," said Mrs. Houghton, getting up from her chair. "We have just been talking about you, my dear. If you have come for bagatelle, you must play with Lord George, for Jack De Baron isn't here." "But I haven't come for bagatelle." "So much the better, for I doubt whether Lord George would be very good at it. I have been made to play so much that I hate the very sound of the balls." "I didn't expect to find you here," said Mary, turning to her husband. "Nor I you, till Mrs. Houghton said that you were coming." After that there was nothing of interest in their conversation. Jack did not come, and after a few minutes Lord George proposed to his wife that they should return home together. Of course she assented, and as soon as they were in the brougham made a little playful attack upon him. "You are becoming fond of Berkeley Square, I think." "Mrs. Houghton is a friend of mine, and I am fond of my friends," he said gravely. "Oh, of course." "You went there to play that game with Captain De Baron." "No, I didn't. I did nothing of the kind." "Were you not there by appointment?" "I told her that I should probably call. We were to have gone to some shop together, only it seems she has changed her mind. Why do you tell me that I had gone there to play some game with Captain De Baron?" "Bagatelle." "Bagatelle or anything else. It isn't true. I have played bagatelle with Captain De Baron, and I dare say I may again. Why shouldn't I?" "And if so, would probably make some appointment to play with him." "Why not?" "That was all I said. What I suggested you had done is what you declare you will do." "But I had done nothing of the kind. I know very well, from the tone of your voice, that you meant to scold me. You implied that I had done something wrong. If I had done it, it wouldn't be wrong as far as I know. But your scolding me about it when I hadn't done it at all is very hard to bear." "I didn't scold you." "Yes, you did, George. I understand your voice and your look. If you mean to forbid me to play bagatelle with Captain De Baron, or Captain anybody else, or to talk with Mr. This, or to laugh with Major That, tell me so at once. If I know what you want, I will do it. But I must say that I shall feel it very, very hard if I cannot take care of myself in such matters as that. If you are going to be jealous, I shall wish that I were dead." Then she burst out crying, and he, though he would not quite own that he had been wrong, was forced to do so practically by little acts of immediate tenderness. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of Is He Popenjoy? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Barry O'Neill. Is He Popenjoy by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 21. The Marquis Comes Home. Some little time after the middle of April, when the hunting was all over and Mr. Price had sunk down into his summer insignificance, there came half a dozen telegrams to Manor Cross
from Italy, from Mr. Knox, and from a certain managing tradesman in London, to say that the Marquis was coming a fortnight sooner than he had expected. Everything was at sixes and sevens, everything was in a ferment. Everybody about Manor Cross seemed to think that the world was coming to an end. But none of these telegrams were addressed to any of the Germain family, and the last people in the county who heard of this homeward rush of the Marquis were the ladies at Cross Hall. And they heard it from Lord George, upon whom Mr. Knox called in London, supposing, however, when he did call, that Lord George had already received full information on the subject. Lord George's letter to Lady Sarah was full of dismay, full of horror. As he has not taken the trouble to communicate his intentions to me, I shall not go down to receive him. You will know how to deal with the matter, and will, I am sure, support our mother in this terrible trial. I think that the child should, at any rate, at first be acknowledged by you all as Lord Popenjoy. We have to regard in the first place the honour of the family. No remissness on his part should induce us to forget for a moment what is due to the title, the property, and the name. The letter was very long, and was full of sententious instructions such as the above. But the purport of it was to tell the ladies at Cross Hall that they must go through the first burden of receiving the Marquis without any assistance from himself. The Dean heard of the reported arrival some days before the family did so. It was rumoured in Brotherton, and the rumour reached the deanery. But he thought that there was nothing he could do on the spur of the moment. He perfectly understood the condition of Lord George's mind, and perceived that it would not be expedient for him to interfere quite on the first moment. As soon as the Marquis should have settled himself in the house, of course he would call. And when the Marquis had settled himself, and when the world had begun to recognize the fact that the Marquis, with his Italian Marchioness, and his little Italian, so-called Popenjoy, were living at Manor Cross, then, if he saw his way, the Dean would bestir himself. And so the Marquis arrived. He reached the Brotherton station with his wife, a baby, a lady's maid, a nurse, a valet, a cook, and a courier, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the whole crowd of them were carried off in their carriages to Manor Cross. A great many of the inhabitants of Brotherton were there to see, for this coming of the Marquis had been talked of far and wide. He himself took no notice of the gathering people, was perhaps unaware that there was any gathering. He and his wife got into one carriage, the nurse, the lady's maid, and the baby into the second, the valet and courier and cook into the third. The world of Brotherton saw them, and the world of Brotherton observed that the lady was very old and very ugly. Why on earth could he have married such a woman as that, and then have brought her home? That was the exclamation which was made by Brotherton in general. It was soon ascertained by every one about Manor Cross that the Marchioness could not speak a word of English, nor could any of the newly imported servants do so, with the exception of the courier, who was supposed to understand all languages. There was, therefore, an absolutely divided household. It had been thought better that the old family housekeeper, Mrs. Toff, should remain in possession. Through a long life she had been devoted to the old Marchioness and to the ladies of the family generally, but she would have been useless at their new home, and there was an idea that Manor Cross could not be maintained without her. It might also be expedient to have a friend in the enemy's camp. Other English servants had been provided, a butler, 2 footmen, a coachman, and the necessary housemaids and kitchen maids. It had been stated that the Marquis would bring his own cook. There were, therefore, at once 2 parties, at the head of one of which was Mrs. Toff, and at the head of the other the courier, who remained, none of the English people knew why. For the first 3 days the Marchioness showed herself to no one. It was understood that the fatigues of the journey had oppressed her, and that she chose to confine herself to 2 or 3 upstairs rooms which had been prepared for her. Mrs. Toff, strictly obeying orders which had come from Cross Hall, sent up her duty, and begged to know whether she should wait upon milady. Milady sent down word that she didn't want to see Mrs. Toff. These messages had to be filtered through the courier, who was specially odious to Mrs. Toff. His lordship was almost as closely secluded as her ladyship. He did indeed go out to the stables wrapped in furs, and found fault with everything he saw there, and he had himself driven around the park. But he did not get up on any of these days till noon, and took all his meals by himself. The English servants averred that during the whole of this time he never once saw the Marchioness or the baby. But then the English servants could not very well have known what he saw or what he did not see. But this was very certain, that during those 3 days he did not go to Cross Hall, or see any one of his own family. Mrs. Toff, in the gloaming of the evening on the 3rd day, hurried across the park to see the young ladies, as she still called them. Mrs. Toff thought that it was all very dreadful. She didn't know what was being done in those apartments. She had never set her eyes upon the baby. She didn't feel sure that there was any baby at all, though John was one of the English servants, had seen a bundle come into the house. Wouldn't it be natural and right that any real child should be carried out to take the air? And then all manner of messes were, said Mrs. Toff, prepared up in the closed room. Mrs. Toff didn't believe in anything except that everything was going to perdition. The Marchioness was intent on asking after the health and the appearance of her son, but Mrs. Toff declared that she hadn't been allowed to catch a sight of my lord. Mrs. Toff's account was altogether very lachrymose. She spoke of the Marquis, of course, with the utmost respect, but she was sufficiently intimate with the ladies to treat the baby and its mother with all the scorn of an upturned nose. Nor was the name of Popenjoy once heard from her lips. But what were the ladies to do? On the evening of the 3rd day, Lady Sarah wrote to her brother George, begging him to come down to them. The matter was so serious that he was, said Lady Sarah, bound to lend the strength of his presence to his mother and sisters. But on the 4th morning Lady Sarah sent over a note to her brother the Marquis. Dear Brotherton, we hope that you and your wife and little boy have arrived well, and have found things comfortable. Mamma is most anxious to see you, as of course we all are. Will you not come over to us to-day? I dare say my sister-in-law may be too fatigued to come out as yet. I need not tell you that we are very anxious to see your little Popenjoy. Your affectionate sister, Sarah Germain. It may be seen from this that the ladies contemplated peace, if peace were possible. But in truth the nature of the letter, though not the words, had been dictated by the Marchioness. She was intent upon seeing her son, and anxious to acknowledge her grandchild. Lady Sarah had felt her position to be very difficult, but had perceived that no temporary acceptance by them of the child would at all injure her brother George's claim, should George set up a claim, and so, in deference to the old lady, the peaceful letter was sent off, with directions to the messenger to wait for an answer. The messenger came back with tidings that his lordship was in bed. Then there was another consultation. The Marquis, though in bed, had of course read the letter. Had he felt at all as a son and a brother ought to feel, he would have sent some reply to such a message. It must be, they felt, that he intended to live there and utterly ignore his mother and sisters. What should they do then? How should they be able to live? The Marchioness surrendered herself to a paroxysm of weeping, bitterly blaming those who had not allowed her to go away and hide herself in some distant obscurity. Her son, her eldest son, had cast her off because she had disobeyed his orders. His orders, said Lady Sarah, in scorn, almost in wrath against her mother. What right has he to give orders either to you or to us? He has forgotten himself, and is only worthy to be forgotten. Just as she spoke, the Manor Cross phaeton, with the Manor Cross ponies, was driven up to the door, and Lady Amelia, who went to the window, declared that Brotherton himself was in the carriage. "Oh, my son, my darling son," said the Marchioness, throwing up her arms. It really was the Marquis.
It seemed to the ladies to be a very long time indeed before he got into the room, so leisurely was he in divesting himself of his furs and comforters. During this time the Marchioness would have rushed into the hall had not Lady Sarah prevented her. The old lady was quite overcome with emotion, and prepared to lay at the feet of her eldest son if he would only extend to her the slightest sign of affection. "So here you all are," he said as he entered the room. "It isn't much of a house for you, but you would have it so." He was of course forced to kiss his mother, but the kiss was not very fervent in its nature. To each of his sisters he merely extended his hand. This Amelia received with empressement, for after all, severe though he was, nevertheless he was the head of the family. Susanna measured the pressure which he gave, and returned back to him the exact weight. Lady Sarah made a little speech. "We are very glad to see you, Brotherton. You have been away a long time." "A deuced long time." "I hope your wife is well, and the little boy. When will she wish that we should go and see her?" The Marchioness during this time had got possession of his left hand, and from her seat was gazing up into his face. He was a very handsome man, but pale, worn, thin, and apparently unhealthy. He was very like Lord George, but smaller in feature, and wanting full 4 inches of his brother's height. Lord George's hair was already becoming grey at the sides. That of the Marquis, who was 10 years older, was perfectly black. But his lordship's valet had probably more to do with that than nature. He wore an exquisite moustache, but in other respects was close shaven. He was dressed with great care, and had fur even on the collar of his frock coat, so much did he fear the inclemency of his native climate. "She doesn't speak a word of English, you know," he said, answering his sister's question. "We might manage to get on in French," said Lady Sarah. "She doesn't speak a word of French either. She never was out of Italy till now. You had better not trouble yourselves about her." This was dreadful to them all. It was monstrous to them that there should be a Marchioness of Brotherton, a sister-in-law, living close to them, whom they were to acknowledge to be the reigning Marchioness, and that they should not be allowed to see her. It was not that they anticipated pleasure from her acquaintance. It was not that they were anxious to welcome such a new relation. This marriage, if it were a marriage, was a terrible blow to them. It would have been infinitely better for them all that, having such a wife, he should have kept her in Italy. But as she was here in England, and as she was to be acknowledged as far as they knew at present, it was a fearful thing that she should be living close to them and not be seen by them. For some moments after this last announcement they were stricken dumb. He was standing with his back to the fire, looking at his boots. The Marchioness was the first to speak. "We may see Popenjoy," she exclaimed through her sobs. "I suppose he can be brought down, if you care about it." "Of course we care about it," said Lady Amelia. "They tell me he is not strong, and I don't suppose they'll let him come out in such weather as this. You'll have to wait. I don't think anybody ought to stir out in this weather. It doesn't suit me, I know. Such an abominable place as it is I never saw in my life. There is not a room in the house that is not enough to make a man blow his brains out." Lady Sarah could not stand this, nor did she think it right to put up with the insolence of his manner generally. "If so," she said, "it is a pity that you came away from Italy." He turned sharply round, and looked at her for an instant before he answered, and as he did so she remembered the peculiar tyranny of his eyes, the tyranny to which, when a boy, he had ever endeavoured to make her subject, and all others around him. Others had become subject because he was the Lord Popenjoy of the day, and would be the future Marquis. But she, though recognizing his right to be first in everything, had ever rebelled against his usurpation of unauthorized power. He too remembered all this, and almost snarled at her with his eyes. "I suppose I might stay if I liked, or come back if I liked, without asking you," he said. "Certainly." "But you are the same as ever you were." "Oh, Brotherton," said the Marchioness, "do not quarrel with us directly you have come back." "You may be quite sure, mother, that I shall not take the trouble to quarrel with any one. It takes two for that work,
If I wanted to quarrel with her or you, I have cause enough." "I know of none," said Lady Sarah. "I explained to you my wishes about this house, and you disregarded them altogether." The old lady looked up at her eldest daughter as though to say, "There, that was your sin." "I knew what was better for you and better for me. It is impossible that there should be pleasant intercourse between you and my wife, and I recommended you to go elsewhere. If you had done so, I would have taken care that you were comfortable." Again the Marchioness looked at Lady Sarah with bitter reproaches in her eyes. "What interest in life would we have had in a distant home?" said Lady Sarah. "Why not you as well as other people?" "Because, unlike other people, we have become devoted to one spot. The property belongs to you." "I hope so." "But the obligations of the property have been at any rate as near to us as to you. Society, I suppose, may be found in a new place, but we do not care much for society." "Then it would have been so much the easier." "But it would have been impossible for us to find new duties." "Nonsense," said the Marquis. "Humbug! D trash!" "If you cannot speak otherwise than like that before your mother, Brotherton, I think you had better leave her," said Lady Sarah, bravely. "Sarah, don't, said the Marchioness. "It is trash and nonsense and humbug. I told you that you were better away, and you determined to stay. I knew what was best for you, but you chose to be obstinate. I have not the slightest doubt as to who did it." "We were all of the same mind," said Lady Susanna. "Alice said it would be quite cruel that mamma should be moved." Alice was now the wife of Canon Holdenough. "It would have been very bad for us all to go away," said Lady Amelia. "George was altogether against it," said Lady Susanna. "And the Dean," said Lady Amelia, indiscreetly. "The Dean!" exclaimed the Marquis. "Do you mean to say that that stable boy has been consulted about my affairs? I should have thought that not one of you would have spoken to George after he had disgraced himself by such a marriage." "There was no need to consult any one," said Lady Sarah, "and we do not think that George's marriage was at all disgraceful." "Mary is a very nice person," said the Marchioness. "I dare say. Whether she is nice or not is very little to me. She has got some fortune, and I suppose that was what he wanted. As you are, all of you, fixed here now, and seem to have spent a lot of money, I suppose you will have to remain. You have turned my tenant out." "Mr. Price was quite willing to go," said Lady Susanna. "I dare say. I trust he may be as willing to give up the land when his lease is out. I have been told that he is a sporting friend of the Dean's. It seems to me that you have, all of you, got into a nice mess here by yourselves. All I want you to understand is that I cannot now trouble myself about you." "You don't mean to give us up?" said the afflicted mother. "You'll come and see me sometimes, won't you?" "Certainly not, if I am to be insulted by my sister." "I've insulted no one," said Lady Sarah, haughtily. "It was no insult to tell me that I ought to have stayed in Italy, and not to have come to my own house." "Sarah, you ought not to have said that," exclaimed the Marchioness. "He complained that everything here was uncomfortable, and therefore I said it. He knows that I did not speak of his return in any other sense. Since he settled himself abroad, there has not been a day on which I have not wished that he would come back to his own house and his own duties. If he will treat us properly, no one will treat him with higher consideration than I. But we have our rights as well as he, and are as well able to guard them." "Sarah can preach as well as ever," he said. "Oh, my children! Oh, my children!" sobbed the old lady. "I have had about enough of this. I knew what it would be when you wrote to me to come to you." Then he took up his hat as though he were going. "And am I to see nothing more of you?" asked his mother. "I will come to you, mother, once a week, if you wish it. Every Sunday afternoon will be as good a time as any other. But I will not come unless I am assured of the absence of Lady Sarah. I will not subject myself to her insolence, nor put myself in the way of being annoyed by a bally-ragging quarrel." "I and my sisters are always at church on Sunday afternoons," said Lady Sarah. In this way the matter was arranged, and then the Marquis took himself off. For some time after he left the room the Marchioness sat in silence, sobbing now and again, and then burying her face in her handkerchief. "I wish we had gone away when he told us," she said at last. "No, mamma," said her eldest daughter. "No; certainly no. Even though all this is very miserable, it is not so bad as running away in order that we might be out of his way. No good can ever be got by yielding in what is wrong to any one. This is your house, and as yours it is ours." "Oh, yes." "And here we can do something to justify our lives. We have a work appointed to us which we are able to perform. What will his wife do for the people here? Why are we not to say our prayers in the church which we all know and love? Why are we to leave Alice and Mary? Why should he, because he is the eldest of us, he who for so many years has deserted the place, why is he to tell us where to live and where not to live? He is rich and we are poor, but we have never been pensioners on his bounty. The park, I suppose, is now closed to us, but I am prepared to live here in defiance of him." This she said, walking up and down the room as she spoke, and she said it with so much energy that she absolutely carried her sisters with her, and again partly convinced her mother. CHAPter 22 of Izzy Popenjoy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Barry O'Neill. Izzy Popenjoy by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 22. The Marquis among his friends. There was, of course, much perturbation of mind at Brotherton as to what should be done on this occasion of the Marquis's return. Mr. Knox had been consulted by persons in the town, and had given it as his opinion that nothing should be done. Some of the tradesmen and a few of the tenants living nearest to the town had suggested a triumphal entry, green boughs, a bonfire, and fireworks. This idea, however, did not long prevail. The Marquis of Brotherton was clearly not a man to be received with green boughs and bonfires. All that soon died away. But there remained what may be called the private difficulty. Many in Brotherton and around Brotherton had of course known the man when he was young, and could hardly bring themselves to take no notice of his return. One or two drove over and simply left their cards. The bishop asked to see him, and was told that he was out. Dr. Pountner did see him, catching him at his own hall door, but the interview was very short and not particularly pleasant. "Dr. Pountner, well, I do remember you, certainly, but we have all grown older, you know." "I came," said the doctor, with a face redder than ever, "to pay my respects to your lordship, and to leave my card on your wife." "We are much obliged to you, very much obliged. Unfortunately, we are both invalids." Then the doctor, who had not got out of his carriage, was driven home. The doctor had been a great many years at Brotherton, and had known the old Marquis well. "I don't know what you and Holdenough will make of him," the doctor said to the Dean. "I suppose you will both be driven into some communion with him. I shan't try it again." The Dean and Canon Holdenough had been in consultation on the subject, and had agreed that they would each of them act as though the Marquis had been like any other gentleman, and his wife like any newly married lady. They were both now connected with the family, and even bound to act on the presumption that there would be family friendship. The Dean went on his errand first, and the Dean was admitted into his sitting room. This happened a day or two after the scene at Cross Hall. "I don't know why I should have troubled you so soon," said the Dean, "had not your brother married my daughter." The Dean had thought over the matter carefully, making up his mind how far he would be courteous to the man, and where he would make a stand, if it were necessary that he should make a stand at all. And he had determined that he would ask after the new Lady Brotherton, and speak of the child as Lord Popenjoy, the presumption being that a man is married when he says so himself, and that his child is legitimate when declared to be so. His present acknowledgment would not bar any future proceedings. "There has been a good deal of marrying and giving in marriage since I have been away," replied the Marquis. "Yes, indeed. There has been your brother, your sister, and last, not least, yourself." "I was not thinking of myself. I meant among you here.
The Church seems to carry everything before it." It seemed to the Dean, who was sufficiently mindful of his daughter's fortune, and who knew to a penny what was the very liberal income of Canon Holdenough, that in these marriages the Church had at least given as much as it had got. "The Church holds its own," said the Dean, "and I hope it always will. May I venture to express a hope that the Marchioness is well?" "Not very well." "I am sorry for that. Shall I not have the pleasure of seeing her to day?" The Marquis looked as though he were almost astounded at the impudence of the proposition, but he replied to it by the excuse that he had made before. "Unless you speak Italian, I am afraid you would not get on very well with her." "She will not find that I have the Tuscan tongue or the Roman mouth, but I have enough of the language to make myself perhaps intelligible to her ladyship." "We will postpone it for the present, if you please, Mr. Dean." There was an insolence declared in the man's manner, and almost declared in his words, which made the Dean at once determine that he would never again ask after the new Marchioness, and that he would make no allusion whatever to the son. A man may say that his wife is too unwell to receive strangers without implying that the wish to see her should not have been expressed. The visitor bowed, and then the two men both sat silent for some moments. "You have not seen your brother since you have been back?" the Dean said at last. "I have not seen him. I don't know where he is, or anything about him." "They live in London, in Munster Court." "Very likely. He didn't consult me about his marriage, and I don't know anything about his concerns." "He told you of it before it took place." "Very likely, though I do not exactly see how that concerns you and me." "You must be aware that he is married to my daughter." "Quite so." "That would generally be supposed to give a common interest." "Ah, I dare say you feel it so, no doubt. I am glad that you are satisfied by an alliance with my family. You are anxious for me to profess that it is reciprocal." "I am anxious for nothing of the kind," said the Dean, jumping from his chair. "I have nothing to get and nothing to lose by the alliance. The usual courtesies of life are pleasant to me." "I wish that you would use them then on the present occasion by being a little quieter." "Your brother has married a lady, and my daughter has married a gentleman." "Yes, George is a great ass, in some respects the greatest ass I know, but he is a gentleman. Perhaps if you have anything else that you wish to say to me, you will do me the honour of sitting down." The Dean was so angry that he did not know how to contain himself. The Marquis had snubbed him for coming. He had then justified his visit by an allusion to the connection between them, and the Marquis had replied to this by hinting that though a Dean might think it a very fine thing to have his daughter married into the family of a Marquis, the Marquis would probably not look at it in the same light. And yet, what was the truth? Whence had come the money which had made the marriage possible? In the bargain between them, which party had had the best of it? He was conscious that it would not become him to allude to the money, but his feeling on the subject was very strong. "My lord," he said, "I do not know that there is anything to be gained by my sitting down again." "Perhaps not. I dare say you know best." "I came here intent on what I consider to be a courtesy due to your lordship. I am sorry that my visit has been mistaken." "I don't see that there is anything to make a fuss about." "It shall not be repeated, my lord." And so he left the room. Why on earth had the man come back to England, bringing a foreign woman and an Italian brat home with him, if he intended to make the place too hot to hold him by insulting everybody around him? This was the first question the Dean had asked himself when he found himself outside the house. And what could the man hope to gain by such insolence? Instead of taking the road through the park back to Brotherton, he went on to Cross Hall. He was desirous of learning what were the impressions and what were the intentions of the ladies there. Did this madman mean to quarrel with his mother and sisters as well as with other neighbours? He did not as yet know what intercourse there had been between the two houses since the Marquis had been at Manor Cross, and in going to Cross Hall in the midst of all these troubles he was no doubt actuated in part by a determination to show himself to be one of the family. If they would accept his aid, no one would be more loyal than he to these ladies. But he would not be laid aside. If anything unjust were intended, if any fraud was to be executed, the person most to be injured would be that hitherto unborn grandson of his, for whose advent he was so anxious. He had been very free with his money, but he meant to have his money's worth. At Cross Hall he found Canon Holdenough's wife and the Canon. At the moment of his entrance, old Lady Brotherton was talking to the clergyman, and Lady Alice was closeted in a corner with her sister Sarah. "I would advise you to go, just as though you had heard nothing from us," Lady Sarah had said. "Of course he would be readier to quarrel with me than with any one. For mamma's sake I would go away for a time if I had anywhere to go to." "Come to us," Lady Alice had said. But Lady Sarah had declared that she would be as much in the way at Brotherton as at Cross Hall, and had then gone on to explain that it was Lady Alice's duty to call on her sister-in-law, and that she must do so, facing the consequences whatever they may be. "Of course mamma could not go till he had been here," Lady Sarah added, "and now he has told mamma not to go at all. But that is nothing to you." "I have just come from his house," said the Dean. "Did you see him?" asked the old woman with awe. "Yes, I saw him." "Well?" "I must say he was not very civil to me, and that I suppose I have seen all of him that I shall see." "It is only his manner," said her ladyship. "An unfortunate manner, surely." "Poor Brotherton!" Then the Canon said a word. "Of course no one wants to trouble him. I can speak at least for myself. I do not. Certainly I have requested her ladyship to ask him whether he would wish me to call or not. If he says that he does, I shall expect him to receive me cordially. If he does not, there's an end of it." "I hope you won't all of you turn against him," said the Marchioness. "Turn against him!" repeated the Dean. "I do not suppose there is any one who would not be both kind and courteous to him, if he would accept kindness and courtesy. It grieves me to make you unhappy, Marchioness, but I am bound to let you know that he treated me very badly." From that moment the Marchioness made up her mind that the Dean was no friend of the family, and that he was, after all, vulgar and disagreeable. She undertook, however, to inquire from her son on next Sunday whether he would wish to be called upon by his brother-in-law, the Canon. On the following day Lady Alice went alone to Manor Cross, being the first lady who had gone to the door since the new arrivals, and asked for Lady Brotherton. The courier came back to the door and said, "Not at home," in a foreign accent, just as the words might have been said to any chance caller in London. Then Lady Alice asked the man to tell her brother that she was there. "Not at home, my lady," said the man in the same tone. At that moment Mrs. Toff came running through the long hall to the carriage door. The house was built round a quadrangle, and all of the ground floor of the front and of one of the sides consisted of halls, passages, and a billiard room. Mrs. Toff must have been watching very closely, or she could hardly have known that Lady Alice was there. She came out and stood beside the carriage, and leaning in, whispered her fears and unhappinesses. "Oh, my lady, I'm afraid it's very bad. I haven't set eyes on his wife, my lady, yet, nor the little boy." "Are they in now, Mrs. Toff?" "Of course they're in. They never go out. He goes about all the afternoon in a dressing gown, smoking bits of paper, and she lies in bed or gets up and doesn't do nothing at all, as far as I can see, Lady Alice. But as for being in, of course they're in. They're always in." Lady Alice, however, feeling that she had done her duty, and not wishing to take the place by storm, had herself driven back to Brotherton. On the following Sunday afternoon the Marquis came, according to his promise, and found his mother at home. "The fact is, mother," he said, "you have got a regular church set around you during the last year or two, and I will have nothing to do with them. I never cared much for Brotherton Close, and now I like it less than ever." The Marchioness moaned and looked up into his face imploringly. She was anxious to say something in defence at any rate of her daughter's marriage, but specially anxious to say nothing that should not anger him. Of course he was unreasonable, but according to her lights, he, being the Marquis, had a right to be unreasonable. "The Dean came to see me the other day," continued he, "and I could see at a glance that he meant to be quite at home in the house if I didn't put him down." "You'll see Mr. Holdenough, won't you? Mr. Holdenough is a very gentlemanlike man, and the Holdenoughs were always quiet county people. You used to like Alice." "If you ask me, I think she has been a fool at her age to go and marry an old parson. As for receiving him, I shan't receive anybody, in the way of entertaining them. I haven't come home for that purpose. My child will have to live here when he is a man." "God bless him," said the Marchioness. "Or at any rate his property will be here. They tell me that it will be well that he should be used to this damnable climate early in life. He will have to go to school here and all that. So I have brought him, though I hate the place." "It is so nice to have you back, Brotherton." "I don't know about its being nice. I don't find much niceness in it. Had I not got myself married I should never have come back. But it's as well that you all should know that there is an heir." "God bless him," said the Marchioness again. "But don't you think that we ought to see him?" "See him? Why?" He asked the question sharply, and looked at her with that savageness in his eyes which all the family remembered so well, and which she specially feared. That question of the legitimacy of the boy had never been distinctly discussed at Cross Hall, and the suspicious hints on the subject which had passed between the sisters, the allusion to this and the other possibility which had escaped them, had been kept as far as possible from their mother. They had remarked among themselves that it was very odd that the marriage should have been concealed, and almost more than odd that an heir to the title should have been born without any announcement of such a birth. A dread of some evil mystery had filled their thoughts and shown itself in their words and looks to each other, and though they had been very anxious to keep this from their mother, something had crept through which had revealed a suspicion of a suspicion even to her. She, dear old lady, had resolved upon no line of conduct in the matter. She had conceived no project of rebelling against her eldest daughter, or of being untrue to her youngest son. But now that she was alone with her eldest son, with the real undoubted Marquis, with him who would certainly be to her more than all the world beside, if he would only allow it, there did come into her head an idea that she would put him on his guard. Because what? Speak out, mother." "Because perhaps they'll say that what will they say?" "If they don't see him, they may think he isn't Popenjoy at all." "Oh, they'll think that, will they? How will seeing help them?" "It would be so nice to have him here, if it's only for a little," said the Marchioness. "So that's it," he said, after a long pause. "That's George's game, and the Dean's. I can understand." "No, no, no, not George," said the unhappy mother. "And Sarah, I dare say, is in a boat with them. I don't wonder that they should choose to remain here and watch me." "I am sure George has never thought of such a thing." "George will think as his father-in-law bids him. George was never very good at thinking for himself. So you fancy that they'll be more likely to accept the boy if they see him." "Seeing is believing, Brotherton." "There's something in that, to be sure. Perhaps they don't think I've got a wife at all, because they haven't seen her." "Oh yes, they believe that." "How kind of them. Well, mother, you've let the cat out of the bag." "Don't tell them that I said so." "No, I won't tell, nor am I very much surprised. I thought how it would be when I didn't announce it all in the old-fashioned way. It's lucky that I have the certified proof of the date of my marriage, isn't it?" "It's all right, of course. I never doubted it, Brotherton." "But all the others did. I knew there was something up when George wasn't at home to meet me." "He is coming." He may stay away if he likes. I don't want him. He won't have the courage to tell me up to my face that he doesn't intend to acknowledge my boy. He's too great a coward for that." "I'm sure it's not George, Brotherton." "Who is it then?" "Perhaps the Dean." "D his impudence! How on earth among you could you let George marry the daughter of a low-bred ruffian like that, a man that never ought to have been allowed to put his foot inside the house?" "He had a very nice fortune, and he wanted to marry that scheming girl Adelaide De Baron without a penny." "The De Barons, at any rate, are gentlefolk. If the Dean meddles with me, he shall find that he has got the wrong sow by the ear. If he puts his foot in the park again, I'll have him warned off as a trespasser." "But you'll see Holdenough." "I don't want to see anybody. I mean to hold my own, and do as I please with my own, and live as I like, and toady no one. What can I have in common with an old parson like that?" "You'll let me see Popenjoy, Brotherton?" "Yes," he said, pausing a moment before he answered her. "He shall be brought here, and you shall see him. But mind, mother, I expect you to tell me all that you hear." "Indeed I will." "You will not rebel against me, I suppose?" "Oh, no. My son, my son!" Then she fell upon his neck, and he suffered it for a minute, thinking it wise to make sure of one ally in that house. CHAPTR XXIII.